A guy in a tracksuit started sinking in the water and assumed it was the end of his life. The guy didn't even try to swim out of the water. He accepted the fact that little by little he was dying. There was no point for him to continue living in this world, for the guy's dearest person had died. Suddenly, the girl pulled the guy out of the water and told him not to pretend to be dead in a pool 1.5 meters deep. The guy smiled and laughingly told the girl that he just decided to make a joke like that. When the girl and guy climbed out of the pool, the teacher recognized Bei Min's well-being and sent him to the medical room for a checkup. The teacher remarked that he was unlucky with Bei Min, because why was it that he was the one who dared to go to gym class? And the teacher's bad luck was that Bei Min was crippled, and one of his hands was a prosthetic arm. The girl asked her classmates who pushed Bei Min, but they replied in fear that it wasn't them. The girl was Su Yue, and what they called her was Bei Min's direct bodyguard, for she was an ace in freestyle combat and had been friends since childhood with Bei Min. Bei Min's classmates approached him and took turns trying to find out how he was feeling. Bei Min realized that it was all lies, and he wondered if his classmates' words could be even more false. Bei Min was well aware of how his classmates mocked and gloated at him behind his back. Bei Min didn't care, for he had been bullied from his earliest childhood, mocking that Bei Min didn't have a father. And when Bei Min's mom died, his uncle and aunt were busy but agreed to take over the care of his mom's insurance, sending Bei Min money every month for living expenses. But even so, if the whole world came crashing down on Bei Min, he held his resolve and didn't want to give up. Bei Min could not walk normally, as he not only lost his arm, but his leg was also replaced with a prosthetic leg. As Bei Min was walking on the school grounds, the kids accidentally let the ball go, and it ended up at Bei Min's foot. The kids asked Bei Min to throw them a ball on the field. Bei Min immediately agreed to help the kids out. Attempting to take the ball was very difficult, as neither hand nor foot could help Bei Min to do so. And when Bei Min barely lifted the ball, it fell out of his hands, for it was difficult to hold the ball with one hand. Some voice from behind recognized Bei Min and called him the captain of the school basketball team, asking Bei Min if he couldn't pick up the ball. The guy smirked and remarked that because now Bei Min was no longer the current captain, but the former captain. Lin Ke asked Bei Min why he was still staggering and limping around the school since Bei Min looked like a clown. Bei Min continued to listen to Lin Ke. Lin Ke said that he respected Bei Min's trait the most. Lin Ke respected Bei Min's unwavering stubbornness. But right now, that stubbornness was disgusting to him. Lin Ke gave the ball to Bei Min and told Bei Min to stop pretending, for he didn't look cool. Lin Ke added that experiencing the tragedy of losing an arm and a leg, and afterward coming to school, pretending to be a normal person, what Bei Min added. Lin Ke advised Bei Min to go home, go to his bed and stop embarrassing himself. Lin Ke added that Bei Min still thought that he would be able to lead the basketball team to victory like he had done before, but now Bei Min's life was over. Bei Min realized it himself, but even so, he was glad, because compared to false sympathy, straightforwardness was more pleasant. After school, Bei Min was walking home and the weather was terrible when just as he was on his way out, he was met by Su Yue. Su Yue noticed that Bei Min forgot his umbrella and suggested that they go home together. Soon, Bei Min asked Su Yue to stop protecting him because it made her stand out too much. Bei Min added that he was already used to judgmental looks, and Su Yue was different and shouldn't have gotten involved because of Bei Min. Su Yue didn't reply anything to Bei Min but silently stabbed him in the back as hard as she could. Bei Min was surprised and didn't expect Su Yue to hit a disabled person. Su Yue said that her feelings weren't important right now. Bei Min needed to take care of himself first and foremost, and then think for others later. Su Yue had taken the hint that Bei Min was a fool. Even subconsciously, the girl realized that Bei Min was weak, but he always stood up for her. Bei Min wasn't afraid of any of his offense when it came to defending Su Yue. Bei Min stated that if Su Yue is too painful to come to school tomorrow, it will be her own fault, and even if Bei Min fails the exam, it will also be Su Yue's fault too. As they continued walking home, Su Yue gave Bei Min sporks and made him hold an umbrella. Soon, Bei Min was calmly walking with Su Yue, but he accidentally hit the man next to him with his shoulder. A man grabbed his arm and started yelling that Bei Min had broken his arm. The other man immediately joined in the dialogue. The second man took Bei Min by his sweater and asked him how he would make amends for his broken arm. Bei Min replied that faking the injury was old-fashioned. The man with the allegedly broken arm pulled out a knife and said Bei Min did not fully understand the situation he was in. When Bei Min saw the knife, he immediately realized that the situation was quite dangerous and serious. Bei Min said he was sorry and revealed that he had no money at all, but the thieves didn't believe him. The thief said that a hottie like Su Yue wouldn't be hanging around Bei Min if he wasn't rich. Bei Min asked the thieves to stop, asking the thieves to talk things over in words. Bei Min offered the thieves all his money. One of the thieves said that Bei Min suggested it too late, and added that as punishment, Bei Min would walk home naked. Bei Min realized that the thieves were armed, and this was too dangerous a situation for Su Yue, and Bei Min had to protect her at all costs. Still, Bei Min decided to obey the armed thieves, and he took off his school uniform. The thieves started laughing with Bei Min, calling him an Iron Man because of his disability. But to the thieves' disappointment, there was only $100 in Bei Min's wallet, and that wasn't enough. The man remarked to his thief friend that Bei Min's iron limbs looked expensive. The thief replied to the man not to wait for anything, and immediately took Bei Min's limbs away. After all, according to the thieves, Bei Min was too insignificant and didn't need such things. The thief laughed again and said that old iron hand would not make Bei Min look like a normal person. Suddenly, the thief who was holding Su Yue was elbowed in the face as Su Yue couldn't take it anymore. Su Yue got into a fighting stance, turning to the first thief. She told him to return Bei Min's hand back to her. The thief hit Bei Min with an implant and said that he was even more of a loser if he was protected by a girl. The thief added that if he were Bei Min, he would rather die than live the way Bei Min himself does. The thief lifted the injured Bei Min's head and once again picked up on how pathetic Bei Min was. Bei Min turned to Su Yue and told her to run away as soon as possible and leave him behind. But Su Yue didn't want that. She couldn't just run away and leave Bei Min behind so easily. The thief presented the knife to Bei Min and said that if Su Yue, Bei Min was dear, she shouldn't have moved anywhere else. Su Yue said that she would do anything to keep Bei Min intact. The thief approached Su Yue, taking her hand. He slammed her into the wall with a swing to take revenge. The thief asked Su Yue how she was going to repay him for hitting his face from her elbow. Bei Min tried to get up. Raising his head, he told the thief not to touch Su Yue. The second thief sealed Bei Min's head into the ground and said that he couldn't even stand up for himself, so he should have kept quiet. Bei Min admitted that he was useless and said let the thieves bully him, but not Su Yue. Bei Min gathered all his might. He stood up and was able to push the thief away from him, as no one dared to offend Su Yue. Bei Min rushed towards the second thief and successfully pushed him to get Su Yue to get out. But after finishing his feint attack, Bei Min noticed that the thief had managed to stab him with a knife. Bei Min fell to his knees and implied that he had lost hope for life after the accident. But Su Yue gave Bei Min new hope. Bei Min swore that he would protect Su Yue at all costs, but he was so weak that he couldn't even protect himself. And because after her vow, Su Yue cried again because of Bei Min, and that was the last thing Bei Min would want to do. Bei Min remembered his mother's words, who said that even if she wasn't around, Bei Min had to move on with his life. During the accident, Bei Min did not give up hope and asked his mother to give him her hand as he wanted them both to survive. Bei Min tried to pull his mom out, but critically injured his arm in the process. Bei Min's mom slowly let go of her son's hand and said that she was sorry to leave Bei Min alone. But Bei Min had to move on as long as there was a single grain of hope living inside him. Bei Min's mom asked Bei Min to make a promise to her, and that he would move on with his life. After saying those words, there was a big explosion that took the life of Bei Min's mother. Doctors were surprised that Bei Min survived such a serious accident, but his arm and leg were dead and had to be amputated. When Bei Min woke up, in front of him was Su Yue in tears, who was happy that Bei Min had finally come to his senses. Bei Min tried his best to get back on track, for he had promised his mother that he could. Even though it was difficult, even though Bei Min didn't know what to do, giving up wasn't even in Bei Min's mind. At this moment, a part of the dark sky opened up. A bright light appeared in the midst of the clouds. A purple beam of unreal power and speed struck the ground, and struck directly at Bei Min. The beam hitting the ground was blinding and disorienting, but even so, Su Yue cared about what happened to Bei Min. The thieves were surprised, not expecting something like this, but assumed it was Bei Min's strength. Bei Min rose to his feet, a mysterious force swirled around his lost arm, and the lightning continued to strike. Suddenly, the lightning strike became even stronger, blinding everyone around and sealing Bei Min inside. Little by little, the surge of lightning began to fade away, and Bei Min's silhouette was visible, with a marvelous power around him. Bei Min's lost arm was resumed by his new strength, and behind him was a wolf's head. The thieves swept up that Bei Min was scaring them as his appearance changed. Bei Min's eye burned with a bright red light, and his teeth changed to depict fangs. Bei Min assumed the stance of a predator, being on 4 limbs, including his implants. Immediately after, an attack swept through one of the thieves, so fast that the bandit didn't realize what had happened. But the attack had its impact, for after it, the bandit ceased to feel his hand. Bei Min managed to pull the bone out of the bandit's hand, positioning it above him and leaving the man puzzled. After realizing the situation, the thief was afraid for his life and ran away so as not to die on the spot. Another thief dropped the knife and raised his hands, saying that he had nothing to do with it at all, for he was passing by. Bei Min ignored this thief, and the bandit started to run away as fast as he could, telling how he regretted it. The last bandit turned to Bei Min and asked who Bei Min was. After all, he had the strength of a great Tiangu. The last bandit turned into a demon and said that he was the same as Bei Min, adding that it was a misunderstanding. Bandit said that Su Yue only belonged to Bei Min and he wouldn't hurt her. The demon bandit quickly realized that Bei Min's demonic energy was too strong. Bei Min was behind the demon. The bandit was startled and ducked, but there was no attack. For as soon as the demon lowered his defenses, the spirit of the great wolf appeared beneath his feet to devour the demon. The next target of the possessed Bei Min was Su Yue, whom he was rapidly advancing towards. When Bei Min came almost tightly, he looked at Su Yue, who was trembling with fear. Su Yue asked Bei Min what happened to him, for he was somehow strange. Bei Min didn't say anything, but dared to attack Su Yue and revealed his sharp fangs. After that, a loud shout resounded over the darkness-covered city, which came from Su Yue. Bei Min remembered how his mom wanted to take him to a place to celebrate Bei Min's birthday. Mom took Bei Min to the temple, which he didn't like a bit. But Mom asked him not to complain, but to pray. Bei Min's mom revealed that Bei Min was very weak as an infant and was often sick. So his mom would come to the temple to seek the blessing of the Buddha, because now Bei Min was healthy and it was worth repaying the Buddha by praying for him. Bei Min started praying and said that it was very difficult for his mom to raise him alone. And Bei Min asked the Buddha to keep his mom healthy and safe. After the prayers, Bei Min's mom said it was time to go back home and celebrate for what it was worth. But on the way home, Bei Min and his mom's car failed to turn a corner and fell down the mountain, and it soon led to an explosion, which ended Bei Min's mom's life and took away Bei Min's limbs. Bei Min pondered why he deserved all of this, but some voice behind him said that Bei Min didn't even know who the gods were, but he was demanding blessings from them. Bei Min turned around and noticed the spirit of the wolf. The great wolf said that the so-called Buddha was no longer there anymore. The frightened Bei Min turned to the spirit of the great wolf and asked him who he was. The wolf replied that Bei Min shouldn't have known the wolf's name, and for good reason. The reason was that Bei Min should become the great wolf's food, and the name wouldn't change anything. With a scream, Bei Min woke up in the hospital, realizing that it was a dream and his life was not over. Bei Min stood up in his bunk and remarked that the smell of the place was all too familiar to him. Bei Min didn't notice the wolf behind him and was glad that the monster was just a dream he had had. The wolf appeared in front of Bei Min and asked him what Bei Min had done to him like that. Bei Min was scared of the great wolf and wrapped himself under a blanket to avoid seeing the beast. The wolf shouted to Bei Min what he had done to him, but Bei Min waved his hand away and said he hadn't done anything. The great wolf slapped his paw on the bunk and said that Bei Min's words couldn't be true. The wolf revealed that he had lost his physical body and divine power had attached itself to Bei Min. And the wolf didn't believe that Bei Min had done nothing. The great wolf threatened that he would chew Bei Min's throat if he didn't reveal what he had done. Bei Min apologized to the wolf and reiterated that he knew nothing about it, much less did anything about it. The great wolf swept up that Bei Min was too worthless a person to do such a thing. The wolf tisked and said that as soon as he was freed, was overthrown into the human world, underlining that Yang Jian was a bastard, but also the wolf couldn't remember Yang Jian's requests. But the wolf didn't care. He couldn't miss the opportunity to feast on the human world and then take care of the heavens already. The wolf turned to Bei Min and told him to remember that he would wipe all humans off the face of the earth. And afterward, Bei Min himself will serve as dessert after killing every last human being. The wolf jumped out of the window and told Bei Min to prepare his neck and wait for the wolf to arrive. After the wolf jumped out of the window, some chains appeared and rushed towards him. Chains began to wrap around the wolf's body, leaving him puzzled as to what was happening. Suddenly, the chain turned into a collar, locking onto the wolf and pulling him back up. The wolf turned around to look where the chain was coming from and noticed that the chain was straight from Bei Min's cot. Without letting the wolf realize what was happening, the wolf was drawn back inside Bei Min's bunkhouse. The great wolf immediately recognized what kind of energy it was and revealed that it was a spirit seal that was attached to Bei Min. Bei Min noticed the chain on his chest, and the wolf was trying to figure out where Bei Min got such strength from. The wolf got angry and asked Bei Min how he managed to seal the divine power of the wolf itself. Suddenly, a wave from the chain went through Bei Ming's body, and his head ached terribly badly. Bei Ming immediately remembered what happened when he was possessed, and the first person who came to mind was Su Yu-ai. Bei Ming remembered hitting the wall next to Su Yu-ai, but he didn't realize what he was doing. Bei Min began to remember all of Su Yu-ai's screams, and that she was asking him to come to his senses. Bei Ming remembered every single detail and was immediately startled, assuming that he had eaten Su Yu-ai. Bei Ming almost vomited at the thought of Su Yu-ai, and the wolf turned to Bei Ming and recalled it. The wolf licked his lips and remarked that Su Yu-ai's taste was excellent, and he quite enjoyed it. The wolf added that he was overthrown into this world and captured by Bei Ming. The wolf lost his body, so he was painfully hungry, so he ate Su Yu-ai right away. Bei Ming was broken, and the wolf mockingly asked if Su Yu-ai was dear to Bei Ming. Bei Min practically went crazy and started laughing maniacally for no reason at all. The great wolf suggested that Bei Ming had some kind of mental disorder. Bei Ming stood up and asked the god why he was mocking him. After all, he had taken away all the people he cared about, but kept a loser like Bei Ming alive. And additive for all of this, Bei Min was not allowed to even cry during the horrible periods of his life. Bei Ming turned to the demon and asked him about his identity and strength. The wolf in turn was surprised that Bei Ming didn't know about him. The wolf revealed that he had passed through 18 levels of hell to devour Yanluo, ascended to the heavens to devour the sun and moon, and he was going to eat anything he didn't like. Before the wolves, the underworld and the human world trembled in fear. The gods and Buddhas were terrified of Tiangu. Hearing this, Bei Ming asked the terrifying wolf if he was a danger to humanity. The demon laughed and said he was a threat of universal proportions to humanity. Suddenly, Bei Ming went to the window, and this startled the wolf. It immediately wandered to Bei Ming. Bei Ming climbed onto the window and stood there, while the wolf wouldn't stop asking him questions about why Bei Ming climbed up there. Bei Ming asked the wolf if he was afraid, and he remarked that he turned out to be right. Bei Ming picked up the chain and said that this strange chain, the spirit seal, bound the wolf and Bei Ming together. The wolf got angry and told Bei Ming not to piss him off, for he could devour Bei Ming in no time at all. Bei Ming said that the wolf was a dumb dog, for he was bluffing as he could have eaten Bei Ming a long time ago. The demon wolf swept Bei Ming's saw through him, for if Bei Ming's body died, the wolf's divine powers would disappear. The wolf got even more angry and said Bei Ming didn't dare to call him bad words. Bei Ming had noticed that the wolf was so omnipotent and vicious and could devour anything if it wanted to. But now, the omnipotent wolf was stuck with a useless piece of trash, like Bei Ming. Bei Ming walked closer and closer to the edge of the window, and swept that from this moment on, life had lost meaning to him. If Bei Min dies with that demon, he will do the world some good. The wolf turned to Bei Ming and said that being alive was beautiful, and the wolf was only joking. The wolf revealed that he wasn't even a demon. His name was Xiao Tian, and he was the companion of Erlan Shen, the heavenly guardian who was the apex of justice. The wolf told Bei Ming to get down now, but Bei Ming disobeyed and jumped from the window. The demon wolf immediately rushed towards Bei Ming to try and save him or grab onto him. As Bei Ming fell, he had already accepted his death and apologized to Su Yu-ai one last time. While the wolf and Bei Ming were falling, some purple slurry came down, surprising the guys. The purple mixture headed straight for Bei Ming and swept around his leg, grabbing it. The purple mixture was like a spider web. It squeezed Bei Ming's leg and pulled upwards. With one deft tug, the web jerked and pulled Bei Ming back to the window. Web was able to bring Bei Ming back to his chamber, leaving him in complete shock at what had happened. The girl who ran the web in question said that Bei Min shouldn't have done that. After all, he was a good boy. The wolf watched the girl with loving eyes, and Bei Ming wondered who the girl was. The girl approached Bei Ming and said that he smelled delicious. Asking why he was discouraged, the girl was too close to Bei Ming and asked, how could someone like Bei Ming waste someone like Bei Ming after all? Bei Ming didn't understand why, but he couldn't resist without realizing about what was happening. The demon wolf noticed that the smell from the girl was very strange, and something was wrong. The girl said that she should eat Bei Ming as punishment, revealing her face. Bei Ming pushed the girl and rushed back, surprised to notice another monster. The demon wolf shouted for Bei Ming to use the scissors to defeat the girl. Bei Ming didn't think for long and immediately guessed to use a leg grapple, scissors kick. The girl was not confused and dug into Bei Ming's stomach with her fangs, and he flinched in pain. The demon wolf revealed that he meant to stab the monster girl with scissors, not scissors out of her legs. And in fact, the wolf was absolutely right, as next to Bei Ming on the ground lay a pair of scissors. Bei Ming kicked the girl and said that the demon wolf should have said so right away. The girl grabbed Bei Ming's leg, saying that Bei Min was too naughty. The girl told Bei Min not to be afraid, adding that she would make him feel good, not hurt him. The girl climbed onto Bei Min and he took hold of her waist. The wolf was surprised that even in such a situation, Bei Min managed to grope the girl. But Bei Min didn't have bad intentions, and took the girl by the point and said that he didn't want the demon to impale him. Bei Min realized that if this continued, he would die. But he remembered that he wanted to die. But the instinct of self-preservation pissed off Bei Min. He was going to let the monster eat him quickly, then jump off the high-rise building. The great wolf noticed that Bei Min was up to something again, and he was once again angered by it. The great wolf turned to the girl and asked her how she dared touch his prey. The girl was surprised, for she noticed the famous Lord Tiangu who raised his voice. Although the girl thought that the wolf would just stand aside like this, the wolf picked up on the fact that the girl knew his name, but still dared to act so disgusted in front of him. The girl laughed and asked the wolf if he still thought he was the great demon who held 3 worlds in awe. The girl added that his status had changed since he had surrendered to that Yanjian. Because of these events, the legendary wolf changed from a terrifying demon to a common chained dog of heaven. The wolf got even more angry and asked the girl how dare she look down on him. The wolf rushed in and said he would tear the girl to pieces for her horrible words. But the wolf demon's lightning-fast attack was unsuccessful, as the girl calmly dodged it. The demon wolf didn't understand anything, as its attack didn't match its original strength one bit. But the wolf speculated that it might have been due to the fact that he was attached to Bei Min. The girl laughed and asked the wolf if he thought she would risk coming to them, unprepared. The monster girl revealed that she had been listening to the entire recent conversation between Bei Min and the wolf. The girl added that in addition to connecting with Bei Min, the wolf also lost all of its demonic power and shrank to the size of an ordinary stray dog. The demon wolf realized that at this rate, Bei Min would suck all the demonic strength out of Tiangu. The girl laughed and said that just thinking about eating Bei Min and his divine powers, appropriating Lord Tiangu's strength, was worth it. The girl couldn't contain her joyous emotions at this and swept her body into a hellish blaze. Tiangu said that this was outrageous, for he didn't think that his great name would be tarnished by the loser Bei Min and the preoccupied demon. When Bei Min came to his senses, the first thing he noticed was the girl's breasts and thought he was in heaven. But Bei Min realized everything quickly and asked the girl to kill him quickly instead of bullying him. While the girl was enjoying her meal, some apple suddenly flew into her neck. The girl turned her head in fury and asked who dared to interrupt her meal. The one who threw the apple was Su Yue, who had come to check on Bei Min, but didn't expect to see him in such a marvelous situation. Bei Min was insanely happy to see Su Yue, because all this time he thought he had eaten her up. Bei Min realized that the lying Tiangu had lied to him that he had eaten Su Yue when Bei Min had been possessed. Su Yue got angry and said that she bought the fruit on purpose and came to visit Bei Min. Su Yue started throwing apples, saying that Bei Min was role-playing behind her back, but Bei Min said it wasn't what she thought it was. The girl started to get up and said that since Su Yue was a witness, there was something she should have done. The girl rushed over to Su Yue and said that she would have to be her appetizer now. Su Yue was surprised at the girl's special appearance and thought she was in cosplay. The girl quickly reached towards Su Yue and was about to strike her with her huge claws. Su Yue realized the danger of the situation and counter-attacked the woman with a direct kick to the face. Su Yue remarked that she didn't expect Bei Min to have such specific tastes. Bei Min dismissed it as a misunderstanding. The girl stood up and noticed that Su Yue was quite a small girl, but had so much strength. The girl decided to show more of her true colors and revealed her claws from the back. The girl's claws were acting as a spider, and she swept her claws at Su Yue, who was not so lucky. Su Yue finally realized that this wasn't cosplay and was surprised at the sight of this monster. The girl immediately attacked Su Yue and pinned her shoulder with her claw against the wall behind her. The girl swept up that Su Yue's punch was also strong, and for that, Su Yue should feel the same pain. Bei Min turned to Su Yue and told her to run as the demon was too dangerous. The girl used the web and blocked Su Yue's movements, saying that she wouldn't run away that easily. And if Su Yue isn't a good girl, the spider demon will have to kill her. The girl heard Bei Min's voice telling the demon to let his friend go. Bei Min gave many scissor strokes on the demon claw, repeating for her to let Su Yue go. The demon stabbed Bei Min's body through and told him to finally shut up. The demon said that she hadn't hit any important organs and Bei Min wouldn't die simply, so he should have laid still and waited. Bei Min was covered in emotions of anger, humiliation, regret, persistence, powerlessness, and pain. The wolf noticed that Bei Min had a great reaction and asked him if Bei Min had a desire to survive. If Tiangu's guess about Bei Ming's desire to survive was correct, then the wolf had one suggestion for him. In some wondrous vision, Bei Min found himself in a completely different place, where the floor was covered with skulls and the moon shone brightly. Bei Min was dissatisfied that things always went wrong for him, and was trying to figure out if he was alive or dead. Tiangu appeared in front of him, saying that Bei Min, being human, did not value his life. For even insects were constantly trying to survive, but not Bei Min, Bei Min said, as if the wolf understood his pain. But Tiangu replied he didn't need to understand him, and Bei Min's past didn't interest the wolf. Wolf revealed that they were not in hell right now, but in Tiangu's consciousness. Wolf had no idea how Bei Min had sealed him and entered his consciousness, but that was not the edge of importance. Tiangu revealed that what matters is the fact that their life and death are interconnected. From then on, life or death was a common cause between Tiangu and Bei Min. Bei Min, on the other hand, replied that the wolf was unlucky because he was related to such a useless Bei Min who couldn't defend himself. The wolf added that Bei Min had absorbed many of his powers, but could not control them without Tiangu, and if Bei Min wanted to survive, he needed the wolf's help, because once he curbed those powers, the whole world would become a hunting ground. Bei Min said that he wasn't stupid enough to put the world in danger with the monster. Wolf said he stepped over himself to team up with trash like Bei Min, but he dared to reject him. Bei Min said, the stronger the wolf, the more valuable Bei Min's life was, and his was worthless. So Tiangu couldn't intimidate Bei Min, and they would never cooperate. But Bei Min put up his condition that Tiangu must obey him no matter what. Tiangu swept up that Bei Min had outsmarted him and had no choice but to obey Bei Min. The wolf decided to agree with Bei Min, and Bei Min was famously surprised at the wolf's quick decision. The wolf swept up that if Bei Min didn't hurry up, they would both die, whereupon they began to fly away from the wolf's consciousness. As the demon girl was about to start her meal over Su Yue, a surge of power struck Bei Min's body. The girl immediately smelled such a huge surge of demonic power and wanted to know its source. But she didn't have time to realize that the source was Bei Min, who deftly broke one of her legs. Immediately after that, Bei Min was over the girl, and said that no one dared to hurt Su Yue. Bei Min threw the demon girl into the wall and himself pulled Su Yue out of the web, taking her on his arm. Bei Min was surprised at his strength as he threw a simple punch, but there was so much power in it. Bei Min asked Su Yue to step back, for he would deal with the demon. But Su Yue noticed that Bei Min was injured. Bei Min said it was fine, and pulled out the claw that had previously pierced through him. Su Yue said that because of that, Bei Min could have died from a lot of blood loss. Su Yue didn't know what to do because if Bei Min died, she would have no one to take care of her, no one to love her, no one to marry her, no one to grow old alone, and no one to sweep Bei Min's grave. Su Yue cried and said that it was Bei Min's fault, because Su Yue didn't know what she would do if he died. Bei Min told Su Yue not to cry, and the wolf remarked that the girls were so restless. Su Yue had said so many things, although it could have been done with the last sentence. Bei Min suggested that he should have stuck the claw back into himself, but the wolf got angry and said he shouldn't have done that. Tiangu said that his demonic powers had stopped the bleeding and had already cured Bei Min's internal injuries. Bei Min looked at the site of the hole and noticed that the wound was indeed no longer bleeding, much less completely healed. Tiangu asked Bei Min how Bei Min's magnificent wolf strength was, noting that Bei Min's hearing, sense of smell, strength, reaction, regeneration, and other characteristics had noticeably increased. But Bei Min had to remember that this was only 1/1000th of a wolf's strength. And if Bei Min obeyed obediently, then maybe he would give Bei Min a little more strength to evolve with. Bei Min became serious and asked the wolf to repeat his words about obedience, but Tiangu replied that he was only joking around. Tiangu said that one had to be patient until he recovered and broke this spirit seal, then that was when Bei Min would pay the price. While Bei Min and Tiangu were ranting amongst themselves, some rock was launched at them. But Bei Min simply waved his hand and easily managed to break this stone into small pieces. The demon girl didn't think that Lord Tiangu would spit on honor and give Bei Min strength just to save his skin. But it was even better, because when the demon ate Bei Min, he would become a very powerful demon and would be able to evolve even into a deity. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she just had to eat Bei Min now. Bei Min dodged the girl's bite and stuck one of her paws into her mouth, which pierced Bei Min's body. Bei Min overpowered the demon girl and was able to throw her into the wall using one of her paws. Bei Min's throw was insanely strong, and was even able to break through the wall, sending the girl even further away. Bei Min was surprised himself, as he had not expected such great strength from his new Tiangu hand. Bei Min rushed into the fight, and happily said that he would now be able to teach the person who had wronged Su Yu-ai a lesson. Tiangu stopped Bei Min, as the hole in the wall had a layer of spiderwebs that Bei Min almost got caught in. The spiderweb was so sharp that it could easily cut the stone into small pieces. Bei Min swept up from this new power and almost walked into a trap. The girl regretted that Bei Min didn't immediately fall into her web and suggested that he lie down and wait for his death, because he was so cute in the beginning. Bei Min said that he was no longer at all what he was in the beginning, after which he took hold of the web with his hand. Bei Min tore up the cobwebs with words, saying a little thing like this wouldn't be able to stop him. The girl told Bei Min not to impersonate an omnipotent just because of Tiangu's strength. But Bei Min silently pulled the web to the end and completely ripped it out, which struck the demon in shock as her web was woven from the strongest heavenly threads. Hospital staff heard the fur coats on the 16th floor and told them to call security. The girl made the point that if she wanted to continue living as a human, it was impossible to let the staff see her true form. Bei Min asked the girl, didn't she want to eat it, but now she was hesitant and scared. The girl said that Bei Min rejoiced early. There were still a bunch of demons in the world who were attracted by Bei Min's surge of demonic powers. The girl said that the demons would come and devour Bei Min, wishing him good luck in the rest of Bei Min's short life. Then jumped out the window. Bei Min asked Tiangu if she was serious. Tiangu replied that as far as he knew, the girl wasn't lying. A lot of demons had lived in the human world since a long time ago. Bei Min suggested that in that case, they were in danger. But Tiangu replied that Bei Min had underestimated him, because demons like that girl would die before he could touch them. At this time, Su Yu-ai explained to the staff where the hole in the wall came from, excusing it as some kind of earthquake. Wolf said that the three worlds were in energy balance. Tiangu's several attempts to break through to the human world had failed. Even if he was able to pass through, his demonic powers were weakened by 90%, so demons in this world would be as easy to get rid of as pests in this world. However, Tiangu could constantly sense some dark chaos energy emanating from the human world. The wolf had a very bad feeling about the chaos energy in question, he thought. Bei Min picked up on the fact that the wolf had lied about Su Yu-ai, adding that the wolf might not have been as evil as everyone thought. But Bei Min wanted to know what really happened. The wolf asked Bei Min to show Bei Min a modicum of respect, since he was a 1,000-year-old great demon. Yi Tiangu simply couldn't tell Bei Min such a shameful thing that happened back then. After all, the moment Tiangu was on the verge of biting Su Yu-ai, she kicked Bei Min's body into the man spot. Tiangu felt all the pain and fell to the ground from such heartbreaking pain. Bei Min asked the wolf if there was anything else that happened back then, but he said nothing. Bei Min asked Tiangu why he was so nervous and asked him to tell him. The wolf said for Bei Min not to pester him, but to ask his girlfriend. Bei Min said that Su Yu-ai was not his girlfriend and they were just childhood friends. And the wolf asked Bei Min why he was so embarrassed about it. Later, Bei Min finally discharged from the hospital and swept up that it wasn't worth it to trust Tiangu's strength. But as long as he controlled them, then there was no danger. Now, Bei Min wanted to check how much the remaining characteristics had improved. Downstairs, in the stadium, almost a kilometer away from Bei Min, people in Chinese clothes danced with the music. Bei Min was surprised after all. He could clearly see the men's faces from a kilometer away from them. Tiangu asked Bei Min what he was doing since he wasn't in the mood to sit and stare at the stars. But Bei Min replied that he was testing out new abilities. Tiangu was surprised that Bei Min dared to test his strength, telling Bei Min not to look down on him. Bei Min asked what Tiangu knew at all. After all, comic book superheroes always tested their abilities before using them, so it was mandatory. Bei Min had to know what he could do so that he could then use those skills properly. Suddenly, Bei Min noticed something amazing with his supervision, and Tiangu wanted to know what that person had found. As it turned out, in one of the windows, a young girl was taking a shower, and it was clearly visible. But to the guy's surprise, the girl turned exactly where Tiangu and Bei Min's gazes were staring from. The wolf laughed, for Bei Min was scared of such a small thing and said that women's sixth sense was stronger than he thought. Bei Min asked the wolf not to equate him, for the dog was a pervert, and Bei Min happened to see a girl, but it didn't matter anymore as Bei Min wanted to continue exploring his new powers. Bei Min climbed to the very edge of the fence that stood on the roof, a tall building. Tiangu got angry and asked Bei Min what he was up to again, calling him a cretin. For the second time, Bei Min decided to jump down from a great height, frightening the wolf. Tiangu started to fall down with Bei Min, and noticed that Bei Min had an unhealthy fondness for jumping from high places, As Bei Min was falling down, he heard some girl turning to a man and asking him when he would divorce his old lady, for she couldn't wait any longer. The man said it would be quite soon, as he was dealing with an estate issue and didn't want to leave her a penny, and the girl remarked that the man was quite intelligent. Bei Min also heard talking from the cab. A man asked the driver to be a little faster, for if he was not home by midnight, his wife would bring him to his knees. The driver replied that he was trying to speed up, but it just so happened that they were caught in a traffic jam. Bei Min heard all the conversations from afar, noting that his hearing had become more sensitive. When Bei Min was already near the ground, he grabbed the lantern and did a somersault on it to flip himself over. Jumping down from the lantern, Bei Min noticed that his agility and resilience had apparently increased as well. After which, Bei Min landed on the ground without a single scratch on his body, and the great demon Tiangu was dragged down by a chain and quite unluckily fell straight to the ground. The girl told the man that Bei Min had scared her, and the man replied that there was nothing to be afraid of since he was nearby. The man turned to Bei Min and said that he had scared his beloved by asking what Bei Min was doing here. Bei Min corrected his crib and told the man to call him Lantern Man. The man soon recognized Bei Min, noting that it was a student from their school who was disabled, but mysteriously appeared in front of them. Bei Min's man was also quite familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. As it suddenly hit him, it was the dean. Bei Min couldn't understand what the principal was doing here, afraid that the principal had seen what Bei Min had done. Bei Min glanced at the girl beside him and remarked that from his memory, the principal didn't have such a young wife. Bei Min smelled some kind of odor and tried to find its source first, and the woman remarked that Bei Min was nasty. Without thinking for long, Bei Min realized that the smell came straight from the woman beside the principal. Bei Min said hello to the principal and apologized for not being very smart in class, apologizing again for bothering him. The principal didn't like the fact that he had to bump into him specifically, fearing that he had overheard the conversation between the principal and the girl. Bei Min turned to the principal and said that the woman next to him was not good and she smelled like another man. But the principal was a good man and shouldn't have let himself be deceived. The girl got angry and asked Bei Min what odor was being talked about, and the principal told Bei Min to shut up. Suddenly, Bei Min smelled another odor, immediately assuming that the smell was like something burning. The girl got angry and dumped the principal, saying they wouldn't date again. The principal was broken, and he wanted to vent his anger on Bei Min, but he ran away. For Bei Min ruining the principal's evening, he wasn't going to forgive him, and wanted revenge. A cab car nearby pulled off the road, hitting the steering wheel numerous times to scare people away. The car drove chaotically forward. The guy in the car told the driver to brake faster, but the driver said the brakes failed. Due to the failure of the brakes, the car crashed into a wall and flew into the air from the impact. The impact was so strong that the car flew into the air and the crowd dispersed in fear. Some kind of lightning ray of light swept through the audience, stunning people with its speed. One person in the audience was upset because he lost his animal costume helmet. The speedy man was Bei Min, who rushed to the rescue and grabbed himself a dog helmet. Tiangu, on the other hand, could not resist in any way, and was dragged by the chain behind Bei Min once again to keep up with him. Quite quickly, but Bei Min was able to catch up with the car and gathering all his strength, he was going to stop it from falling down. Bei Min put his arms out above him and prepared for the car to fall in order to hold it up. Bei Min's was perfect. He had enough strength to flip the car over and put it safely on the ground. The people inside the car still couldn't realize what had happened, because they were in complete shock. The audience nearby was surprised at Bei Min's strength and assumed it was the making of some movie. Bei Min pulled open the door to the car and asked its passengers if they were okay. The passengers said it was fine, and Bei Min replied that safety was first and foremost, and it was good that the guys were wearing seatbelts. While the audience was in amazement, Bei Min returned the wig to one of the men whose wig had come off, also telling the man that he was the best dancer Bei Min had ever seen. When asked about Bei Min's identity, he said that he was a nobody and started to walk away. With his extravagant exit, Bei Min left the audience not just in amazement, but also in shock. At this point, the audience assumed the movie was over, but one of the guys in the audience filmed the whole thing on his phone. When the next day, Bei Min returned to school, the bullies swept up that the former captain of the basketball team was back, who was quite stubborn, being the universal center of attention and popularity. One guy said that it was a pity, because if it wasn't for Bei Min's absence and the departure of the school's all-round sports, the basketball group would have been transferred to a key high school. The hope of increasing the number of places in key universities was lost. The second guy added that Bei Min was very unhappy, and he still felt sorry for him. The third guy asked the others to be a little quieter. After all, Bei Min himself could hear it. But the other guy replied that there was nothing to be afraid of. After all, it wasn't hidden. No one in the school was angry about it. Bei Min turned around to Tiangu and asked the one who was looking at him so intently. Wolf replied that he was congratulating Bei Min because he was ignoring the guy's conversation, noting that Bei Min had intentionally broken his arms and legs. Bei Min reached out to the wolf and asked him if he really wanted to try how it was, let him know. The wolf laughed and said that he didn't mean it, and it was just simple curiosity, and Bei Min told him to shut up. The guys behind him scoffed that Bei Min was talking to himself, noting that he was no different from his old self, remaining just as mentally retarded. Suyu A broke into the dialogue and wanted to know what the guys were chatting about, but they got scared and were about to run away. One of the guys said that Bei Min was pathetic because he was hiding behind Suyu A's woman's skirt. Tiangu suggested to Bei Min that he would kill these guys, for Bei Min's inner peace of mind. Bei Min told the wolf not to use that power, now it would be too much. After all, those guys are right. Bei Min should be held accountable for his act. The wolf snorted and said that he could see what a good heart Bei Min really had. Bei Min asked Tiangu what he even knew. After all, Bei Min wasn't that good. At this time, Suyu A was watching this. When Bei Min noticed Suyu A, he immediately turned to her and said that it wasn't about her at all. Bei Min said that he meant about what kind of person he was and knew what was going on. So then why bother with the opinions of others? Bei Min added that on top of that, Suyu A has been by his side the whole time, helping him in every way possible. Suyu A asked Bei Min where he got his special power from, asking if that power was hurting Bei Min. Bei Min said that everything was fine. There was no reason to worry, as Bei Min was completely healthy. Bei Min realized that he couldn't expose Suyu A to trouble because of him and his strength. Bei Min had to find some excuse to say how he got that power. Assuming it could be put down to the dog he had gotten himself. Suddenly, the dialogue was distracted by the announcement of something more important. The exam results were done. Bei Min was immediately interested in this and told Suyu A that they should have gone and watched it. Bei Min added that this test was about Suyu I's willingness to report, and she needed to take it more seriously. Suyu I still accepted Bei Min's words and decided to go look at the exam results. Bei Min, on the other hand, picked up on the fact that it was pretty close, as she asked everything straightforwardly. Bei Min told the wolf to leave him alone and to go do what he needed to do. Tiangu replied that he didn't want to follow Bei Min. It was all because of the limits of the soul lock, and if he tried to break it, it would rather blow Tiangu's soul to ashes than leave Bei Min's side. Bei Min laughed and said that it was all because Tiangu was just really scared. The wolf said Bei Min was a piece of shoe, asking if anyone had taught him respect for his elders, since he had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Bei Min said that he was a human and Tiangu was a dog and he couldn't have an age. But Tiangu replied that he had lived longer than Bei Min and knew more. Bei Min asked Tiangu for proof that he was older. But Tiangu said for Bei Min to try looking at him, for he was bigger than Bei Min. Tiangu said that if Bei Min lost it, he would cry like a little girl, because without his strength, Bei Min could be devoured by a demon at any moment. The wolf added that Bei Min had to be grateful to him for giving Bei Min a chance to live, and the wolf considered himself a reborn parent. The wolf continued to rant that a child shouldn't humiliate his parents, but suddenly he was pulled by the chain. Bei Min moved towards some sort of table as the wolf was pulled by the binding chain. The table showed the grades and ranking of the exams for high school students. In first place was Mu Ruxu, who the students said had taken that spot again. Bei Min, on the other hand, was in 20th place. Tiangu tried to find out where Bei Min's name was on the table. He replied that it was on the bottom right side. The wolf laughed and said that Bei Min had been last all along, remarking that his head had really snapped up. Bei Min told the wolf that he didn't pass the exam precisely because he was hospitalized, because Bei Min's grades were all zeros. Wolf asked Bei Min if he took the test seriously, what place would he end up in? Bei Min wondered where he would have ended up if he hadn't been hospitalized due to the car accident and he hadn't had delays in his rehabilitative training. Bei Min said, if not for these few problems, in short, Bei Min would not be in last place. The audience behind swept up that Bei Min had been last many times, and deserved it since their school was very prestigious. Ordinary people couldn't handle the pressure of studying, let alone Bei Min, who also asked for a vacation of 3 or 2 days. The principal found Bei Min. The principal was furious and told Bei Min to immediately go after him. While in the office, some lady met him and told him they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The guys swept up that Bei Min was so insignificant, but the headmaster was notoriously cruel and wouldn't leave Bei Min alone. The principal said that the woman Bei Min saw last night was actually the principal's distant sister, and it was better for Bei Min not to tell unnecessary people and students about her, but just forget about her. And according to the rules, Bei Min had to pass 3 exams, and Bei Min didn't pass any of them. The principal added that the teacher had asked to give Bei Min a chance to turn them in so he wouldn't fly out of school. But as long as Bei Min didn't blurt out what happened last night, the principal could find a way to keep Bei Min from flying out of school. Bei Min was happy to hear this. He bowed low and thanked the principal loudly. Bei Min knew that the principal was usually the one who wanted to kick Bei Min out of school the most, but now he was pretending to be a good person. The principal said that everything was fine, and advised Bei Min to prepare for the upcoming exam. Bei Min wondered one question to the principal: why he was so interested in last night's events. Bei Min was surprised, saying that he didn't know that he had seen the principal yesterday, and didn't know what it was about, adding that if everything was fine, he should have gone back to class. The principal was angry that Bei Min was making a fool of himself, saying that it would be a curse to keep Bei Min around him in this school. So the principal wanted to find a moment when he could kick Bei Min out of the school. Tiangu asked Bei Min why he cared so much about staying in this school. The wolf suggested Bei Min to leave school and breathe in a full breath, because there was no significance to it. It was better to follow the wolf and conquer the world. Bei Min said that Tiangu had lived for hundreds, thousands of years, but talked about the world like a bandit with crappy ambitions. But as it turned out, the school wasn't just a place for Bei Min to study. Bei Min had endured so much that the only thing he had learned was that he could not bow his head to difficulties, and he could not give up. For once Bei Min gave up, he would have nothing. The wolf laughed and remarked that Bei Min was much stronger in spirit than the wolf had thought. Bei Min came to the teacher's lounge and turned to the teacher who had questions for him. The teacher wanted to know why Bei Min wasn't in class the other day, assuming it was because of recent events. Bei Min confirmed the teacher's hunch, and she wanted to know about his condition at the moment. Tiangu watched the dialogue between Bei Min and the teacher, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. The teacher added that one should usually pay attention to rest and take care of oneself. When it came to teaching, Bei Min needed to take a break to rest, and the teacher wanted to help him out. Bei Min thanked the teacher, and the wolf was angry, asking if Bei Min had really come to school to gawk at the teacher. Tiangu asked Bei Min why he was smiling, since he had been very sad recently, noting that Bei Min didn't know what shame was, though the wolf had picked up on the fact that something still made sense and assumed Bei Min was an estrus, but something kept the wolf on his toes. There was some rather strange odor coming from the teacher. Bei Min was angry at Tiangu's action and told him to show him some respect. The teacher took out the paper, stood up from her chair, and asked Bei Min what he thought about it. Bei Min picked up the paper and read, realizing that it was an application for re-examination signed by the principal. The teacher prompted that she had no choice but to reapply for reconsideration within the next 2 days. Bei Min would have to carefully review the paper, and if there were any questions, then contact the teacher. The teacher put her hand on Bei Min's shoulder and asked him not to embarrass her. The teacher finished the dialogue and sent Bei Min to the classroom after explaining all the tasks. Bei Min turned to the wolf and said that he had warned him, so that the wolf wouldn't do such dirty and pathetic things again. The wolf blurted out that he was a lord who had trained for thousands of years and would never be interested in a human female. Bei Min pointed his finger and said that he acted differently back then, and the wolf replied, "At least this time, no." Wolf said that if Bei Min was worried about this teacher, then he had to be careful as he smelled a strange anger in her. Bei Min assumed that his teacher was a demon, but the wolf convinced him that she was a simple person. But the teacher's breathing was strange, as if she was surrounded by some evil spirit around her. And it was true, the teacher was quite a normal person, but there was a sinister spirit around her. Suddenly, an eyeless raven flew into the window and broke it, starting to flounder for no reason. Abruptly, Bei Min found himself in another dimension. He was surrounded by demons, and the largest of them towered in front of him. Just as Bei Min was trying to realize what had happened, some kind of light blinded his vision. Right after that, Bei Min was on the road, and some car was rushing straight at him. Bei Min noticed that inside the car was his mom and Bei Min himself, who were yelling out. But when the car crashed into Bei Min, he woke up, realizing that it was only a nightmare. Bei Min was surprised because he fell asleep before the exam, also saying that he had been having strange dreams lately. While Bei Min was trying to recover, he noticed that there were many crows outside the window. There were an excessive number of crows, and Bei Min felt some anxiety within himself, assuming that it was simple fear of the exam. But Bei Min's doubts were quickly dispelled, as after that, the principal entered the classroom. The principal put the papers on the table and said that he was supervising all 6 subjects that Bei Min was retaking. He would personally supervise Bei Min so that he could cheat. The principal had said that if he discovered any cheating, the results would immediately be cancelled and destroyed. So Bei Min couldn't blame the teacher for not giving Bei Min a chance if he didn't succeed. Bei Min swept up that he could get individualized attention from the principal, and he was touched by it. Bei Min was not going to let the director down at all. The principal noticed that Bei Min had started making a fool of himself again, and it embarrassed him. The principal slapped the table and said that there was no need for more unnecessary words, recommending Bei Min to start writing the exam now. Suddenly the school clock became very loud and it famously hit Bei Min's head. The school clock grew louder and louder, making Bei Min uncomfortable with its unbearable sound. The crows began to scatter from the tree. All the birds rushed into flight at once and cawed even louder. Bei Min swept up that he didn't remember the school bell being so loud, but it could be because of his enhanced hearing. Although Bei Min had felt strange before, the principal asked Bei Min what he had been doing and recommended that he write further and no longer distract himself from the test. Bei Min decided to forget about it anyway. He probably slept too late last night and was a bit irritable, so he felt weird. In any case, the exam was important, and Bei Min had no reason to be distracted by any weirdness. In the past 2 days, Su Yue had come to Bei Min's rescue, and he had nothing to worry about. With his super memory, he could do all the tests in a blink of an eye. But the realization quickly came to Bei Min that he didn't remember a thing from the test. Bei Min thought that all the attributes were increasing, but it turned out that it wasn't true at all. The principal slapped the table and told Bei Min to be quiet and finish the test faster. Bei Min thought that the strength obtained also gave intelligence, so he didn't take the test seriously. But Bei Min had to hold on since stabilization was a technology, and he could only rely on himself now. Time passed, the headmaster gave Bei Min an exam from a new subject time after time. Luckily, Bei Min wasn't stupid enough to not pass at least one subject out of all the possible subjects, but the last subject was history, the one he was least good at, and he definitely finished it on his own. To Bei Min's great fortune, Bei Min had prepared a plan of action in case of a history exam. The principal couldn't understand why Bei Min didn't put down his pen before he gave up. But no, Bei Min looked determined to get it, and not even trying to finally cheat. The principal decided to escalate the situation and positioned himself right in front of Bei Min on a chair. The director gushed that Bei Min had tried to challenge him in vain, as he could spot any cheat. Bei Min didn't like the principal sitting next to him, but he waited for Tiangu to come to him. Time passed, and soon the time would finally come to an end, meaning that Bei Min would have to pass the exam. While Bei Min Nakalno waited for the end of time, a crow flew in and hit the glass. As foreseen, some of the glass was broken. The raven had no eyes and was floundering in pieces of the window. Bei Min couldn't understand what was even going on here, assuming that all these oddities weren't coincidental. The raven that had broken the window was dead, and its corpse began to slowly move down the window, leaving a trail of blood behind it. The director was uncomfortable, and Bei Min asked him if he felt that something was wrong. The principal told Bei Min to stop with his nonsense. Bei Min had better not play a prank on the principal. After all, even if the building collapsed today, he would still be sitting across from Bei Min. After saying that, the whole school started to shake, and Bei Min said that it could have been an earthquake. The speaker said the gym building collapsed for unknown reasons, and the school was taking all possible steps to save it. The speaker asked no one to panic and stay calm. The director realized that he had said his words earlier for nothing. Bei Min asked the principal if he was going to go and see what happened there. The director said there was nothing to see there, and Bei Min had to stop worrying and write his test. The principal said that there were only a couple minutes left until the end of the exam and he didn't want to be late. Even if he went there, it would be after he finished with Bei Min. Bei Min realized that the principal was really trying to cause Bei Min a lot of trouble. The steam from Bei Min's mouth was an oddity since it was practically summer outside. And for some reason, the surroundings were getting cooler and cooler. This was too strange. Bei Min should have gone home early today with Su Yue because he had a bad feeling about it. Suddenly, Bei Min stood up and remembered that Su Yue was currently having a class at the gym that had collapsed. The director asked Bei Min what he wanted to do, assuming Bei Min was leaving. The principal advised Bei Min to think hard, and then not to blame him for not reminding Bei Min. But if Bei Min turned in a blank form, he would definitely be expelled. Bei Min asked the principal if he had seen the same $100 he had lost. The director asked Bei Min to give Bei Min the money so he could look at it. While the naive principal was looking at some money from Bei Min, he launched a small object at the wall. The principal said that there was no money there, and Bei Min should have taken the exam seriously. After all, this was his last chance, and it was impossible to slip away if Bei Min didn't want to be expelled. The object that Bei Min threw was an eraser, which hit the principal in the back of the neck. Bei Min did this to leave the principal unconscious, apologizing. He took the principal in his arms, after which Bei Min put the principal on a chair to sleep there, while Bei Min dealt with the problem. Bei Min didn't believe the whole problem was an ordinary earthquake, so he wanted to investigate. As for the exams, Bei Min wanted to let fate take its course, as the most important thing right now was Su Yue's safety, and he had to hurry to the gymnasium. As soon as Bei Min walked out of the office, he found himself in a distorted school that was dark red in color. As Bei Min continued walking down the corridor of the school, some bodies formed from the floor. In front of Bei Min appeared 3 monsters that formed from the walls, created from vines. Bei Min would assume that these monsters are the reason for what happened in the gym. Bei Min told the monsters to leave since he had no time for them. While Bei Min was angry at the monsters in front of him, Tiangu appeared behind him and asked Bei Min what he was doing. Bei Min asked the wolf why he had only returned now. After all, Bei Min had waited long enough that even the day lilies had frozen over. The wolf said that Bei Min shouldn't have had the nerve to blame him after all. He had risked his divine soul to find the answers to the test in the teacher's office. Bei Min said he was just anxious, and asked the wolf if he had found the answers, to which the answer was no. Bei Min told the wolf to forget about it since they had absolutely no time to worry about the exam now since the monsters were already in school. But as soon as Bei Min and Tiangu turned around to face the monsters, their trail was gone, and the wolf said that they had run away. Tiangu said that the weak monsters were not the main thing, asking Bei Min to look out the window. At the window, Bei Min noticed a huge creature and asked Tiangu where such a big demon came from here. Tiangu replied that if it was a simple demon, it would be in much better shape. But it was something else. The huge purple creature wasn't some demon. It was what was a true deity. Bei Min wasn't sure if this creature was a deity since evil was emanating from it. Especially besides the demons that came to this world, Bei Min wasn't sure there were deities. Tiangu said that this was not something surprising, for there were many celestial deities who came to this world at any cost, breaking the heavenly laws. Since ancient times, most of them were hiding under a foreign name. But the deity in front of them not only revealed their identity, but also became infected with an evil aura. There must have been reasons for this. Since the celestial deities had pure divine powers to protect themselves, they would never be infected by evil spirits so easily. Tiangu speculated that it could be the chaos energy that had invaded the human world already, but the wolf did not sense that energy in the deity. And the evil aura on the deity smelled just like the evil aura on Bei Min's teacher. Bei Min asked Tiangu to wait with his conclusions, and noticed that the place where the deity stood seemed familiar. Bei Min realized that the place where the deity was where the gymnasium was located, so this meant that the culprit behind everything was the deity. Bei Min rushed towards the gym, saying that he had to get there faster for fear that something had happened to Su Yue. Tiangu, on the other hand, stopped Bei Min and said that they wouldn't be able to defeat the deity with their current abilities. But as Bei Min ran towards the gym, Tiangu rushing after him, suddenly, the deity started howling loudly. Bei Min watched the deity and noticed that judging from its cries, it could be in pain. The deity opened its mouth out of the blue and started spitting out some kind of liquid. Bei Min couldn't understand why the deity was throwing up, thinking that he might have eaten something bad. But after the deity threw up, he began to disappear from the place little by little without a trace. Bei Min and Tiangu were surprised, not at all expecting such a marvelous outcome of events. Tiangu said that this case now, plus when he helped Bei Min find answers, Tiangu felt something in the school campus. After briefly thinking about it, Tiangu realized that in fact, the problem was actually this school at all. In a very short time, the deity disappeared completely, leaving behind only a huge crater. Security put up tape and lined the perimeter of the incident, giving no one a pass. One of the students pulled out his cell phone and then started calling security services. But the security guard snatched the student's phone and said that making phone calls was forbidden, as the school would soon sort it all out. The student asked the guards for his phone back, remarking that it couldn't be wrong that he was calling the lifeguards to rescue people. The second student was angry, not understanding the guards' intentions if they didn't allow help. The guards surrounded the students, and the students wanted to know what the guards were going to do, but they said they weren't going to do anything to the students. But they shouldn't have thought about going out anytime soon. Bei Min tried to pass through the guards, but he was stopped. Bei Min shouted to the guards to let him in, but the guards held him back. The guards pulled Bei Min back, saying that they were in charge of the place, but Bei Min insisted that the guards let him through. While the guards were holding Bei Min, she noticed that Bei Min had prosthetics on his body. As the guards lowered their defenses and didn't hold Bei Min back, he took the chance and rushed forward. But the guard was able to hold him back and said that they could handle everything without Bei Min's help. Bei Min said that there weren't even basic rescue tools here, and the guards weren't even going to rescue on their own. The disciples were surprised that Bei Min was going against in front of the gangsters when others were afraid of them, but verbally supported Bei Min. The students couldn't stand the gangsters' horrible attitude and told them to get out of their school. But the gangsters quickly silenced the small group of students and stopped the rebellion against them. The guard who was holding Bei Min in a grip noticed that Bei Min suddenly became stronger. Anger consumed Bei Min. He was practically on the verge of using his strength. Tiangu was in agreement with Bei Min's desire to beat up the guards, but using his strength in front of everyone was a bad idea, for by doing so, Bei Min would no longer be able to stay in the school. Bei Min swept up that now was not the time to think about it. If something happened to Su Yue, then Bei Min had no reason to stay in school. The guard couldn't understand what was going on with Bei Min and why he was communicating with himself. Suddenly, another earthquake struck the area, and a huge layer of dust covered the field of vision for the guards. As soon as the guard let go of Bei Min, he used all his strength to run as fast as possible. Bei Min prayed that Su Yue would hold on and wait for Bei Min's extravaganza to arrive. The guards couldn't understand what kind of sudden earthquake it was, much less to cause such thick smoke. The second guard said that Bei Min couldn't have done it since he was disabled, but advised the guard to keep vigilance. While one of the guards was looking into the smoke, he noticed Bei Min's silhouette and immediately wanted to grab him, but the guard's hand went through Bei Min's body and he began to disappear in a layer of smoke. At this time, Bei Min was behind the guard and knocked him out with a single punch to the back of his neck. The other guard couldn't make out what was going on because of the thick smoke, but realized that not everything was okay. But before he could even look, the guard received a devastating punch to the stomach from Bei Min. Bei Min had to hurry up and knock out all these people. He couldn't let the guards get in his way. Thanks to the layer of thick smoke, Bei Min had a huge advantage and could easily deal with the guards one by one. Soon, Bei Min had disposed of all but the last two guards, which he immediately moved towards. This time, the guards grouped together. One of them called the rest of the guards trash, because they couldn't handle one high school student. The guard said he would shoot Bei Min with one bullet, but the other told him to put the gun away. The guard asked his co-worker how he was going to explain himself to his boss if he killed someone on school grounds. Not to mention that the guard's job this time was to warn, not stun someone. The guard pulled out a taser and said that would be enough to solve the problem in an easy way. The guard was confused that his co-worker was ignoring him. He turned to him and asked if he could hear him. Once the guard took a closer look at his colleague, he noticed that he had already been knocked out by Bei Min. The guard told Bei Min not to be so sure and tasered him in the neck. But the taser blow on Bei Min was nothing. He didn't even flinch from the taser on himself, and asked the guard if that was all he could do. The guard couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, he had tasered Bei Min in the neck, and he was fine. Bei Min began to awaken his power when, as the guard asked him who he was, Bei Min knocked out the guard with a lightning-fast movement and said that he was just handicapped. Immediately afterward, Bei Min ran to the wreckage and asked Tiangu how things were. The wolf said that he had asked Bei Min to be more polite when he asked him for help. Tiangu said he had already checked here. There were 15 students buried under the rubble. They were breathing heavily, but their vital signs were normal. They were not seriously injured. However, if the students were not pulled out, they might get hurt. But the wolf was still worried about something else. What worried the wolf was that the evil aura that kept pouring out from under the rubble did not stop. Bei Min said that it wasn't worth caring about the evil aura at first. Rescue was much more important, for there was no time to wait on rescuers. Bei Min said that he didn't care, even if he had to dig with both hands. He had to save the students under the rubble. Bei Min decided to calm down and try to focus his attention so that he could feel the disciples breathing. As soon as Bei Min felt his disciples breathing, he began to lift the stones from the rubble pile. Bei Min threw huge stones away, giving his best to lift such weights. Bei Min came to the deepest place of the rubble. He started to break the rocks with his hands. The students could not understand what was happening behind the curtain of smoke, as the noise was quite loud. Some assumed it was a second collapse, but the students realized they couldn't do anything about it. Finally, Bei Min reached the biggest rock, the slab that held everyone under the collapse. Bei Min realized that the disciples were right under this stone, but he was already tired of moving the stones around. Still, Bei Min gathered his strength together to lift this huge stone and free his disciples. Bei Min tried his best and lifted the stone little by little, but Bei Min could barely hold it up. The shifting of such a huge rock raised an even more enormous veil of smoke around the wolf swept up that Bei Min was really putting his best foot forward, for this stone weighed at least 10 tons. True, but slowly Bei Min lifted the stone higher and higher, revealing the rubble pile. Lifting the stone enough, Bei Min noticed Su Yue, who wasn't injured but was holding on to her hand. With tears but a smile on her face, Su Yue rejoiced as Bei Min came to Bei Min's rescue. Bei Min held the stone and cheerfully said that he had come to help Su Yue with the rubble pile. After the students retreated from under the rubble, an ambulance arrived at the scene of the incident. Students were surprised to see the principal at the scene of the gymnasium collapse incident. The man reminded the principal that he was supposed to have a meeting with someone at that time. But the principal said that upon hearing the news, he ended the meeting and rushed back in. Bei Min was able to get all the injured students out from under the rubble and led them along with Su Yue to the ambulance. The students were shocked because they didn't expect that Bei Min could actually save everyone. The disciples couldn't understand how it was possible since Bei Min can't even walk normally, but was able to save people. Some disciples praised Bei Min for his courage. The principal turned to Bei Min and personally thanked him on behalf of the teachers and students for saving the day. Bei Min said that the director misunderstood him, for he only helped Su Yue, not the others. Su Yue tried to ask Bei Min for his strength, but he said that it wasn't time to explain anything yet. It was better worth saving the others. Bei Min added that his abilities should be kept secret at school. He didn't want others to know because it could cause problems. Bei Min turned around to Su Yue and said that this blockage could be because of him. Su Yue understood what Bei Min was reluctant to say. There must be a reason for it. But Su Yue chose not to ask such questions. The director said not to. But the director praised Bei Min for throwing himself into the rubble to save people even if it was hard for him to move. The students started clapping, confirming the principal's words, and apologizing to Bei Min. After a brief applause, the principal asked the students to calm down from the flattery that followed. The principal said that before the school was renovated, the incident was caused by a spillage of construction personnel. But fortunately, there were no serious casualties. And from this day onwards, the school will have a serious reflection. Those people in special uniform professionals whom the principal invited, he apologized for the inconvenience they created at the scene of the incident. The man started clapping his hands and said that all the students had heard the principal's explanation. Everything was fine. Now the students could go home and the school would deal with it properly. Tiangu noticed that the headmaster had an aura fitting the same evil spirit as that Bei Min teacher. But Tiangu noticed that it was like there were other secrets behind this school. Although Tiangu couldn't see it because of the evil spirit. But this was exactly what he wanted to do. Tiangu surmised that the high concentration of evil energy could be used to enhance his demonic power. Maybe through this, the wolf would be able to unlock the rest of his abilities. Bei Min asked Su Yue why she won't go to the hospital. But she said she only has a small bruise. Bei Min said that no matter what, Su Yue should go to the hospital to get checked out. And Bei Min offered to go together. Lin Lin said that it's great, because Su Yue is really lucky to have such a great boyfriend who cares about her. After that, Ling Ling asked what stage their relationship was at, but Su Yue said that it wasn't like that. Bei Min asked Su Yue why her face was so red. Su Yue realized in her mind that Bei Min really cared about her. Su Yue dismissed that it was nothing like that. When in her mind she knew that Bei Min's feelings for her had more to do with sibling love, even though they had grown up together. This attitude was more than enough for Su Yue. During her reflection, Bei Min didn't understand what was going on at all. The wolf told Bei Min that it was still too early to leave, as this was not the end, and not at all the time to let his guard down. Tiangu asked Bei Min, didn't he notice what that deity spat out from his throat? Bei Min said that he needed to think about it and remarked that he had felt faintly breathless earlier. But Bei Min managed to remember. What the deity spat out was something similar to a demon. The wolf said that these demons hadn't left the school campus yet. Although Tiangu didn't know their intentions, but he knew that if they ignored and left things as they were, many people in this school would die. And Bei Min wondered why the wolf hadn't informed him about this before. Bei Min told Su Yue that she would go to the hospital first, and he would do something and come to her. Wolf, on the other hand, didn't expect that Bei Min had such a simple side to him. The wolf remembered the emotions of justice and compassion, which were human weaknesses, and he would have to use them next time. While the wolf was pondering his weaknesses, Su Yue moved to look for the demons, and the wolf asked Bei Min to wait for him. Some mysterious girl was watching the whole incident from a couple of kilometers away from them. From the whole situation, the girl was able to recognize Bei Min, but continued to watch what was happening. At this time, the girl was telling her boyfriend about today's incident when the gym was destroyed, but fortunately, the girl missed gym class and did not attend it. The guy said that everything was fine because if something had happened to the girl, he would have rushed to save her. After that, the guy asked the girl for a kiss, but she refused because the school could see them. But even so, the guy insisted and pointed out that it was already deep evening, and the place was empty. The girl still believed the guy. Getting up, she cheerfully said she agreed, but she needed to step away to the restroom. The guy at this time was insanely happy as Lily was so cute, and he felt good that he could date her. Some time passed, and the guy kept wondering why Lily hadn't come back yet, after a long time. Around the corner where Lily had gone, the guy heard a strange sound, assuming that Lily had finally returned. The guy went to the corner and asked Lily why she only came back now, motioning for the girl to hurry up and kiss him. When the guy finally saw the girl, he was terribly frightened, because in front of him was no longer the same Lily, but a terrifying demon. Lily asked the guy to come up to her and kiss her, but the guy only blurted out that Lily is a monster. The guy tried to run away, but Lily stopped him and asked why the guy was running away. Because he told her that he would be the one to come and save her. Lily's eyes disappeared, and she let out a loud cry that she was in terrible pain and continued to scream. The guy was scared so badly that he started sobbing, begging Lily for her to let him go. The mysterious girl said, "Let the ice lotus that blooms on the deadly ice field blossom." Small chunks of ice appeared around Lily's hand that was holding the frightened guy and surrounded it. A second after that, chunks of ice exploded and tore Lily's arm into 2 pieces, freeing the guy. Lily was angry that someone had the audacity to attack her, much less chop off her arm. The girl stepped a step closer and said that the innocent Lily was already absorbed, noting that she was late. The girl turned to the demon and said that he even had to borrow someone's body to talk, and yet he tried in vain to find out the girl's name. The girl raised her power and swept the ice and snow, would be the last thing the demon inside Lily would see. The demon stated that he recognized the girl. She was the queen from the school, Mu Ru Hui. But the demon didn't expect Mu Ru Hui to look cold-blooded and elegant. The demon increased several times its size, exceeding its strength before, and dared to attack Mu Ru Hui. Mu Ru Hui realized that these were finally the last words for the demon inside Lily's body. Mu Ru Hui used the water around her to turn it into winter abyss ice and recreate the sword. Demon realized that Mu Ru Hui was a night hunter and swept up that she didn't expect someone like Mu Ru Hui to be someone from the Chongming house. Mu Ru Hui didn't reply anything in return, but only quietly rushed over and inflicted many cuts on the demon's body. As soon as Mu Ru Hui landed on the ground, the demon's body began to disintegrate into pieces, and the demon screamed in pain. As Bei Min and Tiangu ran towards the scene, Bei Min noticed that the demon's breath suddenly disappeared, and Tiangu noticed that someone had taken the first step before them. Bei Min was surprised and asked Tiangu, was there really anyone besides him in this school who had unusual abilities? Wolf revealed, Mole, there are already demons and deities in the human world. It wasn't surprising that there were people with extraordinary abilities, but it wasn't easy to tell who was an enemy or a friend. Bei Min said that it didn't matter who this enemy or friend was. After all, as long as their goals matched, they could take him to them. Finally, once Bei Min and Tiangu arrived at the scene, they noticed that the demon was dead, and Mu Ru Hui was standing on top of it. Bei Min didn't recognize the girl and asked her who she was, and Tiangu thought Bei Min was joking around. Tiangu continued to observe Bei Min's awkwardness and thought that he was stupid, after all. He didn't think Bei Min had said that on purpose. Mu Ru Hui said that Bei Min smelled like a demon, but that wasn't worth mentioning right now. Mu Ru Hui added that when she thought about how Bei Min had saved others, she had originally wanted to let him go, but her plans had changed. The wolf, on the other hand, didn't understand what Mu Ru Hui was talking about at all. The girl ended her words by saying that Bei Min was now out of luck since he had learned her secret, and because of that, the girl had no choice but to kill Bei Min, who was knowledgeably surprised from the sudden attack. Bei Min asked Mu Ru Hui again who she was, because Bei Min himself didn't even know who she was. But without listening or answering Bei Min's questions, Mu Ru Hui continued to ruthlessly attack the guy. Bei Min asked if Mu Ru Hui was aiming at Bei Min's manhood, noting that she was quite skilled in the method of cutting off human bloodlines. The girl got angry, calling Bei Min insolent, and he kept dodging Mu Rushue's attacks and asking her to stop. Bei Min said for Mu Ruga to calm down. After all, they could talk about it and resolve things peacefully. Mu Rushue was surprised that Bei Min was dodging her attacks so easily, but put it down to Bei Min just being lucky. After analyzing the situation, Mu Rusue noticed that Bei Min's chest was his weak point. The girl immediately decided to take advantage of this and struck Bei Min's weak spot, thinking that it was over. But Mu Rushue's confidence quickly fell as Bei Min blocked the girl's attack with one hand. Mu Ruguk noticed this, noting that it was impossible to block her punch with one hand. At this time, Bei Min began to read Mu Rushue's student ID card to find out who she was. Mu Rushue tried to attack Bei Min and jumped back, but the attack was unsuccessful. Bei Min continued to read Mu Rushue's ID card and noticed that she was just like him. Mu Rusue tried to be calm, but she couldn't understand when Bei Min had managed to take her student passport away. Soon, Bei Min clapped and said that he finally understood why Mu Rusue was so angry with him. Bei Min turned to the wolf and said that he remembered Mu Rushue's name. She was known as the ice goddess of their school and was an influential figure. But rumors about her had reached him. But Bei Min really hadn't seen her before. So it must be because Bei Min couldn't recognize Mu Rusue. She was evil. Tiangu, on the other hand, said that Bei Min's brain was eaten by dogs. Mu Rujuk told Bei Min that he wasn't such a weak demon and that she had underestimated him. Mu Rushue added that Bei Min made her unleash her true strength in order to fight Bei Min. Tiangu smelled Mu Rushue's breath and soon realized that this breath was rather familiar. Tiangu noticed a huge ice crystal with a snowflake mark on it and remembered Qingnu's name. Bei Min immediately wanted to know who Qingnu was, and Tiangu said that Qingnu was the god in charge of cold and snow. While Bei Min was surprised that Mu Rushue was a goddess, she declared that she would put an end to Bei Min. Mu Ruzug surrounded herself with ice and used the snowstorm ice dance ability. Bei Min continued to run away from Mu Rushue and told her to listen to his explanation. Bei Min asked Tiangu to quickly think of a way out for him, but he ignored him, and this worried Bei Min. At this time, Tiangu thought deeply, thinking about the fact that the evil deities appearing out of nowhere were already more than enough. But it just so happened that even humans could have divine powers within them. For Tiangu, this human world was too crazy, but in a situation like this where information didn't connect, it was too disadvantageous to Tiangu's advantage. While Tiangu was in deep thought, he was interrupted by Bei Min's words, who begged Mu Rushue for mercy. Tiangu turned to Bei Min and asked him why he kept running away instead of attacking. Bei Min continued to run away, climbing the wall, and told the wolf to attack himself. Bei Min asked the wolf, "Didn't Tiangu know one thing about Bei Min? Why didn't he attack the girl?" Bei Min jumped back and revealed that he is always soft and gentle towards girls. Mu Ruga told Bei Min that if he was weak, he should have stopped making excuses for himself. Mu Rushue continued to attack Bei Min and made a bet on how long Bei Min could still dodge. Bei Min said in his opinion, Mu Rushue just hadn't realized Bei Min's real motives yet. After which, Bei Min began to repel Mu Rushue's crystals without any labor, one after another. Ice crystals fell at Mu Rushue's feet and surrounded her, which she was very displeased with. After that, with a deft move, Bei Min was able to rush towards Mu Rushue and was right in front of her nose. Bei Min asked Mu Ruguk to spare him, for he too was a good man, and was also here to get rid of the demon. Bei Min revealed what was concerning the demonic energy on her, and Mu Rushue's abilities. Then it could be explained by the fact that everyone had their own skeletons in their closet, and the guys had to be lenient with each other. The storm began to curl again, and Mu Rushue suddenly shouted for Bei Min to stop talking nonsense. After which, Mu Rushue added that a demon is a demon no matter what it is. And despite the circumstances, Mu Rushue jumped into the air and was about to strike Bei Min, saying that all demons should die. As Bei Min continued to block Mu Rushue's attacks, they heard some laughter in the distance. The demon that was inside the body, Lili, moved to her boyfriend's body and said that he wouldn't let the night hunter get in his way. Mu Rushue was extremely surprised, as she was sure that she had already finished with this demon long ago. After the demon laughed again, the ground beneath him sagged and created a small earthquake. The demon asked if the lowly human beings had tried in vain to fight the deity. Bei Min swept up that it was a deity again, asking why they had so many deities in this day when, as a wolf, tried to recognize the deity in front of him. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he knew what kind of deity it was. The wolf replied that yes. The wolf remembered the creature. The deity turned out to be the Naga who had sworn to the guardian king of the West, Virupaksha, during his birth ceremony. But Tiangu couldn't remember the Naga's name. While Tiangu was trying to remember the Naga's name, he noticed that this deity had already transformed from a snake to a dragon. But a Dracono-like form was strange, as Tiangu couldn't find the Naga's head on his head. Mu Rushu stated that she didn't care whether it was a deity or a demon, since he was harming the world either way. Mu Rushu jumped into the air and swung at the Naga, saying that she should die. But Mu Rushu's strike was useless, as her ice sword broke against the deity's body very easily. The deity counterattacked Mu Rushu, but she was not defenseless and was able to defend herself. Naga continued to strike Mu Rushu's shield again and again, breaking it apart little by little. Soon, Mu Rushu's shield still failed. Breaking the shield, Mu Rushu was thrown backwards. Mu Rushu realized that this might have been the limit of her divine power, but in the end, it was like this. Mu Rushu couldn't understand how she would be able to catch up with her beloved sister in terms of divine power. While Mu Rushu was on the verge of falling, Bei Min jumped into the air to save Mu Rushu. Bei Min took Mu Rushu in his arms and told her not to be such an impulsive goddess. When Bei Min landed on the ground, he shattered the ground beneath his feet and made a spurt of his strength. After which, Bei Min said that Mu Rushu should have left this matter to him, since this fight is a matter of men. Mu Rushu was famously embarrassed by Bei Min's action and asked him to let her go. Bei Min once again turned to Mu Rushu and asked her to grant the battle with the deity to him. Mu Rushu was still embarrassed, but said that she would still trust Bei Min. Bei Min finally stood in front of the deity and told Tiangu that it was now their turn to shine. But as soon as Bei Min rushed into action, he shamefully fell to the ground face first, leaving an awkward silence. The deity chose to remain silent in front of Bei Min's shame and simply attacked him with its tail. Tiangu covered his eyes with his paw and said that he couldn't afford to embarrass himself like this in front of others. But Bei Min returned to the battle, starting to raise his deity tail, and said that he had already endured for too long. Bei Min started to raise the deity, saying that already the jokes were over and the enemy had asked for it himself. Bei Min's strength was stronger than anyone expected, as he was able to completely lift the deity and throw it over himself. Mu Rushu was shocked when she saw that Bei Min had managed to throw the deity over himself. Bei Min sunk his claws into the deity's body and continued to lift him up, prompting the demon to not wait for mercy. Bei Min began to spin the deity above him, calling this technique a windmill technique. With each passing second, Bei Min unwound the Naga deity faster and faster. After spinning the deity to the point where the human eye could not catch the speed of the deity, but Bei Min was a little overzealous with the speed of the twists, and he started to get motion sickness during the deity's rotation. Before Bei Min lost control and fell to the ground, he decided to throw the deity as far into the air as possible. After which, he turned to Mu Rushu and said that the matter was now entirely up to her. Mu Rushu said that she didn't need to be reminded, then asked the goddess of ice, who was watching over a distant and very cold place, to listen to Mu Rushu's prayers and give her snowfall on this land. Ice that could freeze this world to imprison the enemy in eternal sleep. After saying those great words, Mu Rushu used the technique of eternal frost prison. Suddenly, the deity's body began to cool down, and ice flew to his body at a rapid pace. And in a split second, the ice crunched, imprisoning the deity in a prison of eternal frost for all eternity. Tiangu noticed that Mu Rushu could use Qingnu's advanced spells, but he didn't understand how she was related to him. Once the deity's body was completely covered in a layer of ice, it promptly fell to the ground. Bei Min observed that the block of ice was like a work of art, but questioned if that could seal it completely, also asking what they would do with the deity, assuming that they would leave it as a sculpture at the school. Mu Rushu said that it wasn't worth worrying about since someone would come and deal with it sooner or later. Hearing this, Bei Min assumed that they could now talk to Mu Rushu in peace. Mu Rushu said that she had nothing to talk to Bei Min about, calling him a little demon, and if Bei Min immediately disappeared from Mu Rushu's sight, she would pretend that she didn't see him. Bei Min couldn't understand why all the goddesses were so tsundere. Tiangu assumed that being a tsundere was pleasant for a while, so by continuing to be a tsundere, one felt good about oneself. As Bei Min and Mu Rushu chatted, the eternal ice that held the deity within was broken. Mu Rushu couldn't understand how this happened after all. No one had ever broken the eternal frost prison before. Bei Min noticed the unexpected attack from the deity and was able to throw Mu Rushu away from her, exposing himself to the blow. One of the deity's tentacles pierced through Bei Min's body, after which he took hold of it. Bei Min stuck out a tentacle from his body and asked why exactly he was the one who always got injured. Mu Rushu was worried about Bei Min, but he said he was fine and asked Mu Rushu to move away since the deity was strange. While Bei Min was trying to understand the feature of the demon in front of them, some humanoid appeared in the shadows. The demon said there was an ancient saying in the human world that said that a small body often sheltered a great soul. The demon swept up that it was a good move for him to leave his huge body and enter a human body. Just like a sword on a taut string, infinite power could erupt at any moment. Bei Min decided to attack the deity, noting that humans had another old saying. The saying Bei Min was referring to was that the villain died from talking too much. The deity took Bei Min's hand and said that the demonic power he was emitting was powerful indeed. Bei Min didn't realize what had happened. After all, he had struck with all his might and the enemy had blocked so easily. Deity said that it was all over for Bei Min and began to slowly break his prosthesis. The power of the deity easily broke Bei Min's prosthesis as he began to scream in pain while doing so. The tentacles from the deity's back started beating Bei Min. His whole body was receiving blows and he couldn't fight back. Bei Min didn't have the strength to resist. The energy gap between him and the demon was too great. Bei Min still realized what the power of a true deity was like. The deity delivered a finishing blow to Bei Min's chest and sent him flying back to his home country. Bei Min hit the wall and stopped. Tiangu noticed that Bei Min had lost his prosthetic arm. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and said that it looked like all of them would have to die here today. The wolf was silent as he looked at Bei Min, while he asked if a mortal like him could defeat a deity at all. Tiangu was surprised that Bei Min was already about to give up, noting that he was originally such a person, but Bei Min shut him up. Bei Min swept his body's muscles and bones were all broken. He couldn't even move. Wolf said that in his opinion, with the demon's powers, it was still not enough to fight a deity. Suddenly, Mu Ruxue froze Bei Min's body. Bei Min asked her what it was, and Mu Ruxue said that she was using ice to seal Bei Min's body to reduce internal bleeding, which could temporarily keep Bei Min alive. Mu Ruxue added that this wasn't originally Bei Min's battle, and he might not have interfered already. Bei Min asked Mu Ruga to wait, as she would simply die if she attacked on her own. Whereupon Bei Min suggested that he would distract the deity. Mu Ruxue ignored Bei Min and said that seeking death was the purpose of her birth, for they, as part of the deity guardian clan, had constantly faced death since birth. Life and death, it was nothing but the alternation of the beginning and end of the deity guardian clan's mission. Bei Min begged Mu Ruxue not to leave. Later, the deity swept up that clan of guardian deities, served and honored the gods and for generations, and could harness their powers as well. But in the end, the deity defeated Mu Ruxue since the deity guards were not real deities. Bei Min couldn't bear to see Mu Ruxue lose and asked the wolf to think of something. After all, he wasn't always bragging about how amazing and strong he was for nothing. Tiangu revealed that there was another way, but for that, Bei Min had to let the soul of the wolf enter his body. This would activate the strongest powers in the wolf and Bei Min. Bei Min asked the wolf if the wolf was just plotting to use this opportunity to take over Bei Min's body. But the wolf asked Bei Min to answer his question. Wolf added that it was fine that Bei Min didn't want to accept his decision, since the worst-case scenario was that they would just all die together. Bei Min said that he didn't care, but he chose to prefer to believe the wolf. After all, he had to kill this monster, and still allowed the wolf to take Tiangu's body. The wolf had been holding back for a very long time, but he had finally succeeded. As soon as Tiangu received permission to merge, he unleashed his power in Bei Min's body. The deity suddenly smelled that Bei Min's demonic strength had suddenly increased and transformed in appearance. Bei Min famously changed in appearance. His hair turned white and grew out. His clothes changed as well as the rest of his appearance. And Tiangu noticed that he got the feeling of his body returning. Tiangu swept up that Bei Min was so naive, for he only needed a few words to make him believe. But Tiangu was surprised that Bei Min thought that he couldn't defeat the snake. But the wolf revealed that he had been controlling the amount of energy he was giving Bei Min all along. The demon remarked that it was very noisy, after which he threw Mu Ruxue to the ground, saying that he didn't care who Bei Min became. The deity said that all the people he saw, they had to die. Tiangu asked the deity to open his eyes wide and get a good look at who he was while fending off the Naga's blows. The deity took a closer look at Tiangu, and immediately realized that it was his boss Xiao Tian, while the wolf noticed that they hadn't seen Xiaohua in a long time. Tiangu remarked that the deity was very cute before, but now she was making herself look like this. Xiaohua replied that it was because she didn't listen to Tiangu's words, and secretly came to the human world to play around. Naga revealed that she was unexpectedly caught by these disgusting people who not only chopped off her head, but even imprisoned her. Tiangu said that the Naga was pretty useless if it was so easily caught by humans. Xiaohua said that King Virupaksha always brought her to her knees all year round, so her eyes were also tainted with the aura of his holy spiritual eye. So, these people intended to perfect the eyes of the Naga as their magical weapon. Xiaohua suggested that Tiangu and her should join forces and take revenge on those cursed people. Tiangu laughed and said that for humans, such weak and insignificant insects, Xiaohua might not have used the word revenge, remarking that Xiaohua was pathetic. Xiaohua realized that Tiangu didn't want to team up with her and rebel against the humans together. Tiangu replied, "To turn the whole world upside down, one Tiangu would be enough and no more." Xiaohua said that even if Tiangu didn't want to join hands with her, it was better for him not to get in the way of her revenge. Otherwise, Tiangu might not blame her. Tiangu asked Xiaohua, even if her head was chopped off, had she lost her ability to perceive, asking if she really wanted to attack Tiangu. Tiangu considered the fact that he and Xiaohua were old acquaintances, and he was hesitant whether to let her go. But now, it was no longer necessary. Although the wolf would not return Bei Ming's body, but he still promised him to deal with Xiaohua. The wolf licked his lips and said that he would let Xiaohua become his food instead of just dying. Tiangu released his spirit wolf and aimed it at Xiaohua, but she was able to deftly recoil. Xiaohua revealed that even though she respectfully called Tiangu a boss, it didn't mean that he was invincible. Tiangu decided to prove Xiaohua otherwise, and easily slashed all the snakes that were aiming at him. Also, Tiangu summoned ghost envoys that were flaming skeletons with all sorts of weapons in their hands. Xiaohua was surprised that Tiangu had actually swallowed these ghost envoys in his body. Tiangu revealed that there was nothing special about just devouring a few ghost envoys. Tiangu added, he went through the 18 floors of hell to absorb Yan Luo, ascended to the heavens to absorb gods and Buddhas. And all of this was admirable to Tiangu. Xiaohua told Tiangu to stop bragging shamelessly, for she wanted to see that very strength. Xiaohua unleashed even more strength and asked Tiangu who would be the one eating in the end. Tiangu put something in his mouth and spat a golden ball directly at Xiaohua's chest where his mouth was located. As soon as the golden orb hit Xiaohua's chest, it began to flare up and bring pain. The orb was eating away at Xiaohua's body, and she finally recognized what it was, revealing that it was part of the solar flame. Tiangu ate Mu Rushu's ice maya and noticed that the sunflame part was a bit sharp when he ate it. At this time, Mu Rushu began to come to her senses and realized that she had passed out during the fight. In front of her, Mu Ruhui noticed Bei Ming, whose appearance was changed. But also, Mu Ruhui did not recognize Bei Ming's aura. Tiangu set Xiaohua on fire to the point where her entire body was burning from head to toe, and she screamed in agony. Tiangu asked Xiaohua not to shout so much, adding that he would deal with her quickly. Tiangu decided to finally attack Xiaohua, freeing her from the fire but starting to concentrate another strike. Tiangu gathered everything into one ball and swept up that Xiaohua's hatred was so strong and he couldn't let it go unchecked. Tiangu smiled and said that in his opinion he was familiar with the pain inside Xiaohua. Therefore, Tiangu decided to let Xiaohua become a part of Tiangu, choosing to swallow the sphere. Tiangu finally gained new strength and happily remarked that he hadn't smelled this scent in a long time. Still, in Tiangu's opinion, the deity's taste was indeed excellent, whereupon he threw himself into laughter. Tiangu wondered if there were really so many deities in this world of humans that he could eat. And after that, Tiangu turned back around and remembered the ice deity, Mu Ru Shui, behind him. Tiangu took a closer look and said that the girl was not bad at all, and Tiangu felt sorry for eating her. Tiangu found a better alternative to have Mu Ru Shui become his woman and thus be able to control his destiny. Mu Ru Shui got angry at Tiangu, trying to hit him. She asked Tiangu what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Tiangu dodged the blow and said that human women really are strange creatures. Tiangu swept his eyes. He clearly heard Mu Rushu's heart pounding fast and she was saying no, but her body was saying otherwise. Mu Rushu got even more angry and didn't want to listen to this. Attacking again, she asked Tiangu to shut up. Tiangu broke Mu Rushu's ice again and said, afraid Mu Rushu had misunderstood him. Tiangu rushed over and revealed that he did not ask Mu Rushu to become his, but instead ordered him to become his. Mu Rushu was even more angry at Tiangu's words and said that she would kill him for it. Tiangu was able to intercept Mu Rushu's hand and pull her to him to be able to kiss her. During the kiss, Mu Rushu felt something strange as Tiangu began to suck out her energy. Mu Rushu could not resist in any way, but her body was leaving her strength and she was slowly losing all her energy. When Bei Ming woke up, he found himself in a subconscious world in which he was chained up, But no matter how Bei Min tried, he couldn't free himself or even move the chains that shackled him. Bei Min started looking around and searching for Tiangu, trying to ask him what he had done. Tiangu replied to Bei Min and revealed that he had blocked Bei Min's mind with a chain that held it. Bei Min asked the wolf, did the wolf really think that he had captured Bei Min's body forever? Because he was sure otherwise. Bei Min began to resist and declared to the wolf that he would not be able to defeat him in this battle. Tiangu told Bei Min not to waste his strength, for trying to escape was useless. Tiangu told Bei Min not to worry, for he would not kill Bei Min or allow him to commit suicide, and advised Bei Min to obediently let Tiangu take possession of the body, for that was the only way he could obtain the powerful force. Bei Min realized that Tiangu wasn't going to give him back control of his body. Even though Bei Min trusted the wolf said that Bei Min had done the right thing to trust Tiangu, for he had already helped defeat the enemies that Bei Min couldn't defeat, and in return, Tiangu wanted Bei Min's body, and there was nothing terrible about it, for it was the best option. Bei Min confessed, although they had not connected with Tiangu for a long time. But the power obtained from Tiangu had allowed Bei Min to live a new life. For this, he was truly grateful. However, if Tiangu wanted to take over Bei Min's body like this and deprive him of his freedom, Bei Min was against it. The wolf got angry and said that it wasn't Bei Min's place to talk about the wolf taking away his freedom, because of Bei Min, Tiangu was chained up. And if that hadn't happened, Bei Min would have died a long time ago. Bei Min swept up that he was indeed naive. But Tiangu made Bei Min realize one important thing. Bei Min added, mauling a naughty dog is the owner's fault, then began to tear up the chains. Tiangu couldn't believe his eyes because Bei Min had started to free himself from the chains. And besides, Tiangu didn't lend him his strength. So it was Bei Min's personal power. With his power, Bei Min was able to break the chains around him and slowly walk towards Tiangu. Bei Min added that he needed to train Tiangu properly so that this wouldn't happen again. Tiangu was surprised, not expecting such an outcome and having no idea where Bei Min had gotten such impressiveness from. Out of fear, Tiangu had something unexpected happen. His fur stood up in a puff of smoke at the sight of Bei Min. The wolf told Bei Min not to be so cocky since Bei Min was in the wolf's territory. And if Bei Min wanted to trash everything in Tiangu territory, then he was 10,000 years too fast. A multitude of knights within the Tiangu dimension appeared and rushed to attack Bei Min. Bei Min concentrated and struck everything with lightning around him. And Tiangu recognized this technique as divine thunder fury. Tiangu got angry and asked Bei Min how he was capable of using such a spell. Bei Min didn't understand anything about the divine rage and called the wolf's words nonsense, then asked him to come over to teach Tiangu a lesson. The wolf picked up on the fact that something wasn't right. He didn't know how Bei Min possessed such a power that seemed familiar to him. Soon, Tiangu remembered that it was Yang Jian's spell, but the wolf didn't understand how the disabled child was related to Yang Jian. Tiangu said that he didn't care where Bei Min took the power from. It was useless in his territory. After all, this place was inside Tiangu's body. The wolf revealed that he never ate deities, Buddhas, or demons, but locked them away in a consuming void. No god or Buddha could destroy the devouring void, let alone any human. Besides, time in this dimension doesn't move, and Bei Min couldn't grow old. Tiangu suggested that living forever was what mortal men desired. Bei Min replied that he would be a fool to believe a single word the wolf said. The wolf felt a kind of awkwardness, for Bei Min didn't believe it. But the wolf was telling the truth. Bei Min told the wolf not to lie anymore, adding that their battle was inevitable, and Bei Min must defeat the wolf to regain control of the body. But Bei Min's strike was unsuccessful, as the wolf vaporized, and the smoke that replaced Tiangu began to evaporate. Bei Min didn't immediately realize what had happened, but he rather quickly assumed that Tiangu had escaped. The wolf was in the form of mist and informed Bei Min that he didn't stand a chance. Bei Min's body now belonged to Tiangu, and Bei Min would remain in this dimension forever. But the wolf promised that he would keep peeking in. Tiangu left and Bei Min was angry. He unleashed an oodles of his strength, destroying everything around him, but the wolf never came. Soon Bei Min decided to walk through Tiangu's territory, hoping to find something. But no matter how long Bei Min walked, he couldn't find anything. Bei Min swept up that Tiangu had told him the truth, and he wouldn't be able to overcome the devouring void by relying on strength alone. Bei Min was extremely unsure, but he assumed that he was stuck in this place forever. Bei Min fell to the ground and thought that it was already unlikely that he could change anything in this situation. Bei Min only hoped for one thing, that Tiangu would not harm Su Yue, but instead protect her. While Bei Min was in his thoughts, he heard very strange sounds beside him, and after that, someone addressed Bei Min. Bei Min immediately stood up, and with a surprised look on his face, he began to look around, hoping to find the person who had called out to him. But what was strange was that Bei Min didn't notice anyone and put it down to a hallucination. But suddenly someone spoke to Bei Min again. Bei Min noticed a strange creature that had a head peeking out from the ground. The creature said that Bei Min had an unusual bone structure, adding that Bei Min's bones looked gorgeous and attractive. The strange rabbit head from the ground turned to Bei Min and asked if he could do her a favor. The rabbit's head turned to Bei Min and asked for him to pull it out from under the ground. Bei Min was surprised, for he did not expect to see a live rabbit in Tiangu territory. Bei Min said that he knew how to pull radishes out of the ground, but not rabbits. Bei Min remarked that the rabbit looked cute, but it could have been some kind of demon, so Bei Min decided to find out the details of the situation first. Bei Min asked the rabbit how he burrowed into the ground, and he replied that he was one of the jade rabbits from the Moon Palace. One day, Sister Chang'e asked him to pull 2 radishes out of the ground. The rabbit didn't even think that Tiangu would come and eat the moon. Rabbit added that afterward, half of the Moon Palace was swallowed up in the place, which is how it ended up buried under the moon's ruined soil. Bei Min swept up that he could now consider himself a man who had stepped on the moon. But the rabbit said that wasn't the point, because Bei Min had to help out. Bei Min asked the rabbit why he should help a demon that could eat him after helping him. Rabbit said that there was no death in this world, only eternal life. Therefore gods, demons, and humans were equal, and no one killed anyone. Rabbit offered Bei Min a deal, saying that when Bei Min would reach out to him and get him out, he would in turn fulfill any request, and might even introduce him to Chang'e's sister. Bei Min asked the rabbit to forget about the acquaintance. After all, they were in the same boat and had to show sympathy. Bei Min took the rabbit by the ears and intended to pull, but the rabbit started sobbing, and Bei Min calmed it down. The rabbit asked Bei Min not to grab his ears, since they were his most sensitive spot. Therefore, Bei Min made himself comfortable, took the rabbit by the head and prepared to pull with all his might. Bei Min began to pull with all his might. Such a strong tug made the ground around him shudder and give a crack. Bei Min kept pulling and the rabbit whimpered in pain, but motivated Bei Min to pull harder and sometimes slower. Bei Min asked the rabbit not to scream, for he couldn't concentrate on the task at hand. But the rabbit swept his eyes over the fact that he was in real pain. Bei Min couldn't understand why the rabbit was buried so deep. Bei Min was surprised that he couldn't get the rabbit out. But finally, putting his best foot forward, Bei Min was able to pull out the rabbit and casually tossed it upwards. As the rabbit fell to the ground, it raised a veil of smoke, and as you could see, it was much taller than a mere rabbit. Soon, the smoke cleared, and a humanoid-like rabbit appeared in front of Bei Min, saying that it would fulfill Bei Min's request as a thank you. Bei Min had noticed that the contrast of the rabbit between the head and body was so interesting that it was hard for people to get used to such a thing. The rabbit revealed that it was because underground, his body was under constant tension, and as a result of that, he had gotten this shape. But the rabbit wanted to know Bei Min's wish again. Bei Min didn't know if the rabbit could be trusted. After all, he couldn't even save himself. And now he wanted to grant a wish. But Bei Min had no choice. Bei Min asked the rabbit to help destroy the engulfing void as he had important things left to do. Rabbit immediately started to brush it off, saying that he had lost his memory and didn't know what Bei Min was talking about. The rabbit said that it was literally impossible to destroy the absorbing void. Almost no one had been able to get out of the absorbing void since ancient times. But if there was a way to leave, the rabbit wouldn't linger here for long. Bei Min heard the words about who almost no one could get out, and asked the rabbit who was still able to get out. The rabbit revealed that there was one creature, the only one who had been able to get out since long ago. It was adored by countless deities and fairies, a creature worshipped by Protoss warriors, and even the rabbit was willing to give him his heart. This very god of war, referred to as Erlan Shen by all 3 worlds, was Yang Jian. Bei Min observed that the mole seemed to be a man, but there was an aura of nymphomania emanating from him. Rabbit added that after that god broke through the absorbing void, he left something here. Immediately after saying those words, the rabbit hopped over Bei Min and headed towards the wall behind him. Rabbit immediately swung as hard as he could and hit that wall as hard as he could. A small area on the wall blazed with bright color, and everything around it glistened with energy. Such a blow blinded Bei Min, and stone shards flew at him. But Bei Min asked the rabbit what he was doing. Soon, Bei Min looked at the rabbit, and he said that the item that the god of war left behind was in front of him. Yang Jian, the god of war, left behind a sword in the devouring void that had the name of Devil Thug. Bei Min didn't appreciate the look of the devilish thug and said that from the looks of it, it was just an ordinary rusty sword. Rabbit told Bei Min not to underestimate this sword. Whoever could pull it out would be able to cut through the devouring void and escape from it. Bei Min was famously surprised and thought the rabbit was joking, but the rabbit convinced him that he just didn't realize it as a mortal soul. Although the devil's thug was not the god's main weapon, it has accompanied him in battles over the years, destroyed countless monsters and demons, and in this sword lies an unfathomable power. However, the rabbit had been buried here for a long time, and had seen innumerable deities and demons try to pull it out. But every time they simply touched the devilish thug, those burned to a crisp with his power, let alone exposed him. Rabbit said to Bei Min to not even think about taking out the devil thug, because there was no point in suffering unnecessary pain. But Bei Min easily pulled out his sword and asked the rabbit what he needed to do next. And the rabbit was in complete shock. Rabbit wondered where such a person came from, who could easily pull out that sword. Bei Min held the sword and examined it, noting that the rabbit had praised the sword as something awesome. But no matter how Bei Min held it and looked at the sword, it was still the same ordinary broken sword, and Bei Min couldn't feel any power in it, but tried to ask the rabbit what he should do next. The rabbit was in an awkward position, as he had never seen anyone pull out this sword, and had no idea what to do next. But while Bei Min was trying to find the power of the sword, suddenly he released the power around him. Surprising the rabbit even more, Rabbit immediately picked up on the fact that this was the strength of the sword, but was more worried about Bei Min's condition. Bei Min couldn't understand why this strength seemed so familiar to him, and the rabbit continued to wonder. The rabbit told Bei Min to now bring the sword to his heart and give his best, and maybe Bei Min will succeed in cutting the space. Bei Min placed the sword in front of him and awaited the rabbit's instructions. The rabbit told Bei Min to feel the power of the sword and merge with it into one unit. As soon as Bei Min tried this, the devilish thug flew out of Bei Min's hands. The devilish thug accelerated to the point where he flew to the very edge of the engulfing void. Bei Min and the rabbit couldn't understand what the sword was doing, as it just flew from place to place. Suddenly, the devilish thug flew towards Bei Min, aiming straight at Bei Min. Bei Min was startled and asked the devilish thug to wait, and the sword stopped right in front of his face. Whereupon the sword retreated back a little and began to unwind, faster and faster. Stopping, the devilish thug raised his hilt up towards Bei Min. Bei Min immediately noticed it. That devilish thug was right in front of him. Bei Min assumed that the devilish thug wanted him to take it over. As soon as Bei Min took the devil thug, he was covered in aura along with him. Bei Min realized that the devil thug's movement meant that he was about to fly upwards. Bei Min held out his hand to the rabbit and told it to grab on, because they would be able to get out together. The rabbit said that Bei Min was destined to be the chosen one and only he could control the sword. So if the rabbit touched it, it would turn into a fried rabbit. As Bei Min flew away, he said that he would definitely find a way to save the rabbit. The rabbit said a heartfelt goodbye to Bei Min. The rabbit said that he believed in Bei Min. At the same time, the rabbit was going to find his mistress and expect to hear from Bei Min. Bei Min was on the verge of passing the engulfing void, but the hands beneath him began to pull him along. Bei Min noticed that the resistance was so strong that it was pulling Bei Min back in. Rabbit wished the devilish thug good luck again, as he burst through the border of the engulfing void. At this time, Tiangu felt something, and such a sharp feeling immediately became familiar to him. Suddenly, Tiangu began to vomit, and from his mouth, Bei Min's devilish thug Bei Min was released. The devilish thug completely emerged from Tiangu's throat and appeared in front of him, surprising Tiangu. Bei Min started to regain control of his body and broke the chain around his neck, telling Tiangu to get out of his body. Tiangu was sure that he must have trapped Bei Min in the absorbing void, and Bei Min couldn't get out of there. Bei Min pulled Tiangu out of his body while he resented it. After all, he couldn't lose to a human child, especially when the devilish thug had chosen him. Bei Min threw Tiangu with anger, and the latter continued to get even angrier at him. Bei Min left Tiangu unconscious, and at this moment he turned to Mu Ruxue and said that he was not his real self right now. Bei Min apologized to Tiangu again, and said that if he was doing something strange, he didn't mean to do it. Bei Min continued to apologize, but he was exhausted and lost all his strength, passing out, and Mu Ruxue caught it. Mu Ruxue was angry at Bei Min and Tiangu. She abandoned them and told them not to come near her. Bei Min blamed the wolf for taking advantage of the situation and trying to get rid of Bei Min, and now hanging around him. Bei Min really believed the wolf, but Tiangu's conscience was silent. Tiangu said that he was just messing around and saw that Bei Min was pissed off. But Tiangu was able to kiss the deity for Bei Min and he wasn't grateful. But still, the wolf was surprised that Bei Min had been chosen as the devil thug as a matter of luck, so even during the spirit seal, and now the wolf was completely under Bei Min's control. But Tiangu was thinking back to the years when he had fought with Yang Zheng, and had famously suffered from the devil thug, not even knowing that Yang Zheng had preserved him in Tiangu's body. Bei Min said that he had nothing to thank Tiangu for, and should be ashamed of Tiangu in the first place. For the wolf didn't know what it felt like when Bei Min finally decided to trust someone, and he was ruthlessly betrayed. Bei Min realized that he was an idiot since he had managed to believe some strange dog. Tiangu put his paw on Bei Min's shoulder and asked him to trust once more, for from now on, the wolf would not lie. To express his sincerity, the wolf wanted to use something that he tried very hard to hide. And this was another power from the absorbing void that would help Bei Min in future battles. Bei Min believed a little at first, but threatened the wolf not to dare to take over his body and suck up to the girls anymore. Bei Min started to pull out the devilish thug and threaten the wolf more suggestively, after which Tiangu realized the seriousness. Wolf revealed that the absorbing void was not only infinitely absorbing, but also infinitely releasing. The wolf added that before he lost and became Yang Zheng's subordinate, he had eaten all the heavens and earth. Tiangu himself didn't even know what was in his stomach, but he assured Bei Min that there were many treasures in there. Wolf said that originally, in his best days, he could unlock the entire consuming void at once. But after entering the mortal world, he had lost most of his demonic power. So now Tiangu couldn't use the absorbing void as he would have liked. But the power that the wolf wanted to give Bei Min would consume the wolf's demonic power. So Bei Min would have to start hunting and attacking demons, and continue to accumulate demonic strength so that Tiangu could unleash the full power of the devouring void. Bei Min thought that it sounded quite plausible. After all, he had witnessed the power of the absorbing void himself, and it really was extremely strong. Even with the help of the devilish thug, Bei Min struggled to get out of the devouring void. And if Bei Min uses this move, it would be fine. But Bei Min doubted if this was another ploy from Tiangu to make him accumulate demonic power to strengthen himself. Tiangu noticed Bei Min's disbelief and suggested that he check it out. After all, the snake they had defeated had divine power. With any luck, the wolf could spit out a peerless deity like Chang'e's sister. Bei Min asked the wolf if the power of his absorbing void was disorderly. The wolf confirmed his theory. Bei Min called the wolf's ability unreliable bullshit. Bei Min realized that it was better not to use the absorbing void for nothing, and at this time, Su Yue came to him. Bei Min was excited about Su Yue's arrival and immediately wanted to know about her health condition. A slightly offended Su Yue replied that she was fine and didn't have a scratch on her. Su Yue asked what Bei Min's business was yesterday, since he suddenly ran away. But Bei Min didn't hear it. But Su Yue decided not to give a damn about it. She extended her hand to Bei Min and said that they would go together. Su Yue realized that she shouldn't pry answers from Bei Min, especially if he didn't want to tell anything himself. But when Bei Min got his wish, he would explain everything in front of Su Yue. As Bei Min approached the school grounds, he noticed that the deity had already been eliminated. But for some reason, there was still a hostile aura present. While Bei Min was pondering about the mysterious aura, two very expensive cars pulled up to the entrance of the school. The girls were enthralled to the four boys of the school, for each of them was handsome and rich, savvy that they had won this life already from birth. One of the guys in the group swept up that a beauty was discovered in front of them at the direction of 10 o'clock. According to the visual inspection, Su Yue was 167 centimeters tall, encapsulating 3 parameters. Another guy praised Feng Sha, for the latter was referred to as a humanoid lord who could calculate the size of people with a single glance. The yellow-haired guy in the center spotted Bei Min and immediately knew that this was the same disciple who had saved many people recently. The guys argued over who Su Yue would be, noting that she was the cruelest girl in the school. But the guys liked it even better. Feng Sha waved his hair and said that he would still separate Bei Min and Su Yue no matter how close they were, asking his friends to wait and watch. As Bei Min and Su Yue continued to walk quietly, the guys stopped in front of them and blocked the way. Bei Min was not comfortable standing in front of a group of popular guys as one of them stared at Bei Min. Feng Sha turned to Su Yue and asked the beauty if he could have the honor of inviting Su Yue into his heart. Su Yue ignored Feng Sha and asked Bei Min if he had brought his medicine with him. Bei Min didn't understand what it was about and remained silent. But Su Yue pulled him, and said that there was nothing she could do to help, so she should have hurried and taken Bei Min to the doctor for medicine. Feng Sha was broken that he was blown away, and his friends laughed at him while expressing their condolences. Mu Ruxue appeared right after the guys and stopped Bei Min along with Su Yue, leaving Su Yue unsatisfied. Feng Sha's friend reassured him, noting that Mu Ruxue had come. He asked his friend to find out her size, since if he loved her, he had to get to know her better. Bei Min remembered what had happened between them earlier, and standing in front of Mu Ruxue, he just awkwardly kept silent. Su Yue glanced at Bei Min and immediately noticed that he had changed in front of Mu Ruxue. Bei Min immediately began to blame Tiangu for his thoughts, for Mu Ruxue walked right up to him. Mu Ruxue turned to Bei Min and said that after class at noon, she was expecting him at the school pool. Su Yue couldn't believe her ears, and immediately wondered what kind of relationship Bei Min and Mu Ruxue were in. The popular guys behind were surprised at the words of the icy beauty Mu Ruxue. After all, Bei Min had gone from a nobody to someone. This inspired the disciples that Bei Min had become someone more important. Later, Mu Ruxue was swimming in the pool, and when she heard some sound, she assumed that Bei Min had come in. When Mu Ruxue climbed out onto dry land, she was lounging around and remarked that it was hot, offering to cool off together. But all these were just dreams of the popular guys about the events that would happen in the school pool. The second popular guy next to Feng Sha was surprised that the goddess of ice invited the shabby Bei Min into the pool. The third guy laughed and said that in the end, it was just a normal path where an icy beauty fell in love with a loser. Su Yue was very angry and told Bei Min that falling in love early was bad for his grades. And if Bei Min dared to fall in love early, Su Yue would personally report him to the school. When Bei Min listened to Su Yue, he appeared frightened and didn't understand what was going on around him. During the afternoon, Bei Min walked to the pool and heard love songs, with lyrics about only one person bringing her to the dining room. Bei Min came to the pool but couldn't find Mu Ruxue, sensing that she might have purposely deceived him because of the recent incident. As Bei Min walked closer to the pool itself, he noticed a purple clot in the water. Bei Min was instructed by the wolf to be careful, after which he activated his power. But Bei Min and Tiangu were worried in vain, for it was Mu Ruxue who swam out of the water. Mu Ruxue glanced at Bei Min's hand and noticed the change, noting that it might have been the snake powers he had gotten. Mu Ruxue realized that she hadn't made a wrong choice at all. If Bei Min helped her, it would be great. Bei Min told Mu Ruxue that they really worked hard to keep themselves in divine shape. She even worked out during her lunch breaks. Mu Ruxue observed that ice and snow were the solid form of water, and she must sense the state of water to better understand and control ice spells. Mu Ruxue didn't know if Bei Min had noticed, although the deity had been eliminated, but the dark aura had not completely disappeared. Bei Min immediately realized that according to his expectations, his senses hadn't failed him, and Bei Min wasn't the only one who noticed it. Bei Min had picked up on the fact that the teacher was in danger, and if the dark aura was still in the school, then everyone was in danger. Mu Ruxue feared this dark aura as well, so she suggested Bei Min to team up with her. Mu Ruxue swept her eyes over the fact that although Bei Min had a demonic aura, he was still strong. If Bei Min and Mu Ruxue worked together, she could consider letting Bei Min go. Tiangu asked Bei Min why he was hesitant, as he should have rather agreed. Since Bei Min and Mu Ruxue were in the same boat, Tiangu had implied that they would accomplish more with her help. Tiangu added that this was a great opportunity for him, for the wolf would be able to absorb and accumulate demonic powers, so Bei Min had to agree. Bei Min realized that Tiangu was right, plus they had the same goal with Mu Ruxue. They had met to solve the incident in the gym, and with Mu Ruxue's divine power, Bei Min would definitely be able to avoid unnecessary problems. Mu Ruxue wanted to know from Bei Min why he was worried about being in danger once again, suggesting that he might have thought that such matters would not be of any use to him. Mu Ruxue revealed, it was human nature to have such thoughts. Bei Min had to be sure that Mu Ruxue would not make him work for nothing. As long as he joined forces with Mu Ruxue, Bei Min would be rewarded with a lot of money. Tiangu swept up that Mu Ruxue was underestimating Bei Min and he shouldn't tolerate it, but rather agree. After all, Mu Ruxue was very outstanding both in terms of skills and appearance. This was Bei Min's only chance to get close to the goddess, and with Tiangu's help, defeating her would no longer be impossible. Bei Min noticed that Tiangu was very animated, perhaps having something in mind. Mu Ruxue revealed that there is a rich businessman who knows Mu Ruxue's family. His son went to this school just like Mu Ruxue. He paid the girl a large sum of money and asked her to settle the matter when he heard about the incident. Mu Ruxue summarized, and said that as long as Bei Min helped her solve the problem, the reward was completely in his hands. Bei Min was a little surprised at Mu Rushue's words about the full amount of reward passing into his hands. Mu Rushue replied that their clan of deity guardians had served the gods for generations. They hunted demons and monsters using the powers of the gods, all to put the human world back on the right path. And as a member of the Night Hunters, it was Mu Rushue's faith and mission that was the essence of her existence. Tiangu said that Mu Rushue's speech was excellent, and the wolf felt the blood boiling in his veins. Tiangu begged Bei Min to team up with Mu Rushue for a holy cause, but Bei Min shut the wolf up. Soon, Bei Min thought for a while and issued his verdict. Bei Min apologized and told Mu Rushue that he wasn't promising anything. Tiangu didn't understand Bei Min's motives, trying to figure out what happened to him at this moment. Bei Min added that compared to Mu Rushue, he was only an ordinary passerby. He had no desire to defeat demons and monsters, or do righteous deeds on heaven's errand. Mu Rushue once again said that Bei Min didn't need to be a selfless and loyal hero, since he would receive a generous reward for doing so. Bei Min laughed and remarked that the world was set up in such a way that life was more important than money. Bei Min realized that his strength was unstable. It was impossible to tell when he would carelessly lose control again. And ever since Bei Min had Tiangu's strength, he had been making everyone around him suffer. Bei Min simply didn't want to bring any more suffering to anyone around him. He told Mu Rushue that he had unfinished business and left. Even if Bei Min were to destroy demons, he decided that he could handle the task himself. Mu Rushue got angry and asked Bei Min if he thought he could stay away like this. Mu Rushue added that the God Guardian clan believed in God's will, and this was a fate that Bei Min would not be able to avoid. When Bei Min heard the tremor about the gods, he immediately shifted his gaze to Tiangu. Wolf, on the other hand, swept Bei Min's eager gaze and revealed that Tiangu himself was a believer. Mu Rushue believed that Bei Min would have at least a little bit of courage. She thought that Bei Min was different from everyone else, but she was wrong. As Bei Min retreated from the school, the dean of the school was waiting for him on the grounds. Bei Min immediately asked the dean why he was here. The disgruntled principal told Bei Min that he was the one who should have asked why Bei Min was here. The dean didn't give Bei Min a word, but said that Bei Min was out of line and students like him shouldn't be in this school. The dean poked his finger at Bei Min and said that yesterday Bei Min just quit the exam in the middle, and today he suddenly had an affair. But the dean didn't care anymore since Bei Min wouldn't be attending this school now. The result of the last subject exam was 0. The dean had already applied for Bei Min's expulsion, and before he knew it, he would be expelled in a heartbeat. And as for Bei Min's early crush, the dean didn't want such a bad student pulling down the lovely student Mu Rushue. He would let down their antics this time, after which he wished Bei Min a pleasant last few minutes at school. Bei Min immediately realized what a bad situation he was in, as he had forgotten about this plot against him at all. Tiangu didn't understand, as Bei Min had already obtained some of the strength. He had long since been different from ordinary people, but for some reason, he still cared about going to school. But since Bei Min didn't want to mess with Mu Rushue, it was better to leave the school as early as possible. Bei Min began to explain to Dean that something happened back then, and he was trying to save a lot of people. Suddenly, the loudspeaker distracted Bei Min and the Dean, saying that all teachers and students, after listening to the recording, had to immediately go to the assembly hall, where there was an important announcement from the school principal. The Dean thought that even God was on his side. After all, he would be able to report everything to the principal and let him expel Bei Min in front of the entire school. Finally now, the Dean was glad that he could get rid of Bei Min, calling him a pain in the ass. The principal revealed that today he gathered all the students to present the official and exhaustive public event of the recent school gymnasium collapse. The popular guys sat down next to Bei Min and were angry at him, for he had snatched away a girl they had been eyeing for a long time. The director added that the incident had been investigated. The cause was recent maintenance work. They issued appropriate punishment to the workers and learned the lesson, saying that it will never happen again. Also, the school issued compensation to the affected students. The principal made a low bow and deeply apologized to all teachers and students on behalf of the school. Further, the principal wanted to announce an exceptional decision made by the school regarding one of the students present. The dean smiled caustically as the application for Bei Min's expulsion was in the principal's hands. The headmaster asked Bei Min from senior class number 2 to come up to the stage. The dean had picked up on the fact that Bei Min had probably already realized that he was about to be expelled, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. The principal said that due to prolonged absences and receiving the lowest scores in the class, according to school regulations, Bei Min should be expelled from school for his blunders. The popular boys of the school were happy about this, as it was a happy ending for them. Having swept up that the enemy had been defeated, the audience was divided into two groups. Some were happy that Bei Min was being expelled, while others were angry because he saved a lot of people. Bei Min lamented that there might not have been any other way out, and he was being summarily expelled for the moment. Even Su Yue that was watching the scene was something excited about Bei Min's fate. Tiangu tried to ask Bei Min why he wasn't angry, for he had saved so many lives and the school still wanted to throw him out. Many people were trying to finish Bei Min off that even the wolf felt sorry for him. Tiangu suggested to kill everyone who was here. Bei Min told Tiangu to shut up and implied that he would not fall for this deception again. Bei Min will still do what he thought was right regardless of the outcome. And we won't regret anything even if we have to leave school. The principal did take his eyes off the paper though, and said there was one, but that dumbfounded everyone else. The principal said that given Bei Min's heroic act during the gymnasium collapse, he made a great impression on teachers and students. Also, thanks to him, the incident was resolved without casualties. The school expressed gratitude for Bei Min's bravery and efforts. The director added that first and foremost, the results were definitely important, but the brave heart is most valuable of all. Consequently, the school administration came to the general conclusion, not only not to expel Bei Min, but also to reward them. The dean was furious that his efforts had gone down the drain, not believing that such a thing was possible. Su Yue was absolutely thrilled that Bei Min hadn't been expelled, and couldn't contain her joy. The director addressed the audience, and asked everyone to give Bei Min's heroism the warmest applause. The popular guys at school were disappointed in this unexpected turn of events. Bei Min cheered, mocking Tiangu who believed the worst. But the wolf replied that Bei Min was only lucky. The principal stopped the cheers of the audience and said that further, it was worthwhile to welcome the student representative. Mu Ruxue rose from her seat, and the principal revealed that she would present Bei Min with a bouquet. When Su Yue noticed this, her joy immediately changed to misunderstanding and jealousy. Mu Ruxue was still offended by Bei Min's words, so she grudgingly poked him with the bouquet. After which, she left immediately, and didn't say a word, while the wolf smugly laughed and laughed. Bei Min was surprised that Mu Ruxue was angry at him because he had turned her down earlier at the school pool. The teacher praised Bei Min and said he did well, then asked him to come in to see her, to discuss his progress. Bei Min agreed with his teacher, and she immediately started to leave after her request. As Bei Min and Tiangu watched the teacher leave the classroom, a rather large dark energy remained behind her. Tiangu immediately noticed that the dark energy was surrounding the beautiful teacher again, and that the problem had not yet been solved. Bei Min swept up that whatever happened, he had to protect teacher Tian from this sinister attack. When Bei Min and Tiangu went to the teacher's house to discuss, the wolf swept up that he didn't expect that teacher Tian took such good care of Bei Min. Tiangu decided to play a joke on Bei Min and asked him if Bei Min had something between him and teacher Tian. Bei Min immediately became embarrassed and said that Tiangu was just talking nonsense. Bei Min asked Tiangu if his absorbing void could simply absorb the dark energy around teacher Tian. Tiangu snorted and asked who Bei Min thought he was, for it was like a finger to him. But the problem was that right now the wolf couldn't absorb teacher Tian's dark energy. At the end, the wolf would need Bei Min's body. Bei Min asked the wolf, was Tiangu just trying to fool him once again in order to seize his body? Tiangu said that he was telling the truth this time and asked Bei Min to stop suspecting him of everything. Bei Min said that he remained the same weakling, and if he met a monster stronger than himself, he would have to team up with Tiangu anyway. Bei Min recalled that Tiangu had said that they had absorbed a lot of demonic power after fighting a Naga demon. Bei Min asked the wolf if they could use her to improve the absorbing void even more. The wolf said that on top of that, Bei Min would get a magic weapon or divine help if he tried hard enough. Bei Min hoped that this skill would help when he encountered an invincible monster. For Bei Min couldn't afford for something bad to happen to teacher Tian. Tiangu asked Bei Min to rely on him, for this move could not disappoint him this time around. Tiangu swept his eyes over the fact that everything was going according to plan. Since, in order to obtain an endless flow of demonic energy, the wolf just needed to nudge Bei Min. Suddenly, Bei Min heard teacher Tsang talking to teacher Tian. Teacher Tian was telling teacher Tsang that it was not worth repeating like this again, asking teacher Tsang not to give her flowers at school, for it was against the rules. Teacher Tsang revealed that he liked teacher Tian a lot. The teacher replied that it wasn't that, she believed. It was just that teacher Tsang's feelings weren't mutual. Bei Min didn't understand why he could see everything perfectly through the walls, and Tiangu revealed that it was one of his new abilities. Heat induction. Tiangu said that this was a natural skill of snakes. Apparently, Bei Min would not only absorb the snake's demonic powers, but also acquired his skills. Bei Min was surprised that he could improve his abilities even like this, prompting him to go out to hunt for other demons to improve his abilities. Tiangu said that he had tried to force Bei Min to possess demonic powers, but no more. It was too unexpected for the wolf. Teacher Chiang grabbed Teacher Tian's hand and asked if she didn't like the flowers, adding that he would try to give something else next time. Teacher Tian said that it wasn't about the flowers. She asked Teacher Tian to come to his senses and calm down. Teacher Chang said that women like to say one thing and want another. Teacher Chang added that he knew that Teacher Tian was in love with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the soccer field and watched his gym class. Teacher Tian said that she had already explained this. She had to take the student to the medical room. Bei Min entered the office full of dark energy and dumbfounded Teacher Kang with his presence. Tiangu called Bei Min stupid for choosing to save his teacher. But Bei Min was actually saving Teacher Qian. Bei Min told Teacher Tian that he had come, but did not expect to see Teacher Kang here at all. Teacher Tsang was beyond angry, having swept up that Bei Min had ruined all his plans with Teacher Tian. Teacher Chang slammed the door and walked out, and Teacher Tian thanked Bei Min for his help. Teacher Tian apologized for Bei Min having to see such a thing in front of her eyes. Bei Min replied to Teacher Tian that everything was fine and she had nothing to apologize for. Bei Min added that the only one to blame was Teacher Tian's beauty. For all the classmates and teachers liked her. Teacher Tian got embarrassed and asked Bei Min if he liked her in the first place. Tiangu watched the dialogue between Teacher Tian and Bei Min, but was completely surprised at what kind of nonsense was going on in front of him. Bei Min replied that he liked the teacher, as she was his most favorite teacher. Bei Min said that if the teacher got into such a situation again, Teacher Tian could boldly call him, and he would be her personal bodyguard. Teacher Tian rejoiced and said that she would have faith in Bei Min from now on. Tiangu scoffed at Bei Min after his words about a personal bodyguard, and Bei Min remarked about the strange wolf face, but the wolf couldn't understand why Teacher Tian's strange aura had suddenly disappeared, subverting what it might have seemed to him. Tiangu tried to understand why, realizing that the strength of Teacher Tian's dark energy might have depended on her emotions. Teacher Tian asked Bei Min to take a seat as they needed to talk. Teacher Tian said that Bei Min had avoided expulsion, but Bei Min was not doing well. With Bei Min's current grades, it would be hard for Bei Min to even graduate, let alone go to university. So the teacher offered to help Bei Min study and do homework in his free time, and with good effort, Bei Min should be able to do well. After that, Bei Min met with Su Yue, and she was telling him that her math teacher was so cool, and he was able to draw a perfect circle with just one motion. At this time, Bei Min thought about the dark energy that kept accumulating around the teacher. He couldn't delay, and he had to act as soon as possible. While Su Yue was saying something, Bei Min wasn't listening at all, and she was very angry about it. Bei Min came to his senses and asked Su Yue what happened, and she said she was talking to him and he thought about it. Bei Min continued walking with Su Yue, but he noticed some man behind him holding Teacher Tian down. Bei Min told Su Yue to go home without him since Bei Min had some business to attend to. Bei Min started to run after the mysterious car that was holding Teacher Tian in order to follow them. Su Yue noticed that lately, Bei Min had been acting strangely. Su Yue had to discuss this with Bei Min, otherwise she wouldn't be able to calm down. Before this, Teacher Chang grabbed Teacher Tian's hand, and she claimed that it was over between them. But Teacher Chang insisted and said that Teacher Tian was playing with fire, and if she twitched again, he would not be responsible for himself. Teacher Tian asked Teacher Chen why he had invited her family to the villa and arranged for her younger brother to join the company. Teacher Chang replied that he was Mr. Xiao, and he didn't need permission to do what he wanted to do himself. Teacher Chang said that Teacher Tian's parents were very happy, for they had always wanted to live in luxury, but Teacher Tian denied it. Teacher Chang added that Teacher Tian was naughty and had to climb into the car quickly, for Teacher Tian's body belonged to him and she would never escape. Teacher Tian climbed into the car, and Teacher Tian continued to say that the teacher's body spoke for itself. Teacher Chang gushed that Teacher Tian was so pure and innocent, and because of that, she would be the mother of his child. Tiangu frowned as he didn't hear their conversation, but he understood everything at a glance. All because of the fact that Tiangu had learned a lot of things to adapt in society. Bei Min asked what happened to Teacher Tian, and the wolf gave a completely different answer. Bei Min asked the wolf to be more serious, but the wolf told Bei Min to believe it, for it was in the books. All in all, Bei Min decided to give a damn about these theories since Teacher Tian might be in danger right now. Bei Min ran after the car, but he couldn't keep up with the car, and the car was much faster on the roads. Suddenly, Bei Min took from a passerby and decided to use his super speed to catch up with the car. The guy who had his suit head taken away was furious, as this was the second time this mishap had happened to him this month. Bei Min rushed from all speeds towards Teacher Tian, and tried to figure out who could have grabbed her. Bei Min was puzzled as he had lost track of the car, but being on a tall building, he looked around at everything in the neighborhood. Bei Min decided to resort to a new idea and decided to use the other abilities of the snake deity. Bei Min summoned an oodles of little snakes and sent them to explore the city to find Teacher Tian. Quite quickly, one of the snakes managed to find the whereabouts of Teacher Tian and the one who stole her away. While Bei Min was on the tall building, he was next to a window. The boy in which was surprised to see Bei Min. The boy immediately ran to his mom and said that some dog was at their window. But Bei Min didn't care about that. He decided to go to Teacher Tian's rescue, so he jumped down from the window. As Bei Min flew onward, his mask and parts of his clothes were cut by strange red threads. The little pink-haired girl noticed that the threads detected some movement in themselves. This surprised the girl, as she didn't expect some demon to be running around here in broad daylight. Bei Min didn't understand the meaning of the threads, but Tiangu had warned Bei Min that these things were imbued with divine power. Bei Min used another Naga deity ability and covered himself with scales, telling the enemy to attack. Bei Min thought that the threads might have been sharp, but they were not indestructible. Except that for some reason, the demon didn't attack him. Bei Min realized that his enemy had hidden himself very well. For Bei Min couldn't sense a single bit of demonic aura. Something was clearly wrong, for even Tiangu couldn't smell the presence of a demon, but assumed it wasn't a demon at all. Bei Min asked the enemy to get out, for if he wanted to eat him or kill him, then the enemy should have hurried as Bei Min had other things to do. Bei Min couldn't understand why something strange was happening, but he thought that the trap wasn't meant for him at all. But Bei Min didn't care, as he was just wasting time. After all, he had to rush to Teacher Tian's help. The girl called Bei Min small but arrogant, for she had just returned from an anime exhibition and the girl was in a great mood, so she was going to let Bei Min go. But in the girl's opinion, Bei Min didn't value his life very much, and she wanted to fulfill his wish. Tiangu warned Bei Min, lightning a strong pulse of energy was approaching him from the rear, and Bei Min was surprised that the enemy had finally decided to show himself. Bei Min decided to stop in such a case and said that they could now wait for the enemy. The girl was surprised that Bei Min had stopped and was already ready to fight, noting that she liked Bei Min's attitude. The girl was excited about the fight and laughingly said that she would kill Bei Min pretty quickly. Tiangu noticed that an unusual force was approaching, and it seemed that the fight would not be easy. Suddenly, the serpent armor began to disintegrate on Bei Min's body, and the wolf was not happy that this happened at the most important moment. Wolf also added that Bei Min should not have panicked, for these were Tiangu's forces. From that moment, Bei Min decided to run away, and the wolf that was pulled by the chain said that Bei Min was a coward. Bei Min said, since he didn't have the strength of a snake, he should have fled. And Tiangu had to save his strength to save Teacher Tian. You couldn't waste your strength now. Tiangu snorted and said that these were excuses, but Bei Min should have admitted that he was a coward. The girl swept up that Bei Min had finally smelled danger and decided to run like a coward. The girl was glad that Bei Min had started to run away, for she would be able to enjoy the fun of the hunt. The girl ran after Bei Min and asked if her mom had baked the girl's favorite cookie, prompting her to say that she loved her mom very much. The girl said that Bei Min was lucky, for the cookies were much more valuable to the girl. Especially, the girl was worried that the sun was already setting. The day hunter's service was completed, and this time, Bei Min was let go. But more than that, the girl told Bei Min to stay out of his sight or she would kill him. Immediately thereafter, the girl rushed at lightning speed to the call of her favorite treats. Cookies? Bei Min continued to run away, but he couldn't understand why the snake's strength had suddenly dried up. Thinking that his demonic strength was lacking, Wolf asked Bei Min, who asked him to use activate different skills for nothing. He even managed to use heat induction. Bei Min said that was why it was worth it to run away regardless of the plan. Wisely avoiding a skirmish with the enemy was the best strategy, but Tiangu didn't see the wisdom in it, for Bei Min was just flashing his heels. Tiangu asked Bei Min to slow down a bit as he was running out of time, and besides, they were chained together. Bei Min mocked Tiangu and asked him, wasn't he a great and powerful demon? But somehow he lacked stamina. Tiangu snorted, for he didn't see anything shameful about it. But he asked Bei Min what was the big deal about it. Tiangu said that at least he didn't run away from his enemies, unlike Bei Min's actions. After a long journey, Bei Min finally arrived at the place where Teacher Tian was located. Bei Min motioned to Tiangu that they had finally arrived at the right place and the teacher was inside. The wolf was insanely tired and collapsed on the ground, asking Bei Min how he ran so fast. Bei Min was telling the wolf to make them go faster. There was no time to waste, but the wolf tried to stop him and rested. The guards stopped Bei Min and said that this was a secret club for special visitors. It was forbidden to enter without an invitation. Bei Min thought that this was the same place the street flyers wrote about. A secret club. Bei Min didn't think this newspaper club was so luxurious, but the guards didn't know what Bei Min was carrying. Bei Min realized that this could be the place, and if that was the case, then Teacher Tian was in even more danger. The guards said it was no place for poor school children and decided to beat Bei Min for his manners. Bei Min apologized, and the wolf was surprised that Bei Min chose to tolerate it rather than tear the guards to shreds. Bei Min said that he was just a schoolboy who happened to wander in here, after which he apologized for bothering him. The guards swept up that Bei Min appeared to be smarter, after which they told him to quickly leave. Wolf asked Bei Min why he would give the back of his hand every time, asking where his character went. Bei Min said that if he made a mayhem and gave himself away right at the entrance, the rescue plan would be ruined. But Bei Min said something that, not to mention what had happened recently. Who would even think of pulling divine threads on the streets of the city? And the strange thing was that the enemy didn't even follow Bei Min's lead. Bei Min said that since he had these powers, his life would never be the same. Bei Min needs to stay in the shadows until he figures out all the details. Wolf said that in that case, Bei Min needs a cool hat or shorts over his tights. Bei Min swept up that Tiangu apparently didn't only read books about the overbearing headmaster. Bei Min and Tiangu came to some kind of fence. Bei Min noticed that the fence wasn't too high here, which was great. Bei Min also noticed that the camera at this location had a blind spot of surveillance. Bei Min decided to try to use the rest of his strength to make heat induction, but it didn't work out for Bei Min, and he realized that his strength was too little left for all sorts of abilities. Tiangu picked up on the fact that Bei Min was very naive if he thought that the powers were infinite. Tiangu told Bei Min to team up with Mu Rushui, as Bei Min would have a better chance of gaining demonic powers. Bei Min asked Tiangu if it was necessary to talk about it now, as it was better to save Teacher Tian. Tiangu said that without demonic powers, Bei Min was a useless kid who couldn't even defend himself. Even so, Bei Min was trying to protect others. Bei Min said that although the special skills didn't work, he could walk. So Bei Min's physical strength had improved. And as long as Bei Min could move, he was confident that he could protect and save Teacher Tian. Tiangu told Bei Min that he could do whatever he wanted, save whoever he wanted, because Tiangu didn't care, and he wouldn't get in the way. Tiangu added that he didn't see the point, after which Bei Min stepped on the wolf's head, much to the beast's consternation. Bei Min tried to climb the wall thanks to Tiangu, asking the wolf to climb a little higher. The wolf became angry and ordered Bei Min to climb the wall faster, for Tiangu would devour Bei Min. Bei Min kept trying, and soon he managed to climb the wall thanks to Tiangu. Behind the wall, Bei Min noticed a warm spring and a group of women in it, who called Bei Min a pervert and started scattering around. Bei Min tried to climb the wall again and claimed that he was not a pervert. At this time, the guards noticed Bei Min. The guards at the entrance had received a school day that a pervert had been spotted in the women's hot springs and had dared to enter the Dorset clubhouse. The guard noticed that the Dorset Club had an outfit with the daughters of businessmen and the wives of civil servants. And the horny guy is clearly going to be finished. The man in the center stated to Teacher Tian that he had invited her here for nothing but money. Teacher Tian responded by begging the man to give her a little more time, as she would definitely be able to pay the money back. The man added that the bankrupt parents of Teacher Tian owed the man 1 million yuan. Plus, with all the interests and debt compensation, it comes to 10 million. But the money was never returned to the man's hands, because Teacher Tian's parents simply ran away. Teacher Tian was extremely surprised when she heard the words that her parents had run away and refused to believe it. The man stated that he did not make up the rules, and added that Teacher Tian's parents stole money from him, which was factual. The man also said that Teacher Tian would not save the required amount in her entire life, given her pitiful salary. Teacher Tian was shocked, not understanding how this happened, for she had given all the money to her parents to pay off her debt. It may not have been a large sum, but it was money that had been earned through honest labor. Teacher Tian remembered calling her parents and them refusing her request for money, and other men offering vulgarities for money, to which she refused. Teacher Tian was broken. She just couldn't understand why her parents had betrayed her. The man said that he didn't want to be a villain. That was why he had a suggestion. For he had heard that there were many attractive girls in Teacher Tian's high school. The man suggested that Teacher Tian bring some beautiful girls to the man and he would forget about her parents' debt. The man remarked that he was quite generous and asked Teacher Tian what she thought about it, but she remained silent. Without thinking long, Teacher Tian brushed the man's hand away and angrily declared that she was against the idea. Teacher Tian rose from her chair and shouted that the man wouldn't even lay a finger on the high school girls. The man pushed Teacher Tian and said that in that case, she would take the place of the female high school students. The man started approaching Teacher Tian and molested her while she tried to struggle. At this time, Bei Min was caught by the guards. He didn't resist, noting that he was just passing by. The guards were furious, for no one believed that Bei Min had walked by and by some miracle climbed the wall. Bei Min replied that he was not like the others, for he was looking for his own path. The guard didn't believe Bei Min's words and told him that Bei Min was just pouncing on his opinion. Some lady came to watch the showdown and Bei Min took a liking to her. The guard at the same time asked Miss to go back to her room because the gentleman was looking for her. Bei Min interrupted the guard's words to the mysterious Miss and asked him to stop talking idly. At this time, the other women were furious that Bei Min was trying to sneak into the bathhouse with them and asked for him to be physically punished. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and asked him to stop wasting time. Instead, Tiangu should have thought about what to do. Tiangu said that there was nothing he could do. The women of this place were worse than any demon, and Bei Min was in trouble. While Bei Min insisted that the girls would get their compensation, the guards started to handcuff Bei Min. While Bei Min was being held by the guards, a huge cloud of purple aura swept towards Bei Min and the others. Tiangu immediately recognized the aura, remembering that it came from Teacher Tian, but it suddenly became much stronger. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Tiangu told Bei Min that there was probably no way the worst outcome could be avoided already. Bei Min understood that Teacher Tian was in danger and he should have rushed over, but the guards were preventing this from happening. Some guy showed up and apologized to the ladies and said he was sorry for disappointing the girls today because his heart was broken. The girls immediately turned their attention to young Mr. Shen, whose family owned the club. The girls were fans of Mr. Shen and were happy to be able to see him. The guy told the guards that they should let Bei Min go and could be free after that. The guards were silent in response to Mr. Shen's words, which made him very angry, and he asked if the guards had hearing problems. The guards immediately came to their senses, and the guys said that they completely understood young Master Shen's order. Young Master Shen began to chase the guards away, and Bei Min realized that he had finally been saved. Bei Min realized that the guy turned out to be one of his school's popular guys who was hitting on Su Yue this morning. The girls asked Mr. Shen what he would do to the pervert, because just ignoring him was impossible, thus making the girls very angry. Mr. Shen said that today was a very beautiful day, and was surprised that the girls would let such a small thing ruin it. Afterwards, Shen insisted that all the girls would be compensated. Young Master Shen told the girls to go back to their rooms and rest. And as a token of reconciliation, he would send each of them a gift. The girls believed in Mr. Shen's words and marveled at the guy's gracefulness, for he was the heir of Shen Corporation, being rich and extremely handsome. Bei Min exhaled happily since it was all over, even though he didn't see the girls on purpose, and restrained himself by not going all out. Tiangu told Bei Min to look at Shen and at himself, remarking that Bei Min would never be like that. And Bei Min admitted defeat. Bei Min still decided to end the idle talk and reminded himself again that he needed to find Teacher Tian. The guy asked Bei Min why he tolerated it, for the guards were 10 times weaker than Bei Min. But this alarmed Bei Min, for he didn't know what Shen knew about him. Bei Min pointed out that it was his joint, and he wasn't the one who wanted to complicate things. The guards were just doing their job. Bei Min added that he was in this club for a reason, after which he thanked Bei Min. Before leaving, Bei Min said that Bei Min would still have a debt to young Master Shen for this favor. After saying that, Bei Min declared that he had to run away and rushed away while Tiangu looked at Shen. Tiangu realized that he was not mistaken at all, and that young Master Shen was not as simple as he seemed to be. As Bei Min and Tiangu approached Teacher Tian's location, a hostile aura grows. On the other side of the door, Teacher Tian's shouts were so loud that they could be heard outside the boss's room. Bei Min heard Teacher Tian's screams. He became wary, realizing that something bad had happened. The guards tried to stop Bei Min verbally, but he didn't listen, and the guards kept insisting. Bei Min got angry. Using his strength, he didn't dare to stop and told the guards around to get lost. The boss got angry about the noise outside the doors and told his guards to check what was happening on the other side of the door. But when one of the nearest guards reached for the door handle, it broke, and the huge door began to fall on the guard. Bei Min didn't stop. Thanks to his strength, he kicked the metal door with his foot and ended up on top of it. Bei Min noticed Teacher Tian that was on the ground, and even more purple aura was emanating from her. There were bruises on Teacher Tian's face, and she noticed Bei Min said that he shouldn't be here. So she asked Bei Min to leave, because of the great danger. Teacher Tian was right. It was dangerous in the boss's room, as 4 guards took out firearms and pointed them at Bei Min. Bei Min didn't pay attention to the guards, but turned to Teacher Tian and apologized for daring to be late, then said that he would help her out. The boss told Bei Min not to fidget if Bei Min's life was precious. But the boss complained that he didn't have time to do business with Teacher Tian, for Bei Min interrupted them. The boss added that whoever Bei Min was, he would only be happy to play with Teacher Tian in front of him. Teacher Tian stood up slightly and turned to her boss, asking him not to touch Bei Min. Teacher Tian told the boss that if he let Bei Min go, she would do whatever the man wanted her to do. The boss told Teacher Tian to lie still, as he had yet to repay Bei Min for injuring his brothers. When Bei Min saw the boss hit Teacher Tian, he was furious and said he would kill everyone. One of the guards did stop Bei Min though, thanks to a gunshot from a firearm. Tiangu asked Bei Min, wondering if the latter was starting again. For now was not the time to act out in front of everyone. Bei Min fell to the ground, and Tiangu argued that Bei Min wasn't taken by bullets and had to get to his feet faster. The boss was disappointed when he saw Bei Min's strength, which couldn't even withstand a couple of bullets. Teacher Tian assumed that Bei Min was shot because of her. Asking the boss why he hurt his innocent student, the purple aura intensified, and Teacher Tian tearfully blamed herself for failing to protect her student as a teacher. Teacher Tian rose to her feet, and her hair changed color. Some voice called the teacher pathetic, for the teacher was blaming herself again. The voice remarked that it had said this to the teacher before. The world was unfair, and Teacher Tian would not be able to endure so much pain. Teacher Tian's new look smiled, and a voice told Teacher Tian to leave it to her, calling her sister. Teacher Tian's new look proudly declared that it was either kill you, or you would end up being killed. After saying that, the white-haired Teacher Tian added that there was no other way to survive in this world. The boss noticed the marvelous change in Teacher Tian and told the guards to grab her faster. The guards started to reach for Teacher Tian and recommended that she quickly surrender, after which a purple aura enveloped his hand. The aura started to shrink, and the guard's hand knew a lot of pain that he started to scream, saying his arm was broken. The new appearance turned to Teacher Tian and said that screaming was the meaning of her life. But no one dared to use Teacher Tian as a toy. The enraged boss tells his guards not to shoot Teacher Tian, as he needs her alive because he won't be able to shake his money out of her corpse. The guards didn't listen to their boss, and oodles of shots headed for Teacher Tian, but were immediately blocked. Tiangu turned to Bei Min and said that his beloved teacher had mutated. At this time, Bei Min was squirming in pain, and didn't understand why the bullets stunned him even when he stopped them. Tiangu said that Bei Min was useless. After all, he had Tiangu's strength, but he kept embarrassing himself, and Bei Min asked Tiangu if he had imagined at all how painful it was. Taking the bullets in his hand, Bei Min said that without his demonic powers, he would have immediately died from it. Bei Min made it a rule to use his strength wisely next time. Tiangu also told Bei Min that now was not the time to blame himself. Tiangu said that first and foremost, they needed to deal with the situation in front of them. Bei Min confirmed that Tiangu was right. It was necessary to save Teacher Tian, but he didn't know how. The new look Teacher Tian terrorized the guards and enjoyed screaming at the torment of the guards. The new face turned to Teacher Tian and said that Teacher Tian kept everything inside. She kept her darkness inside, but forced herself to treasure other people. The new look wondered if there was a point to living for the sake of others. After that, the new face wanted to free Teacher Tian. The boss realized the seriousness of the situation and started to run away, thinking that Teacher Tian was some kind of monster. But new look Teacher Tian wasn't going to let her boss escape and blocked the exit with her purple aura. The boss started pulling out a gun and said that Teacher Tian was on her own to certain death. Teacher Tian's new appearance surpassed the speed of a human, and while the boss was pulling out a gun, she appeared in front of him and asked if she was really jumping to her death. A purple aura enveloped the man's firearm, and he couldn't move it at all. The new look Teacher Tian decided to have a little fun, for, judging by the way her boss had treated her sister, he knew how to do it. The new look teacher Tian said that the boss had better meet her expectations. The boss started begging teacher Tian for mercy as he had made a mistake. And if teacher Tian let him go, he would forget about the money. The new look teacher Tianya thought for a bit and said it sounded good, coming to the decision that she would let the boss go. But right after that, teacher Tian rushed to attack the boss and asked him if this was what he wanted to hear. Seconds before teacher Tian's second appearance killed the boss, Bei Min turned to the teacher and stopped her. Bei Min stated that if teacher Tian killed the boss, she would end up hurting herself. The new look laughed at Bei Min's words and said that she was protecting teacher Tian. And without the help of this guys, there was no way teacher Tian would have survived in this rotten world. Bei Min said that it was as if he was talking to a completely different person. Then he asked Tiangu if teacher Tian was possessed by some demon. But Tiangu didn't feel any demon. It looked like some dark aura had awakened teacher Tian's hidden personality. Bei Min, on the other hand, asserted that the situation had become complicated, and it was necessary to bring teacher Tian to her senses without injuring her. But Bei Min's right leg had returned to disrepair, and he had already stopped feeling his left arm. Tiangu asked Bei Min to give him his body, for this way they could save everyone in the end. Bei Min reminded Tiangu, saying that he had said that he could absorb dark energy directly, and now he was joking around. Tiangu said that it was a different case. The dark aura had completely taken over teacher Tian and merged with her. It was impossible to take the energy directly, and if Bei Min gave his body, Tiangu could absorb the energy with his mouth. Bei Min decided to try to bring teacher Tian to his senses and try to seize control of the dark aura. At that moment, Tiangu would absorb the energy, and Tiangu complained that it was hard for Bei Min to just lend him a body. The second version of teacher Tian turned to Bei Min and asked him if he was going to save teacher Tian herself. But in other words, Bei Min was a weakness for teacher Tian, and the second personality needed to get rid of this weakness. Only by doing so would teacher Tian become stronger. The second personality decided to attack Bei Min, saying that teacher Tian couldn't rely on a weakling like Bei Min. Teacher Tian's strength grabbed Bei Min. Bei Min said that he might be weak, but he tried his best because he promised to protect the teacher. Teacher Tian's second personality couldn't understand why on earth Bei Min was so worried about teacher Tian. The teacher's second identity suggested that Bei Min also had hidden intentions on teacher Tian. Bei Min became embarrassed and shouted that this was nonsense, and he had not thought of anything like this towards teacher Tian. Even Tiangu realized that it was a lie, and told Bei Min that no one would believe his words. The second personality told Bei Min to be honest, for she also felt the same way. Bei Min had special feelings for teacher Tian. The second personality would be sorry to let Bei Min die just like that in front of teacher Tian's face. Teacher Tian's second personality decided to teach Bei Min one last life lesson for the last time. Bei Min tried to stop the new appearance, relying on the fact that she didn't dare to use teacher Tian's body so recklessly. The teacher's new look told Bei Min that Bei Min was more naive than she thought. In addition, the new look told Bei Min that he could resist as long as he wanted to. Teacher Tian's new look said that the more Bei Min resisted, the more excited she became. Bei Min didn't understand what had happened to teacher Tian that she had such a personality. Bei Min told the new appearance that it wasn't her body, after all. She had just taken over teacher Tian's body, which didn't belong to her. Bei Min told the new guys to return the body to teacher Tian. But the guys asked Bei Min what made him think it was teacher Tian's body. Oblique asked Bei Min what he knew about teacher Tian at all. And Bei Min replied that he didn't care what teacher Tian's real identity was, but she was definitely not like the new look. Oblique noticed that Bei Min's words were cruel, but she liked it and wanted to hear more so that she could enjoy more. While Oblique was complacent, Bei Min couldn't breathe. Bei Min realized that he should have acted now, or else he would pass out before he could bring teacher Tian to his senses. Tiangu was bantering with Bei Min at this time, who was angry and asked to be more serious before his death. Tiangu asked Bei Min to stop resisting and give him the body, for Tiangu would deal with the teacher's appearance in no time at all. Bei Min was against it and said that he wouldn't let Tiangu touch teacher Tian even if he died. Bei Min asked teacher Tian's appearance to stop. But in his mind, Bei Min knew that it wasn't the real teacher Tian, for her body and scent were remembered by Bei Min. Bei Min realized that there was only one option left. He didn't want to use it, but there was no other choice. Bei Min decided to tell why he cared so much about teacher Tian. After the car accident, Bei Min underwent a hell of a rehabilitation and was finally able to go back to school like a normal person. Bei Min hoped to return to his former happy high school life, but that had its own problems. Bei Min's classmates and teachers began to distance themselves from him. and their hypocrisy made Bei Min's hope impossible to achieve. Bei Min didn't hold a grudge at all against his hypocritical classmates and teachers, but it was himself and his fate that he hated. And right before Bei Min completely despaired, salvation appeared in his life. A girl who looked like an angel appeared in front of him. Teacher Tian asked Bei Min to cheer up, for she had always been on his side. Teacher Tian's smile was the warm sunshine that warmed Bei Min in the harshest of winters. Teacher Tian saved Bei Min and gave Bei Min a chance to start over, to try again in life. Bei Min told Teacher Tian that she might have thought he was exaggerating. After all, this was an ordinary thing for a teacher. But it meant a lot to him and he had wanted to say it for a long time. Bei Min began to beg Teacher Tian to become his girlfriend, for he wanted to make Teacher Tian happy all his life. Tiangu, hearing this, started laughing as if out of breath, asking Bei Min what was that just now. Bei Min said that Tiangu didn't understand anything, because Bei Min was trying to awaken Teacher Tian's consciousness. Tiangu understood this, but he couldn't stop laughing. Teacher Tian's face came back to her senses, and she asked Bei Min if his words were true. Tiangu quickly stopped laughing when he saw Teacher Tian come to her senses after Bei Min's words. The dark aura began to slowly stabilize and let go of Bei Min, disappearing with each passing second. Tiangu immediately realized that this was a good chance. He told Bei Min to hold Teacher Tian while the wolf absorbed the energy. Bei Min apologized to Teacher Tian before hugging her tightly and awaiting the wolf's actions. Teacher Tian's new appearance came into effect, and she began to release more dark aura. The new look asked Bei Min what he was doing, after which she asked him to let her go. Teacher Tian's second appearance couldn't understand how Bei Min was taking her energy so easily. And if he continued like this, the appearance would disappear. The guys asked Bei Min if he thought he was saving Teacher Tian, but Bei Min was a fool and only made things worse according to Oblique. Oblique wanted to know if Bei Min would protect Teacher Tian for the rest of his life. Teacher Tian's second appearance stated that she was capable of protecting Teacher Tian, then told Bei Min to let her go. Before long, Teacher Tian's second appearance finally subsided, and she returned to her previous appearance. Bei Min apologized to the teacher, for he didn't want to play with Teacher Tian's feelings, but he had no other choice. Bei Min took the teacher in his arms, noting that it must have been hard for her, but she was fine now. Tiangu said that he missed the feeling of growing demonic power, even though Bei Min had copied Tiangu's idea to pull this off. Tiangu asked him this time. Tiangu and Bei Min's joy was quickly interrupted, as a group of guards started rushing towards the boss's office. The guards were angry because Bei Min dared to attack their boss. Then they started firing guns. Bei Min didn't react to the shots. Standing still, all bullets were stopped on the spot, blocked by a shield of Bei Min's strength. Noticing such strength, the guards couldn't believe their eyes and thought that Bei Min wasn't human. Bei Min turned to the guards and said that innocent people suffered because of people like them. Bei Min launched the bullets back, but in such a way that they didn't hit the guards. Afterwards, he said that he was giving the guards a chance to start their lives anew, and if the guards valued their lives and wanted to move on, Bei Min advised them to get out of his sight. The guards thought Bei Min's threat was real, and they immediately decided to retreat from the place. Tiangu swept up that the guards were trash, for they attacked the weak and trembled before the strong. Tiangu asked Bei Min what they were going to do, suggesting that they should have some fun. Bei Min replied that they needed to get the teacher to the hospital. Bei Min gushed that he felt embarrassed in front of Shen since he was left with such a mess. While Bei Min was thinking about it, Shen appeared and remarked that Bei Min had had a lot of fun. Bei Min apologized to Shen and said that he was too involved in saving the teacher's life. Bei Min said that he was a decent person and was not going to lie. He had to compensate for the damages. Tiangu at this time couldn't understand what Bei Min was going to pay with. Bei Min asked Shen as his classmate to give him some time, for Bei Min was a poor high school student. Shen said that Bei Min was quite responsible, but Bei Min's money was not what he needed. The car was waiting, so Shen decided to take the teacher to the hospital with Bei Min. Bei Min swept up that Shen had everything from gold, and Tiangu wondered that Shen didn't demand money from Bei Min. But one thought did not leave Tiangu, that Shen was actually hiding something in front of Bei Min. Shen turned to his Uncle Li and asked him to drive him to the suburban hospital. Bei Min remarked that Shen's car suited his character and that he admired him. But Shen said that this car was not a special car, but was a car for going grocery shopping. Tiangu took stock of the fact that there was so much idle chatter. But if Bei Min listened to him, he and Tiangu would accomplish even more. While already in the hospital, Shen wanted to know how Teacher Tian was doing. President Liu replied that she was in stable condition. Fortunately, Bei Min and Shen arrived in time. For if just a little longer, it would have been impossible to save Teacher Tian. President Liu told Shen that if he had any questions, let him contact him anytime. Shen told Bei Min that Teacher Tian's wounds were severe, but she was properly taken care of. Bei Min was overjoyed and didn't even know how to thank Shen. Bei Min couldn't understand one thing after all: Teacher Tian only had scratches. But Shen was talking about severe wounds for some reason. But Bei Min assumed that the dark energy was burning her from within. Bei Min picked up on the fact that Shen was bailing him out and not asking for anything in return. It was a lose-lose situation for both of them, which didn't suit a smart and rich guy like Shen. Bei Min turned to Shen and wanted to know what Shen was really up to. Tiangu told Bei Min that he had noticed the catch after all. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and said that he wasn't that stupid. Free cheese was only found in a mousetrap, and it was obvious. Shen wasn't going to get into Bei Min's pants, so there was another reason for Shen's excessive courtesy. Shen said that Bei Min's intuition was good, and he turned out to be right, and Shen was up to something. Shenluo said that he had never found himself in a losing situation. After that, Shen threw the phone to Bei Min and said that the intentions were there. Bei Min grabbed the phone and asked Shenluo what was on it. Tiangu was also curious to know. On his phone, Bei Min saw a photo of him wearing a dog mask and holding a car above him while saving people. Shenluo said one of his siblings accidentally took this photo of a man with a dog's head. Shenluo revealed that the hero hiding behind the dog mask was Bei Min. Bei Min, on the other hand, wanted to know how Shenluo knew this. Bei Min swept up that Shenluo really was an unusual person. Shenluo waved his hands and said that he was an unusual person, but an ordinary rich man. Bei Min was confused, for Shenluo's reply was so precise that he didn't even have words to say. Shenluo admitted that he had plans for Bei Min, which were gratitude, admiration, and respect, as Shenluo had no plans to do anything wrong. Bei Min thought that he had overheard, after all. The rich guy had said that he admired him. Shenluo shouted out the word strength. Swept up, the strength was overwhelming and unfathomable. Money, women, and status were all Shenluo had since birth. But it wasn't enough to become the main man in the family. And if Shenluo has the power, he can overthrow his brother and rise to power, thus avenging his mother. Shenluo realized that his words looked bad, and said that he had no evil intentions. He just wanted to merge his strength with Bei Min. Bei Min didn't understand the point, but he decided to help Shenluo for his honesty and repay his debt. Tiangu said that such honesty was rare, unlike Bei Min's habit of suspecting Tiangu and the others. Bei Min told Tiangu to admit that he was disappointed. While Bei Min and Shenluo were chatting, a shout came from Teacher Tian's room, and it was a sign that she had woken up. Teacher Tian was floundering in the bed, screaming for her sister and begging her not to leave. Bei Min immediately rushed over to Teacher Tian and covered her with a blanket to calm her down. Due to the Shen family's business relationship with Teacher Tian's parents, Bei Min was able to learn some things about her. Shen entered the room and said that Teacher Tian was talking about her twin sister. As it turned out, Teacher Tian's sister had drowned while trying to save her. Shen added that this happened back in his early childhood. This information left Bei Min in complete shock. Tiangu realized that Teacher Tian's second personality appeared because of guilt, and they had forcibly absorbed it. Bei Min was broken, having made a mistake, when a call came to him from Su Yue. Bei Min started to ask Su Yue about what happened, but all Su Yue said before she hung up the phone was that she reported about the school and asked Bei Min for help. Bei Min couldn't realize for a while that the connection was gone, throwing him into an even more huge shock. Bei Min prayed that Su Yue was safe and sound. He tried to call a couple more times, but the caller's phone was turned off or out of range. Shen asked Bei Min to stay calm, for he would use the police connection to get Su Yue's whereabouts. Bei Min revealed that before the connection was lost, Su Yue had said the word school, which meant she was there. Shenluo decided to go with Bei Min and send his men there, but Bei Min immediately stopped him. Today, Bei Min remained in a huge debt to Shenluo, so he wanted to pay him back in a different way, after which Bei Min proposed to be friends. Shenluo said that he had one last request for Bei Min to tell Shenluo whenever he needed something. Bei Min wanted Shenluo to stay with her and look after the teacher. Teacher Tian was fine now, but the psychological trauma would affect her, and Bei Min was worried about her. Shenluo told Bei Min that he could rely on him and that he guaranteed Teacher Tian's best condition. Bei Min told Sheng not to worry about his words, since if he ever needed Bei Min, he would definitely help him. After that, Bei Min jumped out of the hospital window to go to the school to rescue Su Yue. Shenluo was surprised that Bei Min had just jumped from the third floor, prompting him to find something unbelievable. With Bei Ming's help, Shenluo wanted to realize a great plan, and Shenluo's nasty relatives would one day be on their knees before him. Tiangu turned to Bei Ming and asked him if he wanted to be an errand boy for Shenluo, for Tiangu was not going to be his servant, not depending on his financial status. Bei Ming told Tiangu not to grumble, for he had no intention of becoming someone's plaything. Bei Ming added that not everything was decided by force alone. Money and status made this world go round. Shenluo had something that Bei Ming didn't, so it was beneficial to both of them. Bei Ming needs to pretend to be a stupid bigot to make Shenluo think he was controlling Bei Ming. Tiangu said that there was no need to pretend. After all, one could be himself. Bei Ming said that this was not the time to talk at all. Bei Ming said that he visualized his strength to observe how much of it was left. That way, he wouldn't lose his strength too soon like last time. Tiangu was surprised, and said that he thought Bei Ming was still the same immature brat, but he had changed very quickly. Bei Ming said that he had to grow fast to keep up with the world around him. Tiangu said that Bei Ming was thinking right, and if he was still going to obey Tiangu, Bei Ming would achieve things he could never think of. Tiangu realized that the stronger Bei Ming was, the better off Tiangu was. For without a physical body, Tiangu had to listen to Bei Ming's orders. There was no other way. Tiangu had to wait for a moment, and then take the lead. An unknown number called Bei Ming. He immediately picked up the phone and thought it was Su Yue, but it turned out to be Shenluo. Shenluo said the teacher was fine, but Shen's people found something and sent the video to Bei Ming. There was a dancing cat girl in the video who asked her viewers to leave likes. Miao Chan said she was at a school where a student had recently gone missing, and the school had tried to keep the matter quiet, but it was too strange to leave the matter without the cat girl's attention. Bei Min assumed that it was a close friend of Su Yui's. Koshiko girl called herself a doer of justice and decided to sneak into the school deep into the night to uncover all the secrets. Su Yue asked Miao Chan named Shuang Shuang to stop recording as she had a bad feeling. Cat girl, on the other hand, told Su Yue not to say her real name in front of fans. Bei Ming assumed that this video was recorded before anything happened. In the video, Shuang Shuang was urging Su Yue not to leave. Soon the video ended and Bei Min was even more motivated to save Su Yue from disaster. Bei Ming rushed as fast as he could, and Tiangu complained that Bei Ming was pulling him along the ground, for he was not keeping up. Finally, Bei Ming and Tiangu arrived at the place. Bei Ming immediately realized that Su Yue and Shuang Shuang had entered the school. Bei Ming said that he couldn't use snake skills as they required a lot of demonic strength, then asked Tiangu to use his sniff to find Su Yue. Tiangu was angry and thought that Bei Ming thought that the snake's strength was greater than him, but Bei Ming said that was not the case. After all, as Tiangu could tell, snake tricks took demonic strength, and Tiangu could do even better things just by breathing in the air. The wolf snorted proudly and said that it was so worth answering immediately, then said that he would let Bei Ming behold his incomparable sniff today. But the wolf was shocked, for he could not smell anything, and yet he had always been able to do so before. While Tiangu was trying to use his sniff, Bei Ming received a call from Shenluo, who said he would send another video to Bei Ming. In the video, Shuang Shuang was again on the phone, who stated that she was on her way to the school archives, which was definitely where the clues were located. But suddenly, Su Yue took Shuang Shuang's hand and said that they should run away, for there was something strange in the school. Shuang Shuang's phone fell to the ground, which she wasn't happy about, but Su Yue convinced her that it was better to run away. The phone, which though broken from the fall continued to broadcast, on which silhouettes appeared. Bei Ming swept up that the unknown monster was chasing Su Yue, and they had to hurry to the school archives. Tiangu, on the other hand, said that he finally caught a whiff of the odor. Once outside the archives, Bei Ming didn't feel any demonic aura, and neither did Tiangu. While some monster was making its way to Bei Ming, the wolf convinced Bei Ming to quiet his skepticism. For if Bei Ming and Tiangu didn't feel anything, it was safe here when a demon appeared behind the guys. The three-headed demon had their own voices, each head speaking for itself, and they wanted to kill Bei Ming. But before the demon wanted to attack Bei Ming, he accidentally stepped on the glass, creating a loud sound. After which, the demon immediately hit the ground, but Bei Ming managed to spot the demon behind him. Bei Ming was able to dodge the demon's attack, and after getting out of the curtain of smoke, Bei Ming didn't understand where the three-headed enemy had come from. Bei Ming couldn't understand if the demon wanted to attack from the back. But Bei Ming was at a loss as to why he hadn't sensed the demon earlier. Tiangu said that no demon could hide from Tiangu's sniffing. Tiangu said that it was a mirror barrier. It wasn't surprising that Tiangu didn't notice him, and it was all because of the barrier. Bei Min asked Tiangu what a barrier was and asked why Tiangu wasn't omnipotent. Tiangu said that Bei Min had overheard and explained that a mirror barrier is a special kind of protective barrier that creates two dimensions in a single space. It is a deity-level spell, and if no human is capable of a demon. Tiangu wondered where it came from here. However, Tiangu felt like someone wanted to hide something special within the walls of Bei Ming's school. Bei Min recognized Tiangu's rightness, as this matter smelled like a conspiracy. Because this dark energy was very similar to that of teacher Tian's, Cerberus realized that Bei Min was not ordinary, but the three heads decided to ignore it. Bei Min said that for threatening Su Yue's life, the demon would die. But before Bei Min cut off the three-headed demon's life, he needed details about what happened to Su Yue. The three-headed demon was able to withstand Bei Min's punch, and instead blocked it with his teeth. Bei Min said that he didn't advise the demon to take a hit with his mouth, otherwise he wouldn't be able to answer Bei Min's questions. After which, Bei Min covered his arm with scales thanks to his serpent ability and broke his teeth in one of the demon's heads. The demon immediately threw its head back, complaining about losing its fangs. The second head claimed to run, while the third head asserted that they should have bitten Bei Min. The third head clamped its teeth into the nearest tree and declared that either heads or Bei Min would win this battle. The three-headed dog lifted the tree with its teeth and swung it at Bei Min, who didn't react in any way. Bei Min stopped the tree and said he was in no mood to play pitching stick with the dog. Bei Min started running up the tree, breaking it into small pieces. The demon was surprised at Bei Min's terrifying speed, however. In a couple of moments, Bei Min towered into the air, and the tree beneath him disintegrated into pieces. The three-headed demon immediately realized that Bei Min was not human and decided to retreat. But Bei Min wasn't going to let the three-headed beast go so easily, and slammed his foot right into one of its heads. Tiangu watched Bei Min's fight and noticed that Bei Min had changed too quickly. Bei Min realized that he had overdone the force of the blow and told the three-headed creature not to die so easily. The most important thing was that Bei Min hadn't gotten the information he needed yet, and the death of the enemy would be bad news. But the demon was alive, and decided to attack Bei Min when one of its heads grabbed Bei Min's leg. Bei Min was glad that the demon was at least alive, and since it was so tenacious, it would teach a tougher lesson. One head insisted that they kill Bei Min, but the rest of the heads were scared. But still, the center demon head gathered its wits and decided to attack Bei Min with a beam from its mouth. The beam was powerful, but it quickly began to fade away, which was not characteristic of this attack. Bei Min drew his sword and said that he realized what those voices in his head were, adding that they were this demon. Bei Min said things were getting much easier, and now the three-headed monster could say everything he knew, what they had forgotten at school, and what their plan was. One head was thrown into shock as he thought that Bei Min couldn't understand them, but that turned out not to be the case. The heads agreed on the fact that there was nothing worth revealing to Bei Min, and it was worth fleeing. These words interested Bei Min as he realized that the heads had something to hide. Bei Min threatened the three-headed demon, saying if they didn't reveal the truth, they would know something worse than death. Tiangu realized that Bei Min was doing well, and it would be great to capture Bei Min's body. And if Bei Min was strong enough, it would work out, and Tiangu would be free from the spirit seal today. Tiangu asked Bei Min to leave it to him. Since the three-headed demon was from the same tribe as Tiangu, and as the lord of his tribe, Tiangu had to teach the three-headed disobedient a lesson. Tiangu needed to wind up the three-headed man and make him beat with all his might. Only then would it become a suitable vessel for Tiangu to use. Tiangu appeared in front of the three-headed demon. One head was afraid of him, the second head doubted Tiangu's strength, and the third head wanted to defeat him. Tiangu swept up that the demon knew who he was, but even so they dared to turn up their noses. Having three heads, the demon had no brains in any of them. The demon was surprised that Tiangu had fallen so low, serving some mortal, so much so that he was also attacking his own kind. Tiangu said that there was no point in trying to explain anything, with the tiny intelligence of his opponent. The most important thing was that Tiangu still lacked the strength of the three-headed demon, and needed to piss him off harder. Bei Min asked Tiangu to stop talking and get information from the enemy. Tiangu, on the other hand, thought that when he was finally free from the seal that made him an errand dog not of his own free will, he would devour Bei Min in the first place. One had begged Tiangu for mercy, while the other two said that the demon had only gotten stronger to take revenge on the pathetic people who had bullied him all his life, and Tiangu should have realized it. Tiangu said that the demon would be able to discuss grand plans for revenge with the rest of his species in his belly. The demon decided not to give up after all. The three heads gathered their spirits and unleashed their anger on the humans. The three-headed demon was at the peak of his anger and rushed towards Tiangu to devour him. Soon, Tiangu disappeared from sight, and all that was left was the chain that led to the three-headed demon's mouth. Bei Min was extremely surprised as he didn't expect some weak demon to swallow Tiangu. The three-headed demon began to taunt Tiangu, exulting that he had become stronger than a guardian of the heavens who didn't deserve his title. Bei Min was angry, for he thought that Tiangu had built himself up to be strong, but he himself couldn't stand it for 5 minutes. Calling the three-headed beast a pathetic demon, Bei Min threatened it. But suddenly, the three-headed creature's body began to rapidly disintegrate into pieces. The demon felt the terrible pain and the way he was losing control of himself, not realizing what was happening to his body. The three-headed demon's body created an explosion that was strong enough that Bei Min had to retreat slightly. Protecting himself from the explosion, Bei Min tried to understand what had happened that the demon suddenly exploded. Tiangu appeared holding a small black puppy in his teeth and asked Bei Min, did he really think that some puppy would be able to eat him? Tiangu was frustrated as the demon had the looks to match, but the body was too weak. It wouldn't be able to withstand Tiangu. Bei Min said that Tiangu had scared him. Tiangu said that he wouldn't lose so easily, and that was his plan. After that, he reminded Bei Min to take away the demonic energy of the demon. Also, Tiangu should have played along so Bei Min wouldn't find out his real plan. Bei Min noticed that he had replenished his energy already twice in one day. It felt like the energy was endless. Tiangu was puzzled that all the benefit had gone to Bei Min, but didn't care, for Tiangu would try again a little later. Taking a glance at the black puppy, Bei Min noticed that it was the same puppy that the school watchman had taken in. The puppy asked Bei Min to let him go, for he was just running around and accidentally got entangled in the dark energy, and he didn't want to hurt anyone at all. Tiangu told the puppy to stop whining and show where Su Yue was. The puppy swept up. He really knew where they were. Tiangu told Bei Min to run faster. Bei Min was hesitant because he thought they might run into another trap. Tiangu replied that with that much strength, Bei Min could not be afraid of anything. Shuang asked Su Yue if she saw something nearby, not realizing where such a strange creature came from in the school. Su Yue replied that she ran as soon as she sensed danger, and there was no time to look at the monster. Shuang was glad that Su Yue had good intuition, and that the girl was not wrong to call Su Yue with her. Su Yue still couldn't understand because when she felt the strange aura, it was as if she was looking into another dimension. Shuang said that she was scared and implied that they had come here for nothing at all, and Shuang had dragged Su Yue into this matter for nothing. Su Yue said that they were fine. Besides, she had called someone she could trust to help and he would definitely save the girls. Shuang was extremely surprised at the news that someone would come to their rescue, and was definitely happy about it. Su Yue was still worried about Bei Min, because something might have happened to him on the way to the girls' house. As the girls sat waiting for Bei Min to save them, the doorknob began to twitch. This immediately wreaked havoc in the girls' room, and the first thing Su Yue did was pick up the mop in her hands. But Su Yue quickly calmed down as she saw Bei Min, who came to the girls' aid. Bei Min entered the room and rejoiced because he had finally found Su Yue and Shuang. Shuang rushed to Bei Min and hugged him, saying that it was wonderful that Bei Min had come, and she was very much frightened. Shuang called Bei Min a hero, and for his help, he could choose any of Shuang's exclusive photos. After imagining what was meant by the words exclusive photos, Tiangu and Bei Min became embarrassed. Su Yue broke her broom and asked Bei Min how long he was going to hug Shuang. Bei Min, on the other hand, said that Su Yue had it all wrong. Changing the topic, Bei Min said that it was time to already get out of this school to a safe place, but Tiangu stopped Bei Min. Tiangu suggested Bei Min to find out who was behind all this since they were here. Bei Min suggested that Tiangu was right, and if they left now, there was no telling when they would be able to find out the truth. But if left like this, Su Yue and Shuang will be in danger again while Bei Min investigates. Bei Min said that he would lead Su Yue out of the school, but he couldn't go any further with them as he needed to uncover the culprit. Su Yue and Shuang insisted that they would not go outside without Bei Min, but would follow him instead. Tiangu was quite suited to this development, and he swept the girls up to swallow the bait. Tiangu asked Bei Min to follow him, for he could sense the same energy from the far room. Bei Min asked Tiangu where the school could have a secret room from, assuming that Tiangu was mistaken. Tiangu said that this was no longer a school, but a separate dimension from the mirror barrier. Bei Min was surprised that even here, there were other dimensions that could be created, remarking that he wanted to learn it. Shuang approached Bei Min and asked him where they were, and if they would run into a screener. Smelling Su Yue's jealousy, Bei Min immediately asked Shuang to let go of his hand. Su Yue also took advantage of the moment. She pressed herself against Bei Min and took his hand, saying that she was afraid of the darkness. Bei Min didn't expect such words from Su Yue and said that it wasn't like her at all. After which, Su Yue pinched Bei Min and asked him how he felt like that. Bei Min said that he was hurt and that it was his fault. Tiangu turned to Bei Min and said that if Bei Min was having a hard time between two fires, he could grant it to Tiangu and give up his body. While the guys were chatting, another dark energy release of enormous proportions swooped in. The dark energy emission raised a dust and smoke screen, causing Bei Min to worry about the girls. Su Yue was fine, except that she had inhaled some dust. Shuang was also fine, but she was sorry that her phone had fallen out, for her fan base would have increased from such exciting content. Bei Min realized that he couldn't put the girls in danger further. He had to find a way to protect Su Yue and Shuang. Bei Min thought of and told Su Yue and Shuang that it was too dangerous in front and asked the girls to wait behind him. Bei Min added so that the girls wouldn't worry. Su Yue and Shuang were not to leave one place until Bei Min came back to them. Bei Min conjured a snake that was a couple times the size of a human, estimating that it should be enough. The girls, on the other hand, marveled at the snake above them. Bei Min started to run away and asked the girls to stay put and wait for him to come back. Tiangu tried to ask Bei Min questions, but he said that right now, it was necessary to deal with this dark energy more quickly. Bei Min would say that they shouldn't linger, but Tiangu interrupted him and said that it was nearby. Bei Min immediately stopped and swept up, sensing powerful pulses of energy behind the wall. Bei Min realized that the secret behind all of this could be behind this wall and would finally be revealed. Behind the wall was a large room with hanging papers, and the place itself was quite strange, and there was a familiar silhouette in the middle of it. Bei Min recognized the man in the center, who turned out to be the school principal. The principal was on the phone and said that the condition was destabilizing, and he needed a little more time. In the center was a vessel with dark energy directly emanating from it. There was also an extremely strong smell of rot emanating from the vessel. Bei Min realized that the vessel was to blame for Teacher Tian's condition and the collapse of the gymnasium. Maybe the principal was the vessel, but Bei Min couldn't let him do whatever he wanted to do. Tiangu told Bei Min that the thing in the vessel was very strange, and one should not lose one's mind in battle. Bei Min thought that Tiangu was suggesting to retreat, but they might not be able to find this place anymore, considering the barrier was very strong. Tiangu said that he had marked this place and they wouldn't be able to lose it. Bei Min decided to go back, as it wasn't worth starting a battle here because of the girls who were around. Tiangu wished he could take the risk. If the vessel contained that very thing, there was no way to avoid problems. The vessel was opened, and the director said it would be done. The preparation of the sacred weapon would be completed as soon as possible. The principal hung up the phone and immediately turned around, realizing that Bei Min was peeking at him. But he was lucky that Bei Min didn't run into the principal when he was in a rage. But the director was also curious as to why Bei Min was the one who came, noting that it was getting more and more interesting. Bei Min pondered, remembering that Su Yue had said that last night had scared her a lot. She decided to stay home and recover. She returned home safely. Tiangu was teasing Bei Min in every way possible. Bei Min approached the school, but he couldn't feel a drop of yesterday's energy, not believing that it could have evaporated overnight. Some students in the back asked Bei Min why he was alone. The students behind Bei Min started to scoff, saying that it was obvious. After all, such a poor and ugly kid kept hitting on someone he wasn't worthy of. Shen Luo approached Bei Min and asked if he had found Su Yue yesterday. Bei Min said that Su Yue was fine, but this night was spectacular, so Su Yue was resting and gaining strength at home. The guy who was around and who had a crush on Su Yue was broken, thinking that Bei Min and Su Yue were doing adult things. Shen Luo said that he took care of that person, so Bei Min didn't have to worry. Besides, Shen Luo said that he and Bei Min should have kept their distance in public for the sake of their safety. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and said that this was the beauty of an ally, for it was much harder to keep track of everyone alone. Tiangu said that for that matter, Bei Min should have teamed up with Mu Ru Shui, but Bei Min was intimidated by her character. Bei Min said that he thought that Tiangu was always talking about Mu Ruxue, so he was in love. The wolf immediately started to deny this theory and said that he couldn't like any mortal woman. Bei Min asked Tiangu why he was blushing then, if that was not the case. But the wolf denied the words that he had blushed. As Bei Min continued to talk to Tiangu, some hand appeared on Bei Min's shoulder. Behind Bei Min, the principal appeared behind Bei Min and said hello to Bei Min. Bei Min was immediately startled, thinking that the principal was making the first move. Bei Min was surprised, for this was categorically not what Bei Min had planned in his head. Bei Min said hello to the headmaster immediately. Tiangu, on the other hand, wasn't happy that Bei Min was being a jerk when he could attack his enemy directly in the forehead. Bei Min was not going to attack the headmaster, for he was not stupid enough to attack him in school. The director noticed that Bei Min had bags under his eyes, and asked Bei Min if he couldn't sleep a wink last night. Bei Min thought that the principal was checking on him and noticed him last night. But Bei Min tried to reassure. Bei Min gushed that the principal had caught him up. He was embarrassed to say it, but Bei Min had been sitting over his homework all night to catch up on all the missed material. Bei Min bowed in front of the principal and said that the lesson was about to start, and it was worth rushing to it. Bei Min decided to run away and deal with the principal later. After all, the principal had a lot of power in the school grounds. Tiangu, on the other hand, called Bei Min hopeless, for all he could do was run away. Bei Min stated that it was not an escape, but just a tactic of retreat, for there could have been a lot of casualties if they started a fight in the school. The principal told Bei Min to go to the principal's office first, as he had a couple of questions for Bei Min. Bei Min agreed, but thought that the principal was going to kill him in his office. Already in the principal's office, he said that he had heard about Bei Min's family's situation. The principal assumed that it was hard for Bei Min to live alone with a disability, but Bei Min said that was not the case, for the scholarship and the care of teachers and classmates helped him to live happily. Bei Min realized that the principal was much calmer than he had expected. But if the principal wanted to continue this game, Bei Min wasn't going to give up. The principal asked Bei Min if he was happy with his study conditions, because Bei Min studied all night long. Bei Min replied that it was fine, for where there is labor, there is happiness, and Bei Min believed that studying hard would help Bei Min enter the university. The principal recalled the incident with the gymnasium, and remarked that it was only because of Bei Min that the lives of the students were saved, as well as the school's reputation. It was rare to find such brave people as Bei Min. Bei Min said that the principal overestimated him, for anyone would have done the same thing in Bei Min's shoes, and Bei Min should thank the school for not expelling Bei Min and giving him a chance to continue studying. The director was puzzled as Bei Min was playing dumb and just wasting his time. The principal asked Bei Min for advice on an important matter. Bei Min didn't think that he was the one who could give the right advice to the principal, but he was all ears. The principal said that a cripple with no meaning in life suddenly perked up and started living happily. Then during an accident, he saved the lives of 10 students without moving an eyebrow. And how often was it possible to meet such a person? Or better yet, ask how Bei Min managed to do it. The principal said that it sounded interesting, and Bei Min asked the director to tell him directly everything. Bei Min felt a little sorry for the principal for making some kind of circus instead of saying it straightforwardly. The principal stood up and said that Bei Min was a worthy enemy, and the principal liked to deal with smart people. And the best part is that Bei Min saw literally everything. He spotted the entire plan of the director. Tiangu swept up that the principal had already revealed himself, and now it was possible to attack him directly. Bei Min was in agreement, but it was necessary to take the principal away to a less crowded place. The director appeared behind Bei Min's back and stated that he could have killed Bei Min right here and now. Bei Min covered himself with an aura and was surprised at the principal's audacity, then asked him to give it a try. The principal asked Bei Min not to raise his expectations. Since he was able to pass the dimension created by the principal and defeat the watchdog, Bei Min was not weak. If the headmaster could subdue Bei Min, then he didn't want to antagonize Bei Min either. As long as Bei Min agrees to fulfill the principal's assignments, the principal could take care of Bei Min's admission to the university and give him a top scholarship. And this was an important thing for a student to do. The principal could have just given Bei Min money, but he was a conscientious teacher. And as they say, if you want to help a hungry man, give him a fishing rod instead of a fish. The director raised the cup on the table and said that if Bei Min refused his offer, the outcome would be different. The principal held up the mug and said that if Bei Min disobeyed, Bei Min and his girlfriend would suffer the fate of this mug. After saying those words, the principal immediately used his power and broke the cup into small pieces. Bei Min asked the director if the director really wanted to intimidate Bei Min by hurting Su Yue in the process. But the principal said that wasn't his goal. The principal swept up that Su Yue had excellent grades, and he was able to make her passing scores so terrible that no Sherrijway would look at her. And for the rest of Su Yue's life, he would do to her bright future what he did to this mug. Bei Min swept up that the headmaster was indeed a teacher's teacher, doing dirty deeds just to kill a person's spirit. Bei Min said that he was the principal's enemy, not Su Yue, so the principal should have left her out of it. Bei Min asked the principal if it would be better if Bei Min just killed the principal now. The director immediately asked Bei Min if he was refusing his offer. Bei Min began to gather his strength and said that he would only do one single thing for Bei Min. Bei Min decided to attack first and concentrating his might in his fist. He said that he would personally arrange the funeral of the principal. But during the time Bei Min wanted to attack, someone started knocking on the principal's office door. Someone on the other side of the door kept knocking. As it turned out, it was Mu Rushui who brought the weekly report of the student council. The principal asked Mu Rushui to enter, and she immediately entered, stopping the fight between the principal and Bei Min. Bei Min couldn't understand what Mu Rushui had forgotten. Tiangu was surprised that Mu Rushui had become even more beautiful, even though they hadn't seen each other for only a couple of days. The principal turned to Bei Min and said that he could go, but the principal asked Bei Min not to forget something. The director asked Bei Min to think about his proposal one more time before leaving the office. Bei Min was quiet for a while and said that he would consider the offer from the director. When Bei Min passed through Mu Rushui, she told him that now was not the time to attack. Mu Rushui also added so that Bei Min would be waiting for Mu Rushui at the school gate. Tiangu was surprised by Mu Rushui's words and asked what she needed, but Bei Min didn't understand himself. Bei Min finally came to the school gate, believing that Mu Rushui thought too much of herself. On top of that, Bei Min thought that Mu Rushui definitely knew something about the headmaster. Tiangu, on the other hand, said that Mu Rushui would be smarter than Bei Min being part of the deity guards. While Bei Min was standing beside the road, an orange car drove by and splashed Bei Min with a gruel. One of the guys in the car called Bei Min a wet chicken, and the other assumed Bei Min was waiting for the bus. The guys in the front seats were laughing like crazy, but in the back seat was Shen Luo, who was not at all amused by the laughter. Tiangu asked Bei Min why he was standing there. After all, he could beat the crap out of these guys. Bei Min clapped his hands and said that there were some rather annoying mosquitoes buzzing under his ears. Bei Min started slamming from place to place, trying to hit something, but he kept failing at it. The driver thought Bei Min was weirded out by his actions and told Bei Min to step away from his new ride. With his next slam, Bei Min hit the roof of the car and sealed the roof even lower. The driver asked Bei Min what he had done and was broken as he had only taken out insurance a few days ago. Bei Min replied that he was just killing mosquitoes since his blood was particularly attracted to them, and those that provoked Bei Min usually died with a single pop. A red car nearby started signaling, and Mu Rushui asked Bei Min what he was waiting for. Noticing Mu Rushui, Bei Min immediately replied, walking in the car while the guys nearby were shocked. However, the guys were also surprised by the fact that Mu Rushui had a red Lambo and thought Bei Min was a lucky guy. Shenluo noticed this and couldn't understand what Mu Rushui wanted from him. After all, Mu Rushui wouldn't dare to take Bei Min away from Shenluo, who already had his eyes on her. Mu Rushui said that it was too dangerous to talk anywhere, so she set up a barrier from the outside world in her apartment. Bei Min felt awkward, for this was the first time he was coming home to a girl other than Su Yue. And Bei Min felt like his heart was about to explode. Bei Min noticed that Mu Rushui's room was so pink, which didn't fit the image of a cold queen. What stunned Bei Min the most was that Mu Rushui started to take a shower while Bei Min was waiting for her. Tiangu put all the clues together and asked Bei Min, "Did he really?" He didn't understand what it meant. Tiangu decided to try to provoke Bei Min, use his natural instincts, and take over his body. Bei Min didn't fully understand Tiangu's words and bewilderedly asked him what it was about. Tiangu said that this meant the fact that Bei Min could do whatever he wanted and no one would know about it. Tiangu also realized that desperate virgin Bei Min's knowledge was far inferior to Tiangu's. Bei Min still didn't fully understand Tiangu's words, but little by little he began to realize it. Bei Min's imagination played out and he began to imagine different images of Mu Rushui. Bei Min decided to calm down since Tiangu was making himself look like someone he wasn't, and was probably trying to cause Bei Min unnecessary trouble. Tiangu told Bei Min to be on standby for he sensed the dark energy, and today they would be doing justice. Mu Shue came out of the shower and suggested that Bei Min take a shower, for he was all soaked. Bei Min thought that Mu Shue had lost all her guard. Bei Min refused to shower, and Tiangu wondered how Bei Min didn't take the chance that was put in front of him. Mu Shue revealed that she had a close friend, Ye Xiaoxi. Mu Shue recalled how she had offered to join forces with Bei Min. There was a rich man who offered a large sum of money to solve the school problem. Ye Xiaoxi was the daughter of that rich man. Ye Xiaoxi was possessed by some dark energy. Her father tried every possible treatment, but nothing worked. Ye Xiaoxi still hasn't recovered yet. Last night, Mu Shue went out to scout and spotted Su Yue and her friend, but she lost track of them. Then, Mu Shue spotted Bei Min, but he too suddenly disappeared. Bei Min realized that Mu Shue had noticed a lot of things that night. Tiangu swept up that this was why he wanted to team up with Mu Shue, as she was a very valuable ally. Soon, Bei Min told everything, and Mu Shue was sure that the principal had completely lost his mind. Every time students went missing, the topic was hushed up. From that point on, Mu Shue began to suspect the principal, but she couldn't find any leads. Bei Min was surprised that Mu Shue was studying the dangerous matter alone. In his musings, Bei Min heard a song nearby. The song that started playing was the ringtone that Mu Shue got on her phone. Bei Min was convinced that Mu Shue had 8th grade girl syndrome, because even the ringtone was suitable. Mu Shue picked up the phone and heard that Ye Xiaoxi had finally woken up, who suddenly pounced on people like crazy and could not be restrained. Mu Shue told the caller that she would be here soon. Mu Shue said that she had gotten all the information she needed, and since she knew who was behind it, Bei Min didn't have to worry about anything. Now Mu Shue had things to do, and Bei Min could go. But Bei Min said that he couldn't let Mu Shue go alone, and he should help her as a thank you. Bei Min asked Mu Ruge to let her solve this matter, after which he called Mu Ruge with him. Soon, Bei Min and Mu Shue were in the car, and rushing to the scene of the accident. Mu Shue said that Bei Min should have hidden his demonic power, because the people from the Zhongming brew had connections with the Ye family. Bei Min revealed that this was the first time he had heard about it from the Bureau. Zhongming was a secret organization that existed from ancient times until today. They are the best hunters, responsible for exterminating demons among humans and maintaining the balance of the world. Those who worked after sunrise were called day hunters, and after sunset, night hunters operated. Mu Shue, on the other hand, was in the 2nd division, and both factions were obliged to observe the regime and not allow it to change. Bei Min couldn't even think that in such a seemingly simple world, there were so many secrets, Mu Shue said as she did so. Bei Min still had a lot to learn. Mu Shue shouldn't have revealed any of these facts to Bei Min, but his dire situation forced her to do so. Mukunu Guxa told Bei Min to never start a fight, otherwise the people from Zhongming would lay their eyes on Bei Min. Bei Min went with Mu Ruge to solve her problem, and didn't understand how he could restrain himself. But judging from the words of the Snow Queen, Zhongming Bureau, it's not just a bunch of amateurs. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he knew about the Zhongming Bureau, but Tiangu replied that he did not, for there was a barrier between the 3 worlds to maintain harmony. A demon of his rank was unable to pass into the human world. And to blame this barrier, Tiangu hadn't even heard of the Zhongming Bureau in a world not native to himself. Bei Min realized that the Snow Queen herself had laid out all the cards for him, and was also giving him advice. Bei Min came to think that this could be some kind of test. Mu Shue added that the intersection between day hunters and night hunters was impossible. Mu Shue revealed that a few years ago, there was a case where the day and night hunters joined forces to defeat an incomparably powerful enemy, a celestial dog that devoured the sun and moon. Bei Min immediately began to scoff that demons of such a heavenly form still existed. Tiangu laughed awkwardly and said that this demon was obviously strong in every aspect, except memory. Tiangu was angry because he had unwittingly become a laughingstock because of Mu Shue. But Tiangu remembered something else for the times when he had fought with Yang Jian at the edge of humanity. There could have been someone from the Zhongming Bureau. After all, someone helped Yang Jian that they even bullied Tiangu a little bit. Mu Ruge noticed that Bei Min was as silent as a fish. But one way or another, Mu Ruge would be able to find a way to reveal Bei Min's true identity, for it was more important to help Ye Xiaoxi right now. Soon, Mu Shue and Bei Min arrived at a huge castle that shocked Bei Min. Bei Min returned to seriousness and asked Tiangu if he could smell something. Tiangu picked up that it was the same familiar scent that had become stronger. Bei Min and Mu Ruxue entered the castle, where they were met by a group of warriors, some of whom were wounded. The warriors couldn't understand what a night hunter was doing here in broad daylight. But that wasn't the only question that arose. People were also curious about Bei Min, who was behind them. Mu Ruxue realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worst, as even the day hunters couldn't cope. The harbinger of all disaster appeared from a group of warriors and immediately rushed to Mu Ruxue's side. Mu Ruxue asked Uncle Ye to calm down and tell him what happened on the battlefield. Uncle Ye said that the evil spirit possessed his daughter Ye Xiaoxi. She came to her senses and started attacking everyone, so he called people from Zhongming Bureau, but they couldn't control her. The day hunters had no choice but to seal Ye Xiaoxi inside with spells. Mu Ruxue realized that things were not good since the sun had not yet set. As a night hunter, Mu Ruxue was only allowed to use her strength at night, and not in daylight at all. Uncle Ye began to beg Mu Ruxue to save Ye Xiaoxi, for the man had no one but his daughter. Mu Ruxue calmed Uncle Ye down and convinced him that she would save Ye Xiaoxi no matter what. Mu Ruxue decided to enter the room with Ye Xiaoxi, because even without using magic, Mu Ruxue was going to think of another way to save Ye Xiaoxi. When Mu Ruxue entered the room, she noticed Ye Xiaoxi, who had been consumed by a demon and was on the ceiling. Ye Xiaoxi immediately rushed over to Mu Ruxue and said that she had missed Mu Ruxue so much. Mu Ruxue understood the seriousness of what was happening, so she immediately dodged Ye Xiaoxi's attack. Mu Ruxue asked Ye Xiaoxi what happened to her, for she wanted to help. Mu Ruxue realized that she had to hold out until sunset. Only then would Mu Ruxue be able to use magic. Mu Ruxue once again blocked Ye Xiaoxi's attack and told her that she had once said that she would protect Ye Xiaoxi no matter what happened. Ye Xiaoxi said that she felt very good. She had never felt so good before, as if she had been reborn. Ye Xiaoxi pushed Mu Ruxue and said that if she wanted to help, Mu Ruxue had to lie down on the bed and not move. Ye Xiaoxi confessed that she had been in love with Mu Ruxue all this time. She just couldn't muster up the courage to confess. But today, Mu Ruxue could fulfill her dream. The day hunters started discussing Bei Min's clothes and realized that he was a schoolboy. But that clearly didn't please Bei Min. The day hunters wondered if Mu Ruxue was not known as an icy beauty, for countless people from the best of Juning to the overbearing rich men had been rejected by her, but some simpleton was by her side. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and said that Mu Ruxue had told him not to do anything. But judging from the situation, Mu Ruxue didn't have any plan in mind. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he absorbed the sun. Was it considered a sunset? Tiangu said that Bei Min could have asked this before, for it was not difficult. But now in Bei Min's body, the chances were slim to none. Hearing the odds, Bei Min decided to forget about the matter and come up with a new plan. Tiangu was telling Bei Min to reveal his entire plan, but he silently started walking somewhere. The day hunters taunted Bei Min, for he was outside, while Mu Ruxue fought without her strength inside. Bei Min said that the day hunters were in his way, and if they weren't going to help, they could fuck off. Bei Min called the hunters a bunch of so-called pros who gathered at the entrance to scratch their tongues and not try to help. If Bei Min were like that, he'd die of shame. The day hunters didn't even notice Bei Min was behind them, but one of them told Bei Min first to show what he could do. Bei Min kindly asked the hunters to leave if they didn't want to get hurt. The hunters were furious at these words and said that Bei Min had no business being here. But while the hunters were writhing, the door blew them away, and Mu Ruxue flew out of the opening. Bei Min immediately forgot about any arguments and rushed over to save Mu Ruxue from falling down. Bei Min took Mu Ruxue by the back and asked her if she was alright. But Mu Ruxue remained silent. Mu Ruxue became embarrassed and said that she had asked Bei Min not to interfere in her fight. Bei Min said that if the lady was in trouble, he couldn't just stay on the sidelines. Mu Ruxue said that even without Bei Min's help, she would have done fine. But Bei Min was a pain and time was running out, so she shouldn't waste her time on Bei Min. Tiangu at this time was praising Bei Min that he was starting to better impress the minds of the ladies. The other hunters were surprised that Mu Ruxue flew out through the doors and Bei Min had just caught her. But some caught a trace of demonic powers. Mu Ruxue didn't pay attention to the weekday hunters, but still one voice distracted her. The black-haired man appeared and said that this was the time of daytime hunters, and Mu Ruxue was a spawn of the night that should not stick out in the daytime. But Mu Ruxue had crossed the line, and the man was extremely displeased that the night hunter had overstepped his authority. The other hunters cheered when they saw the man, for it was the Kunnan Day hunter's beast of the day. Kunnan's words had no effect on Muru Shui. She just stood there looking at her fingernails. Kunnan was angry at Muru Shui's insolence, but he decided to show her his strength so that she would bow down when she saw his power. Kunnan turned to Muru Shui and told her to find a partner if she lacked strength, but Muru Shui didn't reply anything. Kunnan affirmed that Bei Min was not a good partner because he was weak and not worthy of Muru Shui. Kunnan smelled Bei Min's demonic aura and noticed that he smelled like a dog, but in his opinion, night hunters always like to mess around with loser demons. Kunnan told Bei Min that a good dog wouldn't prevent a person from passing, so Bei Min had to let Kunnan through. Kunnan said that he would solve the problem with Ye Xiaoxi in 5 seconds, which made the other day hunters happy. Being right in front of the doors, Kunnan turned to his fellow day hunters and said to rely on him. But when Kunnan returned and began his report starting at 5, a strong blow struck him immediately. It only took Kunnan a second for him to be thrown out of Ye Xiaoxi's room with a powerful punch. Bei Min stopped Kunnan flying at him, using a bit of his strength. Bei Min said that dogs that can only bark and overestimate themselves would quickly die. These words applied to all the day hunters in the castle. Bei Min noticed the inaction of others and said that if no one was going to do something, he would try it himself. The day hunters told Bei Min not to do anything stupid, because if Muru Shui and Kunnan failed, then Bei Min would not be able to unequivocally. Bei Min said for everyone to understand him correctly, saying his purpose was to repay Muru Shui's debt. Muru Shui turned to Uncle Ye and confirmed that Bei Min was a trustworthy person. After all, he had saved her life one day. Uncle Ye understood that if these were Muru Shui's words, then she could be trusted, and the man asked Bei Min to save his daughter. Bei Min said that he knew about such matters. Muru Shui watched this and couldn't understand why Bei Min wanted to help her by risking his identity. Muru Shui thought that she had fallen in love with Bei Min, but she convinced herself that she would never fall in love with other people. But her heart beat faster. Tiangu was offended that Muru Shui had forgotten that she had been saved by the great Tiangu. Bei Min began to mock Tiangu, saying he was jealous. Tiangu got angry and said that he was not jealous because he had seen so many women in his life. Bei Min decided to get back to business and first and foremost solve the problem with Ye Xiaoxi. After that, Bei Min was going to nail the principal and finish him off once and for all. Entering the room, Bei Min saw Ye Xiaoxi. Bei Min tried to understand why each next possessed person was more perverted than the previous one. Ye Xiaoxi was glad that someone had come to play, but in her opinion Bei Min was stinky. But at least he was handsome. Ye Xiaoxi immediately decided to rush to the attack, telling Bei Min that she had hopes of Bei Min being able to entertain her. Bei Min used his strength and told Ye Xiaoxi that since she liked games, he would humor her. Smelling Bei Min's strength, Ye Xiaoxi was immediately frightened and decided to retreat backwards. Ye Xiaoxi said that something was wrong with Bei Min. Bei Min was different from the previous ones, and Ye Xiaoxi could smell danger. Bei Min suggested Ye Xiaoxi to play catch-up and suction. Tiangu said that he understood everything, but the fact that Bei Min wanted to suck out the dark energy, he shouldn't have made such a terrible threat. Ye Xiaoxi was frightened, calling Bei Min a psycho, for he was emitting a very scary aura. Ye Xiaoxi was frightened from Bei Min's intentions, for she thought that Bei Min would do something perverted. Ye Xiaoxi became embarrassed and started shouting that there was no way she would play such a game. Bei Min didn't understand what games were being talked about, and Tiangu swept up that Bei Min had scared her a lot. Ye Xiaoxi told Bei Min to stay away, for she belongs to Muru Shui, and Bei Min said it was just a misunderstanding. Bei Min said that he is not a bad guy and he came to help. Bei Min asked Ye Xiaoxi not to run away. He would absorb the dark energy and Ye Xiaoxi would return to his normal state. Ye Xiaoxi was startled at the words that Bei Min wanted to absorb her demon's dark energy. Ye Xiaoxi asked how could one say such a thing, and then claimed that there was a misunderstanding. Bei Min asked Ye Xiaoxi why he was the pervert out of everyone. Tiangu said that it was a completely normal reaction, as no woman would trust a weirdo. Bei Min didn't understand what he should do since Ye Xiaoxi was no longer a raging demon, but a scared girl. Tiangu told Ye Xiaoxi to give him the initiative, as he would not show pity for the woman. Bei Min noticed that Ye Xiaoxi was wary, so she was unlikely to let Bei Min just absorb the energy, and it was worth it to awaken the body mistress's consciousness first. Bei Min came to the conclusion that they only had one way left to suck out the energy. Ye Xiaoxi asked Bei Min to stay away, and Bei Min asked the girl to trust him. Ye Xiaoxi couldn't understand why she couldn't resist Bei Min, whose aura paralyzed her. Ye Xiaoxi hated men, as her body had completely weakened and she couldn't fight back. Ye Xiaoxi told Bei Min that whatever he did to her, at least let him be gentle. Bei Min no longer had the energy to try to explain. After all, he and Ye Xiaoxi were not on the same page. Ye Xiaoxi's shouts could be heard in the castle, and the hunters would have thought that the situation behind the barrier had heated up. Uncle Ye found it disgusting, wondering what Bei Min could be doing with his daughter. Muru Shueishui told Uncle Ye that he shouldn't enter the room, as Uncle Ye's interference would only make Ye Xiaoxi's rescue more difficult, and he risked getting infected by the dark energy. Muru Shueishui herself was wondering what Bei Min was doing in the room, as Ye Xiaoxi's screams were too loud. The memories of Tiangu kissing her when he possessed Bei Min's body rose up in Muru Shue's mind. Soon, Bei Min came out of Ye Xiaoxi's room and said that she was now fine, and everyone could see for themselves. Uncle Yi immediately rushed into the room and noticed his daughter lying on the bed, and was silent. When Ye Xiaoxi opened her eyes and noticed her father, she immediately called out to him. Uncle Ye was insanely happy to have his daughter back. Ye Xiaoxi began to tell how scared she was, and that she had a terrible nightmare that some demon was tickling her feet. Uncle Ye, on the other hand, reassured her at this point. After all, everything was fine now. The hunters around were surprised that Bei Min had managed to save Ye Xiaoxi and believed that he was stronger than Muru Shueishui and Kun Nan. Bei Min realized that it was possible to leave since he had completed his task, but Muru Shueishui stopped him. Muru Zhezhe asked Bei Min to explain in detail how exactly he had rid Ye Xiaoxi of the evil energy and why her clothes were so tattered. Bei Min realized what Muru Shueishui was thinking and started to convince her otherwise. After all, he wasn't that kind of guy. Bei Min revealed that he and Su Yue used to play tickle battle when they were kids. The point was that the loser had to endure a minute of leg tickling. Bei Min just tickled Ye Xiaoxi until she started to cramp. This awakened her consciousness, and Bei Min sucked out the dark energy. Bei Min's method was unusual, but he saved Ye Xiaoxi, and Muru Shui was surprised because of Bei Min's specific method. After explaining, Bei Min started to leave, but Uncle Ye detained him, saying that the hero should wait for him. Uncle Ye didn't understand how Bei Min could leave if he did what the day hunters or even Muru Shueishui couldn't. Ye Xiaoxi was Uncle Ye's only daughter and her life was most important, so Uncle Ye offered Bei Min a reward. Bei Min pondered, after all, he could earn money like this, but he did it for the sake of helping Muru Shueishui. Uncle Ye introduced himself as Ye Nantian and understood that he had met many people in his 10 years of doing business. But Bei Min was quite calm, and Uncle Ye hoped that the large reward would not embarrass him. However, he had saved Ye Xiaoxi, and Uncle Ye was willing to give up his fortune if Bei Min asked for it. The hunters praised Bei Min, saying he showed no emotion even when the rich Ye Nantian offered him any reward, and he only calmly considered it. But in reality, Bei Min was confused and didn't know what he wanted since this was the first time with him. And if he refused, everyone would take Bei Min not for a kind-hearted man with a broad soul, but for an arrogant idiot. But Bei Min couldn't understand what kind of reward matched his work. Bei Min decided that he would ask for 1,000 yuan, as it would be enough for a pair of cheap sneakers. Bei Min told Ye Nantian that it would be rude for him not to accept kindness, so he only wanted 1,000 yuan, but Ye Nantian counted Bei Min said 10 million yuan. For Ye Nantian, it was not much, and he had noticed that Bei Min was very kind, but he would be at the point of asking for half of Ye Nantian's fortune. Ye Nantian apologized and said that Bei Min had a noble heart that didn't crave for money. After all, Bei Min had only asked so much out of politeness. The hunters thought that Bei Min asked for little money after all. Everyone knows that Ye Nantian values his daughter the most. But while others thought that it was a trick from Bei Min was confused, and the hunters were sure that this was a ploy from Bei Min, though even Tiangu was puzzled. Bei Min could only now realize what a huge number of sneakers he could buy with $10 million. Muru Shui turned to Bei Min and reminded him that he had saved her friend, and now she was willing to fulfill any request she made. Tiangu turned to Bei Min and said that since Muru Shui wasn't agreeing to everything, Bei Min shouldn't have missed the chance. Bei Min, on the other hand, didn't understand what he was talking about. Tiangu replied to Bei Min that he shouldn't have missed the chance to behold what every man dreams about. Tiangu's wish to see what every man dreamed of was for Muru Shui to wear an apron. Bei Min got angry and reminded him that Tiangu was a few thousand years old and should have been castrated because of that. This time, Bei Min was again unable to leave, for Kun Nan came to his senses and stopped Bei Min. He and a group of his hunters said that Bei Min couldn't get away with it and now they wanted to kill Bei Min. Bei Min suggested that the hunters would rather spend their energy on fighting than yelling. Tiangu supported the initiative and suggested Bei Min eat the noisy people. Ye Nantian stopped the argument and said that Bei Min was his esteemed guest, and if anyone touched him, Ye Nantian would be their enemy. Ye Nantian said that there was no need for quarrels, for everyone would be rewarded for their efforts and Chun Mingju's personal gratitude, so the reputation of the hunters would be safe. Kun Nan said that since this was the wish of Mr. Ye Nantian, no one would oppose it. Kun Nan told Bei Min that this time he was lucky to have the right person on his side. Kun Nan said that this was the last time. Bei Min, on the other hand, remained silent at this time and did not reply anything. Kun Nan proudly added, Molly, he would follow Bei Min to strike. But when Kun Nan was passing through Bei Min, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, which turned out to be a fracture. Bei Min smiled and asked Kun Nan what happened and why he was in pain. Kun Nan lied that everything was fine and rushed to the hospital with the rest of the hunters. Bei Min hoped that he could leave now, but Ye Nantian said that he couldn't let Bei Min go and asked him to have dinner with them. Bei Min raised his hand and stated that everything was fine, but he had things to do at the moment. While Bei Min held his hand like this, Mu Rushua took it as a sign and tossed him the car keys. Mu Ruguka told Bei Min that he could take her car, for she wanted to stay to be with Ye Xiaoxi. Bei threw Mu Rushua's keys back and said that it was not necessary, for he had already made arrangements with someone else. The public was shocked that Bei Min refused Mu Rushua's kindness, with Mu Rushua's car costing almost 10 million. Bei Min jumped into a cab, but the waiting time for a free one ran out, so Bei Min paid extra. Tiangu wondered what Bei Min agreed with and what he had traded the fancy car for. But it would be better if Bei Min admitted that he didn't know how to drive. Bei Min told Tiangu that if he didn't like it, he could trail run behind Mu Rushua's car. Tiangu changed the topic and said that Bei Min was very lucky, for not only did he get a lot of evil energy that he could turn into demonic energy, but he also made money easily. Tiangu added that Bei Min was only able to solve problems through luck, but Tiangu wondered how long it would last. Bei Min said that things were really going smoothly in his life before, but the accident changed his outlook on life. It taught Bei Min not to be too optimistic. Tiangu asked Bei Min if his girlfriend was still feeling bad. Bei Min immediately thought of Su Yue. After all, she was resting at home today, and it was good that Tiangu reminded Bei Min of that. Bei Min decided to ask the driver to take him to another place. The driver gladly agreed, for a surcharge. Bei Min apologized to his uncle and aunt, then said that he wanted to see Su Yue. The aunt and uncle were happy that Bei Min had come with gifts, but Bei Min was in too much of a hurry to see Su Yue. Bei Min rushed to Su Yue's door and started knocking on it numerous times, adding that he had come to visit. There was no answer on the other side of the door. Bei Min suggested that she had fallen asleep, and Tiangu questioned Bei Min. Did he really not smell anything? After Tiangu's words, Bei Min had a flash of light. He smelled a faint scent of dark energy coming from Su Yue's room. Bei Min opened the door forcefully and noticed streams of dark energy in the room that came from Su Yue. Bei Min couldn't understand why there was dark energy in Su Yue's body, thinking that she had gotten infected in the basement. Tiangu noticed that the dark energy had not yet penetrated Su Yue's subconsciousness, probably because of the cold. Tiangu thought Su Yue was lucky, as she was practically unharmed. Bei Min said that even in failures, one could see the light, after which he decided to get rid of the dark energy. Su Yue took Bei Min's hand and put it to her face, to which Bei Min said that Su Yue was acting like a child, but it didn't matter, for it was worth dealing with this problem. Bei Min started absorbing energy and told Su Yu, hey, that everything would be fine, but Tiangu wasn't sure about it. Tiangu said that Bei Min had already gotten rid of the evil energy. However, Su Yue was not getting better, whereupon Bei Min became confused. Su Yue was floundering in the bed, her body covered in sweat and a cold developing. Bei Min was embarrassed and swept his eyes over the fact that he couldn't do anything at all about this situation. Su Yue came to her senses a little and asked Bei Min first thing when he had time to get himself a husky. Bei Min was immediately startled, for he was extremely surprised by what Su Yue said. Bei Min couldn't believe that Su Yue could see Tiangu even though she couldn't do so before. Tiangu didn't understand why it was about huskies, but he had one theory in his mind. Tiangu remembered the nicknames of the gods, which made Bei Min quite angry, due to Tiangu's negligent attitude towards them. Tiangu said that in his original spiritual form, only gods or powerful demons are able to see, and Su Yue is an ordinary person. Bei Min hoped that Su Yue was just delusional, for he didn't want to drag her into his problems. Bei Min just wanted Su Yue to do her best on the tests and get into a good university. and Bei Min would take care of the rest. Tiangu doubted whether Su Yue could see him, but if she was capable of such a thing, things were getting complicated. Su Yue could have awakened such power due to being poisoned by evil energy, or another reason. Tiangu smelled some scent and told his enemy to stop hiding and come out. The enemy's hope that Tiangu would not notice him was an extremely naive act. Bei Min immediately stood up from his chair, wondering why he couldn't sense this demon. Su Yue's bed began to be covered in dark energy, and some demon laughed, saying that Tiangu had noticed after all. The demon said that Tiangu was truly worthy of being called the Erlin Shend dog. Bei Min noticed that the demon could see Tiangu, which meant that he was powerful. Tiangu confirmed Bei Min's theory and said that the demon was indeed strong. In addition, it didn't smell of demonic energy, but of scorching spiritual energy. The demon asked Tiangu if he understood his greatness, but for some reason he didn't run away. In that case, according to the demon, Tiangu's blood would flow in rivers, and he himself would be forever dragged into the abyss of misfortune. Bei Min asked Tiangu, being a villain, did Tiangu make all sorts of self-centered speeches? Tiangu said that he didn't. If a villain talked a lot, he would definitely die. Tiangu usually devoured victims in silence. The demon revealed his identity. He was Videm, the god of fire. The consequences of such abuse would be very severe, and if the fire god was careless, he could accidentally burn the entire earth down. Tiangu recognized the enemy in front of him as the sixth heavenly fire god, but Tiangu had a question. How did someone like that get into the human world? Bei Min was surprised that their enemy was worthy of the title of heavenly god, which even Tiangu was able to scare. Tiangu, on the other hand, replied that he was not intimidated by anyone, but it was not a good idea to fight him. Bei Min told Tiangu not to worry and said that he had a question since the enemy was a fire god, which meant he had great spiritual power. But for some reason, Bei Min didn't feel this power. Tiangu also realized this and remarked that he didn't feel the burning sensation. Tiangu was angry, for this was very humiliating. Since one time, the god of fire almost burned all of Tiangu's hair, so he was left traumatized. If it wasn't for that incident, Tiangu wouldn't have been frightened. Bei Min asked the enemy why he was retreating if he wanted to burn Bei Min with his heavenly fire. Bei Min continued to question the fire god as to why he was being so humble. The demon was beginning to realize that he was being revealed little by little, and he didn't have many exits to go to. Bei Min gave his final verdict and declared that the enemy before them was a mere illusion. But Tiangu did not believe it, for if it once was an illusion, then Tiangu would see the truth. Bei Min didn't finish his speech and added that the demon also had a real body. Bei Min pointed at the fragile vase and said that the demon's real body was in it, but Tiangu was extremely doubtful. But Bei Min dispelled Tiangu's disbelief and added that it wasn't about the vase, but the little light inside. Bei Min revealed that when he used the spirit snake's heat vision skill, he didn't see the fire in front of him. Bei Min and Su Yue's body had a temperature, and the other heat only came from the flame in the vase. Since the enemy was a fire god, he had to radiate heat, and the only flame in the room was in the vase. Tiangu was surprised by this story and said that Bei Min was not a bad detective. Bei Min laughed and said that he was a good detective because Tiangu was scared to death. Tiangu got angry and said that it was just an accident, because Bei Min didn't know how scary the fire gods were. Tiangu said that he had once suffered from the fire god's flames, and now he was asking his enemy to show his true form. Otherwise, Tiangu would devour him if he didn't hurry up. The little light with limbs appeared and started apologizing to Tiangu. After all, he had only made this scam to scare him off. Bei Min wanted to know who the little fire was. Tiangu said that it was no use talking to the enemy, for Tiangu would swallow him in one bite. After all, whoever bullied Tiangu like that did not deserve to breathe. Little Fire told Bei Min that he didn't want to talk to him. Flame said that it was because of Bei Min that Su Yue was always in trouble, and Flame hated Bei Min because of this, but Tiangu threatened Flame. If he didn't stop joking around, his life would be cut short. The fire god revealed that he used to really be the sixth heavenly fire god, and lived in Lao Tzu's furnace, helping to create pills of immortality. But he had descended to the human world out of curiosity. However, most of the god's powers were gone during the transition between dimensions, so he became a small flame. Bei Min told the god to leave, for he didn't have to involve Su Yue, as Bei Min wasn't going to spare the fire if he hurt Su Yue. Flame got angry and said that it was Bei Min who had to leave since Su Yue belonged to him. Bei Min asked Fire to repeat his words, but from immediately started apologizing and added that if he left, Su Yue would die. Bei Min immediately wanted to know about it in detail. The flame said that when a person was born, he had 3 lights. If one of the lights is weakening or fading, the child may be possessed by evil energy. At birth, Su Yue lacked a single flame. If the fire god hadn't stayed around to serve as a replacement, Su Yue would have been devoured by demons long ago. The fire god added that it was only because of him that the demons hadn't taken possession of Su Yue's body and spirit. Bei Min didn't particularly have any contradictions, so he just spontaneously related to the words of the fire, not being sure whether it was true or not. As a child, Su Yue was weak and often sick. She spent at least half of every month in the hospital, and Bei Min was very worried about it. At the age of 10, it was as if Su Yue had been reborn. Not only was she not sick, but her strength surpassed that of Bei Min, a boy. Flame folded his arms snidely and said that these merits were only realized because of him. Tiangu asked the fire why he was so proud, for if he didn't find a man, he would disappear. Bei Min decided to thank the cartoon flame after all. He had protected Su Yue all these years. Bei Min apologized for being rude to the flame earlier in the day. Fire said, Bei Min now realized who was the best here. Bei Min may have groveled before the flame, but he still hated him. Bei Min didn't care about that, for he wanted to ask Firelight for something. Bei Min stated that it was a matter of life and death for Su Yue, and the light was to help. Already in the morning, Bei Min appeared tired and fell asleep on a chair together with Tiangu in Su Yue's house. Su Yue appeared in front of Bei Min. Bei Min, on the other hand, who had not fully awakened yet, did not understand what was wrong with him. Looking at Su Yue's mesmerizing appearance, Bei Min thought that he was starting to have adult dreams. Bei Min realized that this was wrong, and suddenly Su Yue started pulling his cheeks, telling Bei Min to wake up. Bei Min said he was in pain and asked why Su Yue couldn't wake him up any other way. But Bei Min was told that he wouldn't get up any other way. Su Yue asked Bei Min what he was doing in her room and assumed that he was doing his dirty deeds. But Bei Min immediately denied such an assumption. Su Yue said that she was joking since her parents told her that Bei Min was very worried about her, and stayed in Su Yue's room all night, after which Su Yue called Bei Min to eat, for they might be late. This kind of noise in the morning annoyed Tiangu, especially when he had a hard time looking at the meat he couldn't eat. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and said that he had been thinking about Su Yue all night, suggesting castration for Tiangu. Bei Min noticed that Su Yue was already better today, noting that Ding Ding's fire had a couple of aces up his sleeve. But Bei Min also hoped that Ding Ding didn't overdo it and turn Su Yue into a perpetual motion machine. Tiangu asked, wasn't it great that Su Yue had more energy? For not only could she shield herself from potential danger, but she could also help Bei Min save people. But this didn't please Bei Min, as he wanted Su Yue to have a normal life. But these were only Bei Min's dreams. No matter what happened in the future, he was going to do whatever it took to protect Su Yue. Tiangu had remarked that love was a virus that made a person mentally retarded. Bei Min asked Tiangu what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After briefly packing, Bei Min and Su Yue finally headed off to school together. While Bei Min was walking with Su Yue, some voice behind him said hello to Bei Min and caught his attention. It was Shuang, who immediately hugged Bei Min's hand and reminded him that Bei Min was her hero. As Shuang hugged Bei Min, the killer aura from Su Yue began to intensify. Su Yue told Shuang to let Bei Min in, for he was still a schoolboy. Shuang said she was just kidding. Bei Min told Tiangu that he didn't sense anything demonic from Shuang, suggesting that it could have been someone else. Tiangu replied, "Mole demonic energy easily penetrated cold hearts." Shuang, on the other hand, was unlikely to have anything dark inside of her. Shuang approached Bei Min again and said that she almost forgot to give her hero a photo. Shuang added that her number was on the back of the photo and suggested that Bei Min meet in the next life as well. Bei Min took the photo while Shuang was running away from the angry Su Yue. Even Tiangu was interested in the photo itself. It was an intimate photo of Shuang in an erotic costume that even Tiangu liked. But something did not give Bei Min peace of mind, for the assassin's aura began to intensify even more. Shuang students and fans turned on Bei Min, for they wanted to take possession of her and her photos. Bei Min suggested to Tiangu that they should have gotten out of here, and soon, Tiangu was in full agreement, for their competitors reeked of envy and lust. But outside the school, Bei Min and Tiangu noticed something terrifying. It was the mirror image of the royal barrier. Tiangu swept up that it was too close this time. The school might have been affected by such a thing. Bei Min said he had a bad feeling and couldn't just stand by. Tiangu was intrigued as the show was nearing its start, and it was supposed to be fun. Tiangu had always thought that he could control everything if his strength was limitless. But after reading one book, Tiangu realized that he had overlooked something. The book that Tiangu read and changed his worldview turned out to be a book on cultivation methods from masters. What Tiangu had overlooked turned out to be the human heart. To keep everything under control, it was enough to keep the human heart under control. That was why Tiangu had failed last time. Bei Min walked while Tiangu was in thought. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he had fallen asleep, and that made the wolf come to his senses. Tiangu wanted Bei Min to wait, for he would not miss this opportunity to fight the principal. And at the very end, Tiangu didn't want to miss the opportunity to capture Bei Min's heart. Suddenly, Bei Min began to feel a stabbing sensation that went straight to his heart. Tiangu asked Bei Min, was he really going to just knock and declare war, which was so stupid that even Tiangu didn't like the idea. But Bei Min said that that wasn't why he was here. Bei Min said, once again going over in his mind what happened in the morning. Then Bei Min thought that the chairman was up to something. Either he is purposely showing his strength to anger Bei Min even more, and he will play along with him for a while, hoping that it will calm him down. Tiangu couldn't understand since when Bei Min had been so calm and reserved, but it seems like the pressure exerted by the chairman wasn't enough. Tiangu, on the other hand, decided to finish reading that ancient book as soon as possible, and he would have a chance when Tiangu went out into society. Bei Min went to the chairman's office and knocked as he wanted to discuss something. There was no response from the office, checking the office with heat vision. It appeared to be empty. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and asked him if he could find the basement after last time. From Tiangu's perspective, there was a small game of dialogue. Bei Min continued to wait for the wolf to reply. Tiangu had 3 different answer options, but the answer was already obvious, so Tiangu didn't need options. But Tiangu did not answer in any way. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he was mentally retarded, for Tiangu continued to stare and smile like a jerk. Tiangu didn't understand why nothing happened when answering and decided to try answering again. Tiangu suggested finding more information, which Bei Min rather liked as an idea. But for some reason, Bei Min felt that Tiangu just wanted to trap him. The strangest part was that Tiangu didn't even choose these options. Tiangu and Bei Min went into the chairman's office to search for evidence. Bei Min said that the chairman couldn't be so stupid to leave something important in the office. Tiangu was fed up with these answer choices, and he gave up making any answer choices. A new item was obtained for the boys, a photograph of the chairman in which but was next to his daughter. Bei Min swept up that this was not a bad find that Tiangu could find in the cabinet. From this, Bei Min's confidence level did not increase, and his anger level remained at an all-time high. Tiangu could no longer endure this election, and decided to try and bite Bei Min. But Tiangu tore up the book instead, as he vented all his anger at her over the difficulty. Tiangu was tired, as Bei Min's trust was too difficult to earn from the advice of the book. Bei Min turned to Tiangu and asked him why his mood had dropped so dramatically. Tiangu asked Bei Min to mind his own business, and not to pay attention to him, for he wanted to be alone. Suddenly, Bei Min found a note the chairman had written to his daughter, saying that he would help her restore her sight. After Bei Min read the note, everything around him began to shake, depicting some sort of earthquake. Bei Min noticed that the vibration level was almost the same as that exam, but it was much stronger now. Bei Min rushed to the window to see if there was any sign indicating the reason outside. Bei Min saw huge streams of dark energy around the entire school that spread so strongly throughout the campus. Bei Min had to know what the chairman was up to, for Bei Min was not going to fall behind so easily. Bei Min told Tiangu to run faster to the basement to stop the chairman. While Bei Min was running, he heard words over the loudspeaker that told the disciples not to panic and remain calm. Bei Min understood that the dark energy was outside, and if someone left the building, it would be tantamount to death. As far as Bei Min knew, the dark energy could take over someone's body, but it couldn't cross the building. First things first, Bei Min had to get to the radio transmission room and tell no one to leave the room. In the radio program room, Bei Min's examiner asked the others if they had made a deal with the chairman. The man said there was no cell phone reception from their location, and it was impossible to close the deal. The principal observed that the chairman was a sly fox, and as soon as it started to smell fried, he would always wash out, leaving the principal alone to solve problems. The director said to hurry up and deliver another message, but Bei Min stopped him. The director said Bei Min had to hurry to the plaza with the others. Bei Min warned that what he said next might seem delusional, but the principal had to believe it. Right now, A dark energy that the principal couldn't see was spreading through the campus. It could turn a person into a monster. Right now, they had to make sure the students stayed in their classrooms and all the windows were tightly closed. The director thought Bei Min was a fool since it wasn't a good time for all sorts of nonsense. The principal thought that Bei Min just wanted revenge for almost kicking Bei Min out of school. The principal's support believed in his words. The principal added that the chairman was merciful and left Bei Min at school, and he didn't know how to be grateful. Tiangu understood everything and told Bei Min that they were unlikely to believe him in the end. Tiangu had noticed that all people were like this, believing only in what they saw and getting angry at what they didn't understand. Bei Min didn't have to waste any time, but simply conveyed the message he needed to convey. Bei Min frowned at the fact that no one would listen to him, for the principal had this to convey. But Tiangu understood that the principal wasn't going to say anything. From the beginning, the principal disliked Bei Min, and he would never do what Bei Min wanted. Bei Min understood and said that any normal person wouldn't believe him. Bei Min understood the situation completely and judiciously assessed the situation, for he had nothing more to say. Tiangu was also curious about the outcome of the events, and he asked Bei Min what his plan was. Bei Min activated his power and said that his quiet school life had come to an end. The principal noticed the predator aura that appeared, which emanated from Bei Min, and it was something new. Bei Min told the principal that the situation was critical, and he didn't have time to explain anything. The most important thing was that Bei Min didn't want to do this, but there was no other choice left to him. After which, Bei Min launched one of his punches at the glass that was nearby. The director didn't understand why the glass suddenly exploded, and what Bei Min had done so badly. Bei Min replied to the principal that it wasn't a glass explosion nearby at all. Bei Min kept control of the charge level so that no one would get hurt, so he only made a small hole in the window. Bei Min said that there were many things in the world that could not be explained, such as how Bei Min could do what other people could not do. The principal asked Bei Min if he really hated the school so much that he was willing to kill everyone. Tiangu told Bei Min that the principal was all like a go chore and it was a waste of time. Bei Min prompted that yes, that was true. The principal's support was immediately going to call the police, but the principal stopped them. The director realized that Bei Min was unarmed and wouldn't just show off his strength, which meant that all this time, Bei Min was just pretending to be a weakling. And the thought that the principal was going to take revenge on Bei Min left him terrified. If Bei Min really was an antisocial psycho, then the director was on the verge of death. The director began to plead with Bei Min to stay away and apologize. The director wanted Bei Min's expulsion because he was a threat to his secrets. Bei Min bowed to the principal, which immediately stunned the man in front of Bei Min. Bei Min realized that the principal hadn't seen the whole point, but Bei Min was willing to swear he didn't want revenge. After this was over, he would pick up his documents and transfer to another school. The principal's support said not to listen to Bei Min, but to make sure if all the students had left the classroom. The director decided not to say anything back to anyone, and silently grabbed the microphone for the radio program. The principal asked all the students and teachers to remain calm while Bei Min awaited his next words. The principal ordered all students to return to their classrooms and close the windows tightly, then await the following instructions. The students didn't realize whether to leave or return, but soon everyone gathered to return to their classrooms. Tiangu told Bei Min that everything worked and the students started to return to their classrooms. Bei Min thanked the principal for trusting him, and now Bei Min could deal with the dark energy. The director said that he didn't trust Bei Min, but rather the intuition accumulated over 30 years. And this initiative told the principal that Bei Min had to rush over as soon as possible. Bei Min started to run and told the director not to worry, he was ready to do everything. Tiangu said that in a critical situation, even enemies are able to unite. A common goal brings one closer together. Tiangu had picked up on the fact that the human heart was not as simple as he thought it was. Tiangu was pointing Bei Min where to go, for he could sense a trail of dark energy that led to the basement. Bei Min swept up that the target was right in front of him, but he needed to calm down the chairman first before going to negotiate. Tiangu swept up that Bei Min had to meet him man to man. Bei Min started running inside and told the chairman to come to his senses, as he could have harmed innocent lives. But when Bei Min was inside, the chairman was lying on the floor, and the dark energy continued to radiate out. Tiangu noticed that the chairman had moved the seal, but he couldn't handle its power. Tiangu called the chairman a fool, for how could he not know how strong the seal was? Bei Min said that this was not the time to rebuke, for the chairman still had a pulse. It was worth removing it first. Tiangu said that it wasn't that simple. Surely Bei Min wouldn't be able to handle the full power of the seal either. Bei Min said that one couldn't be cowardly. One couldn't delay any longer as people's lives were at stake. Tiangu, on the other hand, said that such a force could not be handled by an inept Bei Min. Tiangu told Bei Min to let go, for if he wanted to die, he shouldn't have involved Tiangu. Bei Min said that Tiangu was in the way, and if no one hurried up, it would be worse. Suddenly, the seal began to emit even more power, which turned out to be a huge amount for Bei Min. Tiangu said that this was what he was talking about. If he dragged Bei Min away a little later, there wouldn't be a wet spot left of Bei Min. Bei Min's hands were famously hurt, and he said he was too hasty and the pain was terrible. Bei Min didn't know what to do in such a case. But Tiangu swept his eyes over the fact that he had a plan. Tiangu offered Bei Min to give up his body. Tiangu's spirit was much stronger and could absorb the entire seal in a second. Bei Min agreed, but quickly, for he did not want Tiangu stuck in his body again. Tiangu was confident that he wouldn't repeat his previous mistakes and would accept Bei Min's body this time around. The chairman appeared in front of Bei Min and asked him what Bei Min was whispering about. The chairman took Bei Min by the head and said that he wouldn't be offended if Bei Min didn't want to join him. After which, the chairman immediately threw Bei Min at high speed to the other side of the room. The chairman said, "If Bei Min goes against him, then the outcome will be completely different." Bei Min picked up small stones from the floor and launched them at the chairman with a deafening speed. Stones didn't even have time to even get close to the headmaster, and he mockingly asked if this was the limit of Bei Min's ability. But the chairman didn't cheer for long, as seconds after, Bei Min was right in front of him. Bei Min landed the strongest straight punch on the chairman, which he was unable to dodge. The headmaster couldn't believe it, so Bei Min had pierced through his armor with such ease. Tiangu noticed that the chairman was completely unconcerned about the safety of the school, even though he had such a job. Bei Min was completing his kick and asked the chairman why he was doing it, and for what purpose. A gust of Bei Min's punch sent the chairman to another part of the room this time. The chairman took the ground to stop and asked Bei Min if he was interested in his goals. The chairman said that Bei Min had already searched his office, and surely he must have known. Bei Min asked if the principal was really willing to risk the whole school for one person. The chairman replied that for the sake of his daughter, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even himself. The chairman asked Bei Min if he would also do the same for his loved one, and after all, the chairman had waited for 10 years. From a young teacher to the chairman, he wanted to cure his daughter, as she had beautiful eyes that didn't see the... Tiangu swept up that the chairman wasn't himself, and Bei Min had to give the body to Tiangu. Bei Min wanted to know who was behind all of this before handing over Tiangu's body. Bei Min said that the chairman could have gone to a better doctor, and shouldn't have messed with dark energy. The chairman called Bei Min naive, adding that something bad could not have been so strong. The chairman revealed that it was not actually dark energy, but the eye of the serpent spirit. Bei Min was extremely surprised, and at first he couldn't believe that it was a snake spirit eye. Tiangu confirmed this. According to Xiaohua, the serpent spirit eyes were hidden from people, long ago, but Tiangu didn't expect them to find one in the school. The chairman said that the eyes of the serpent spirit were sacred, but radiated cruelty and anger. Since ancient times, the eyes had tried to purify such energy, but all was in vain. Until 10 years ago, the chairman joined them and agreed to become their lab rat. The chairman looked at his hands and said that his hands were up to his elbows in the blood of innocent victims. The chairman lost his mind and said he was too merciful to his victims. The chairman said that he didn't just tell Bei Min this, but it was all because the chairman had gone crazy. But Bei Min had to know the reason for his death. The chairman added that anything was possible, as a soul as extraordinary as Bei Min's could satiate the great eye. Bei Min had a choice in front of him: save the entire school, die voluntarily, and no one would get hurt. Tiangu asked Bei Min why he was silent and if Bei Min wanted to die. After all, Bei Min should have given his body to Bei Min. At this time, the dedicated students began to run out of the school from the porch, which excited the students. One of the students said that only unintelligent students would listen to the principal. Everyone knew not to stay indoors during earthquakes. The dark energy immediately began to consume the guy, and he stopped seeing everything with his eyes. One of the guys told the fleeing students to go back to school as they were not following the charter. But the boys didn't look like themselves anymore. Their eyes had gone blank, and they weren't those students anymore. The students became someone else and began attacking other students, biting them. The students immediately started running away. Some students went crazy and attacked others, which put everyone in danger. All of the students ran swiftly, and Su Yuai wondered what the sounds were behind them. Su Yuai told Shuang Shuang to go first, and Su Yu-ai will run after her to see what's there. Shuang didn't want to leave Su Yu-ai alone and walked with her, for that was the only way she felt at peace. Su Yu-ai noticed that the students were sitting on the ground, noticing that someone might have been injured. Su Yu-ai began to run to the students and inquire for their condition, whether they were injured or not. Su Yu-ai told Shuang to call an ambulance, and under no circumstances to go near her. The absorbed disciples began to tear off Shuang's clothes and told her not to pretend, for she must have enjoyed having her body looked at. Su Yu-ai immediately rushed to Shuang's aid and punched one of the disciples in the face. One of the absorbed students asked Su Yu-ai if they were a strong girl. The absorbed students decided to take advantage of the beauties and get back to business. The absorbed student told the girls to be obedient, but they would become violent. Su Yu-ai told Shuang to listen carefully to her instructions, and when they counted to 1, Shuang had to run towards the classroom as fast as she could. Su Yu-ai said to Shuang not to worry about her and do as she said. Su Yu-ai started the report with 3 and immediately kicked one of the absorbed disciples with her foot. On the second digit, Su Yu-ai turned around, and the second absorbed disciple received a blow. The third disciple received a kick from his foot, and Su Yu-ai finally said the last figure. Shuang remembered the condition of Su Yu-ai, who told her to run away, which Shuang did. The devoured disciples did not choose to let the prey escape, and caught Shuang immediately. Su Yu-ai prevented the disciples from chasing after Shuang and appeared in front of them, ready to fight. Su Yu-ai said that as long as she was here, the enemies could not even think of succeeding in this field. Right now, Su Yu-ai put all her strength to attack, but it felt as if the disciple was a sandbag, and the enemy didn't even reply. Be that as it may, no matter what, Su Yu-ai had to distract them to give as much time as possible to Shuang, but she didn't know what to do after that. The absorbed disciples decided to take the fight to Su Yu-ai, but asked her to make sure she didn't deflate quickly. Mu Rushui appeared in front of Su Yu-ai and attacked 3 disciples at a time with the closest accessory. Mu Rushuga said that it was necessary to clear out all the rabble in the school. Su Yu-ai couldn't realize how strong Mu Rushui is to defeat students with an ordinary mop, but she is worthy of the title of goddess. Not only does she have excellent grades, she's also beautiful. But it was as if Mu Rushui was very close to Bei Min. But for that, Bei Min shouldn't have expected any mercy. Mu Rushui asked Su Yu-ai if she could contact Bei Min, for she didn't have his number. Su Yu-er said that she had tried calling Bei Min earlier, but there was no signal here. Su Yu-er was glad she didn't have Bei Min's number, since it meant they weren't as close. Mu Rushui said that this place was too dangerous and should have gotten out faster. But the fact that Mu Rushui felt dejected could mean that she had become attached to Bei Min. Su Yu-ai said that it was too dangerous to stay here alone and asked Mu Rushui to help. Mu Rushui, on the other hand, said that she knew that Su Yu-ai was strong, but only when compared to a normal person. This situation was not something normal, but Su Yu-ai insisted that by helping her, she could at least delay the time. Mu Rushui didn't care, for everyone chose when to live and when to die, and Mu Rushui didn't want to interfere, but Su Yu-ai said she wouldn't be a burden. But afterwards, a new wave of absorbed disciples came, and Mu Rushui warned her, Mu Rushui, how many people have been struck by evil spirits, although the situation is all better than she expected. It was because of the principal, for he changed his mind at the last moment and told everyone to return to their classrooms. Mu Rushui assumed that Bei Min had done it, but the overall result was not that bad. Later on, Mu Rushui had to find Bei Min to join him, for he could strengthen the power of the Night Hunters. Mu Rushui said that she didn't mind fighting Su Yu-ai hand in hand, but she had to explain the current situation to Su Yu-ai. The enemies in front of them were struck by a type of evil-related change in their bodies. Every part of their bodies was stronger than an ordinary person. Mu Rushui and Su Yu-ai had to guard the main entrance of the training complex and prevent these mutated people from entering the building. Tiangu could feel Muru Guangzhe and Su Yu-ai working together, which he found quite interesting. Bei Min asked why Tiangu was surprised, but Tiangu said that nothing like that had happened. The chairman was holding onto his stomach and blood was rapidly flowing from his mouth, Bei Min said, mauling the fact that the chairman used such a childish method, for only a weakling could make such a decision. But Bei Min wanted this, and reacted very smugly to the chairman's words. The chairman told Bei Min not to think that he was a brat like Bei Min after all. He could only be arrogant because he had great strength. For every strong man, there would be a stronger one, and this should have been taught at Bei Ming's school. Bei Ming said that the chairman, after revealing himself, was still trying to conduct moralizing. Moreover, the chairman did not seem to understand Bei Min. Bei Ming blocked the chairman's kick from behind, and he said that he was not being arrogant. Bei Ming said that he did not want the real evil to be cowardly. The chairman, however, asked why it was evil. The chairman didn't understand why a scum like Bei Ming had such a powerful force. As long as the chairman, who had lost his human form, could only reach this level. Bei Ming said, the chairman sang so sweetly about his atrocities, covering himself with his daughter, hurting others like a knife blade. And the truth is that he did this because deep in his soul, the chairman was a knife. But he didn't mar himself. The chairman began to laugh and decided to go to extreme measures, taking a syringe and injecting it into his neck. The chairman took hold of the snake eye and thanked Bei Ming for his words, asking for permission to break the last concealment. Tiangu told Bei Ming to stop him since the chairman wanted to absorb the demonic spirits and self-destruct. The most important thing is that if the chairman absorbs all the demonic energy, Tiangu is doomed. The chairman said that Bei Ming was curious about what his plan was, but it should have been obvious. The chairman said that like a butcher he would chop everyone up and it was too late to give up now. The chairman had subjects he ordered to kill Bei Ming now. Tiangu swept up that the chairman had absorbed the power of the spirit eye and was still alive, which was surprising, which made Tiangu wonder what was in the syringe. Bei Ming said he didn't think the chairman was so stubborn to his goal. Bei Ming decided to help the chairman wake up and put his fist behind his back. Bei Ming began killing the chairman's subjects, who broke down with a single blow. One of them tried to attack Bei Ming from the back, but it was unsuccessful. Bei Ming realized that something was wrong, for the subjects were not trying to kill him, but merely detain him. Bei Ming glanced at the chairman who had made a hole in the roof and was concentrating his strength. The chairman said that he no longer had to waste any more time on Bei Ming, for he was not his target. He could not sacrifice to the eye of the serpent spirit, but he could return to the original plan. The chairman took the snake eye and said that Bei Ming had a chance, because he could have saved everyone, but he made his choice. Bei Ming understood that the chairman wanted to lower the eye of the snake eye to the ground, where the others were located. But the subjects weren't going to lose as they regenerated, and held Bei Ming down. Bei Ming started to pull out his sword and realized that he could be stuck here for a long time with these subjects. Bei Ming made a dash and struck all the subjects with his sword at once to quickly finish them off. Bei Ming decided to immediately rush into the hole to catch up with the chairman and stop him. Groups of engulfed disciples were lying on the ground, and Su Yue was breathing heavily from fatigue. Su Yue couldn't understand if this was all she could do, for she couldn't recover her breath. In addition, Su Yue's knuckles were already full, and she could hardly continue to bat. Muru Xuexue said that Su Yue was exhausted and had to run away, and Muru Xuexue could handle herself. Su Yue couldn't understand why she could never defend herself. No matter how hard she tried, she was still too weak. And if this continues, Su Yue will get further and further away from Bei Min. Su Yue gathered her will into one and stated that she did not want this outcome. Su Yue's hands began to blaze, and she gathered her strength to continue fighting the enemies. The enemies began to blaze, and Su Yue tried to understand why she wasn't hurt at all and where this fire came from. Muru Xuexue was surprised, for she herself could not understand where Su Yue had gotten such strength from. Su Yue slammed her hand on the ground, and all the enemies around her suddenly burst into bright flames. Muru Xuexue said that it was an unusual fire, and one that burned evil spirits away. Muru Xuexue saw that the fire did not burn Su Yue. She has a pure heart. But before, she was an ordinary person. The director at this time got out and found what he needed. He was scalding hot, just like newborn sunshine. The blow rushed towards the principal, but he was able to dodge it, and Bei Ming's jerk hit the building. Bei Ming got to the floor where Muru Xuexue and Su Yue were, who were surprised by his arrival. Bei Ming said that he would explain everything later, and asked Tintin to come out, because he had promised. Tingting came out of Su Yue's body and said that he had just granted Su Yue's wish, for if an eon she would not be here. An unpleasant feeling struck Muru Xuexue, and she tried to figure out what it was. Bei Ming decided to ask Muru Xuexue for something, but suddenly they were startled by the principal shouting. The snake eye dome opened, and the chairman yelled for someone to stay away from him. Tiangu watched it, and upon seeing the eye, he immediately realized that it appeared in its pure form. Bei Ming asked if there was a lot of dark energy in this thing. After all, it's a snake spirit eye. Tiangu said that purely technically, this eye belonged to a serpent spirit. Tiangu asked Bei Ming to imagine if someone was playing with a part of his body, and surely Bei Min would be angry too. The eye let loose its tentacles, and the chairman kept shouting for the eye to let him go. Tiangu said that the eye had begun to parasitize the chairman's body with its tentacles. Bei Min couldn't allow the two villains to team up. Bei Min immediately told Mu Ruye to help her take Su Yue away to safety. Mu Rushuoshui, on the other hand, wanted to object. But Bei Min said that Mu Rushuoshui had no idea how strong an opponent this was. Bei Min added that Mu Rushui was overestimating herself. She should have left with Su Yue, but she objected to it. Mu Nuguka told Bei Min not to talk nonsense, for even she didn't know what to do. But Bei Min said he did, and asked Mu Ruguka to take Su Yue away. Mu Rushuoshui didn't like it, as she had to run with Su Yue in her arms. The chairman that was combined with the snake eye asked Mu Rushui if she was leaving already. Bei Min stopped the chairman's attack on Mu Rushui, but missed the one snake that followed her. But fortunately, Mr. Director set himself up for the snake and protected Mu Rushui with himself. Spitting out the blood, he said he would not allow anyone to injure his honor students. The principal told Bei Min that he was slow, for he had asked to be sorted out quickly. Bei Min started to apologize, but the principal continued his speech. The principal knew that everyone was laughing at the fact that he was fat and bald. He didn't care, after all. He had worked in education for many years and teachers were human too. Even though he made mistakes, he never forgot his responsibilities. Bei Min said that the principal shouldn't have said anything, for it would only aggravate the wound. The principal just wanted to know how his students were doing, but he had nothing to regret, for as a teacher and principal, he had done his duty. The principal said he was tired and asked Bei Min to promise that he would save everyone. Bei Min suggested to Mr. Director Dean that he should see it all with his own eyes and take out a pill. Bei Min said to Mu Rugak to give this pill to Mr. Ding immediately, and it will help him hold on until the ambulance arrives. Bei Min understood that Mr. Dean needed to go to the hospital, but he couldn't leave the chairman, and Shen Luo and a small group of students appeared in front of Bei Min to help him out. Shen Luo said that he would not abandon Bei Min, for they were allies, although Shen Luo was not strong. But he wanted to help. Bei Min asked the guys not to fight him, only to take the principal to the hospital. Shen Luo, on the other hand, told the boys to hurry up and help the principal, but the students were afraid. Shen Luo went to extreme measures and decided to offer the students 1 million each for their help. For that kind of money, the students immediately pondered their decision and decided to take a risk for it. The students carefully began to lift the headmaster, trying not to make the wound deeper. Tiangu pointed out that some people are fixated on money, and it's just disgusting. The chairman started clapping and said that this performance was amazing as there was a lot of drama. But the chairman got fed up and said the show was over and it was time to die. Tiangu said that the serpent spirit had taken over the chairman's body and he had become even stronger. The serpent spirit that possessed the chairman's body asked Bei Min why he was so strong. The serpent spirit asked if the source of Bei Min's strength was the dog behind. Tiangu got angry and said that the serpent was a dog himself. The snake spirit told Tiangu not to take it into consideration, since in his eyes he wasn't interested in a dray dog. So Bei Min had to keep Tiangu on a chain. Tiangu was beyond angry and said that he would personally tear the snake spirit apart and continued to call him names. Bei Min was also angry and said that he wouldn't let someone talk about Tiangu like that. Bei Min said, as if the dog according to the snake spirit wasn't so useless. The snake spirit blocked Bei Min's sword strike and said that he didn't care about Tiangu. The snake spirit revealed that he was interested in Bei Min and his inner world, something Bei Min didn't really understand. Bei Min understood what it was talking about, and didn't understand why the snake spirit was referring to Bei Min's birth. Tiangu was surprised that the serpent spirit was able to see his master's birth, which was inevitable. The snake spirit said that Bei Min is human, but not human. He was a god, but he wasn't. Perhaps Bei Min was a demigod, and now I can see why the snake spirit couldn't defeat him. Bei Min told the snake spirit to close its mouth, then tried to strike it. The snake spirit, however, recognized the sword, which was the demon exorcism sword, stabbing his sword straight at the snake spirit's neck, but even the snake spirit's sword couldn't hurt him. The snake spirit said that Bei Min should have realized that he was trying to kill a god with the demon exorcism sword. Bei Min was shocked as the snake spirit could read his mind, which scared him even more. The serpent spirit decided not to wait and attacked Bei Min back, which quickly made him feel hurt. The snake spirit said that Bei Min shouldn't have appeared at all in the first place. The serpent spirit added that being denied by the gods and becoming a tidbit for the demons and nothing to the humans. Bei Min said that the snake spirit had already bored him, and Bei Min asked the snake spirit to shut its mouth. The snake spirit squeezed his hand and broke Bei Ming's sword, saying that Bei Ming's future looked so dark. Tiangu told Bei Ming to be more careful, because the snake spirit not only had a divine body, but most likely also had the skill of foresight. It could see both the past and the future. Right now, Bei Ming couldn't handle the snake spirit. It was better worth letting Tiangu into his body. Bei Ming tried to hit the snake spirit, but the blows were nothing. The snake spirit said, Bei Ming tried to survive even though his death was inevitable. For Bei Ming was nothing but pain. The serpent spirit led its snakes to encircle Bei Ming's limbs and immobilize him, and then said that they could end it there. The snake spirit said that Bei Ming should have stopped his hero game, then struck him with his attack, and Bei Ming's prosthetic limbs were ripped off. Tiangu told Bei Ming that he was engaging in self-destruction, but Bei Ming insisted that it wasn't over yet. Bei Ming didn't care that his enemy had the body of a god, but even though Bei Ming realized that if he was broken into a tortilla, he would destroy him, even like this. Bei Ming didn't care that his enemy had the gift of foresight. Bei Ming would use his speed to confuse his enemy. The snake spirit said that Bei Ming's fate was not sweet since birth, and it was a miracle that he hadn't suffered before. It's a pity that Bei Min's miracle won't happen this time, all because Bei Ming met the serpent spirit, and no one would dare to fight the true lord. Bei Ming punched his enemy and said that there was so much narcissism in the snake spirit. But he shouldn't have thought that if he became a bit prettier, he shouldn't be allowed to throw around retarded phrases. Bei Min said that his destiny and life are his alone. It was not for the snake spirit to lecture him about it. Bei Ming didn't care about half-gods, half-demons, and destiny. The snake spirit should mind its own business. The snake spirit swept up that Bei Ming's speed and energy was only increasing, and if it continued like this, it could be bad. The serpent spirit gathered his strength and threw Bei Ming away with a surge of energy from himself. The serpent spirit said that being at the pinnacle of divinity, he used such a trick. The serpent spirit rose up and the eye in its belly began to glow many times stronger than before. Bei Ming started to turn around, not realizing what was going on, but noticed that such a stunt didn't hurt him. Bei Ming looked at Tiangu, and he was saying something, but somehow Bei Ming couldn't hear anything. Bei Ming turned to Tiangu and said that he hadn't heard anything the man had said to him. Bei Ming turned to the snake spirit and asked it what it had done to him. The darkness began to consume Bei Ming, and as it grew larger, Bei Ming asked where they were. When Bei Ming was completely consumed by darkness, the serpent spirit said that as a reward, he would leave Bei Ming here in the desperate past. The serpent spirit added that without his demonic abilities, Bei Ming was just an ordinary boy. The snake spirit told Tiangu to stand there and watch the snake spirit take revenge on the people. Tiangu, on the other hand, noticed that Bei Ming's energy was trapped in the illusion of the Suba's eye. The level of the spell was too high. It couldn't be removed. Tiangu was puzzled and thought that this really did smack of things coming to an end. Bei Ming was wandering and there was only darkness all around. He felt like he was trapped under an eye, but he was trapped here. Bei Ming at this time was trying to figure out what the passage of time was here, and if they were even moving at all. Bei Ming hoped that time didn't move for him. That way, he would have enough time to find a way out. But Bei Ming didn't have to think about it anymore, for it was worth rushing to the rescue. As Bei Ming continued to wander, he noticed a light in the distance that clearly interested him. Bei Ming immediately rushed over to it, because the rule of thumb is that where there is light, there is always a way out. But just as Bei Ming was approaching the light, he noticed a car that was rushing towards him. While Bei Min was trying to find out what kind of car it was, he looked closer and saw Bei Min with his mom in the car. Bei Ming had time to regain his senses and react to the car he dodged. Suddenly there was a road and surroundings. The car kept rushing forward and a guy appeared in front of it. The white-haired guy said that no matter how strong he was stronger now, addressing the god Erlang. The white-haired guy said that Bei Ming was a magnificent descendant of the god Erlang, adding that Bei Ming was so magnificent that he had no flaws in him whatsoever. Whereupon, the white-haired guy kicked the car with a swing and it flew into the air. Bei Ming gushed that he couldn't remember the cause of that accident that happened 2 years ago. But now Bei Ming knew everything. It was the guy in front of him that killed his mother and turned Bei Ming into an invalid. Bei Ming immediately rushed towards the guy in front of him with a great desire to kill him. After noticing Bei Ming, the guy didn't understand how Bei Ming managed to not die, yet still get here. Even so, Bei Ming was still a lowlife, even though he had gained more strength. But still, on the guy's opinion, even after becoming stronger, Bei Ming couldn't attack his enemy. And the guy also asked if Bei Ming was interested in watching his death from the side. The guy asked Bei Ming if he was angry, hurt, and regretted everything that had happened. The white-haired guy added that it was all Erlang's fault. Bei Min shouldn't have to go through this. But fate was a villain, and the guy had already killed Bei Min once. He would kill him a second time. But Bei Min is so weak it wouldn't be fair. The guy didn't want to fight Bei Min right now and asked him to get stronger and expected it. Bei Min tried to break the barrier, calling his enemy different names but being immensely angry. But the guy was gone. Bei Min became even more enraged, creating huge surges of his strength around him. Meanwhile, Bei Min was near the car where the accident happened, and he was begging his mom to survive. The transported Bei Min watched this with tears in his eyes, as his mother told him that Bei Min had to live. And right in front of Bei Min's eyes, there was a car explosion with him and his mom underneath it. Bei Min remembered what he had promised his mom back then when the accident happened. Even without purpose or hope, he would live. There was nothing else Bei Min needed. Bei Min had thought so before, but now he was stronger. Now he couldn't just leave things alone. In the past, this accident had destroyed Bei Min's desire for life. But now, Bei Min has found it again. At this moment, he has found a new purpose in life. Bei Min decided to forget about Yang Jian, about fate. Let it all go to hell because this accident was a setup. Even if Bei Min has to kill all the demons in the world to find the guy, Bei Min won't give up. Bei Min told the guy to wait for his time, unleashing a new kind of power. The serpent spirit watched this and noticed that Bei Min's dark aura had awakened after all. But he didn't care, because Bei Min wouldn't be able to escape from the captivity of his own consciousness. The snake spirit threw Bei Min's body on the ground and told him to get out of the way. For now, the serpent spirit had another purpose, to finally begin his performance. Powerful beams emerged from the serpent spirit's eyes, with which it began destroying buildings. Mu Guzuk noticed that the school was being attacked, and realized that Bei Min was up to no good. But even if Bei Min failed, Mu Ruxue was left with only one option, to take out the necklace. Hidden in the necklace was the Mu family's potion. Once Mu Ruxue drank it, her strength would increase many times over, and she would also gain resistance to any curses. In return, when the potion stops working, they would lose the strength they had now. In the worst-case scenario, all the bones in Mu Ruxue's body would be broken, and one could only use something like this in case of emergency. Mu Ruxue's life in return for hundreds, this is a justifiable price, and if this is Mu Ruxue's destiny, then she must fulfill it. But if Mu Ruxue did so, she would not be able to become a peer to her sister. But on second thought, Mu Ruxue had already become an equal to her sister, so she made the decision to drink the potion. The snake spirit building shot hit Mu Ruxue and she flew backwards while dropping her potion. Once on the ground, Mu Ruxue tried to find her potion, but it had disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, there was a huge release of demonic energy, stunning Mu Ruxue. The snake spirit realized that this power came from Bei Min, and he didn't believe that Bei Min had gotten out of the Wheel of Incarnations. Tiangu was tired of waiting already, so he asked Bei Min to give his body to help him. While Bei Min was releasing the power, the snake spirit began to pull on the chain around Tiangu's neck. Tiangu couldn't resist, but verbally warned the serpent to stop. Tiangu realized that Bei Min wanted to absorb his spirit, and asked how this was even possible. Tiangu wanted to ask Bei Min where he had learned this. But Tiangu also added that if one absorbed more than he could handle, Bei Min would be torn apart. Tiangu made up all sorts of excuses, like he had a weak body, or the serpent spirit was already quite strong. But no matter how much Tiangu tried to resist, he couldn't succeed and was dragged away. The serpent spirit said that he gave Bei Min the chance to live the most painful memories instead of death. But Bei Min resisted it. In that case, the serpent spirit decided to kill Bei Min in that case and end it. The beam that the serpent spirit launched at Bei Min's dome couldn't pierce it, but stopped instead. Bei Min finally dispelled his dome, and his new appearance was extremely different. Bei Min asked the serpent to try to kill him. Bei Min said that he was impatient to watch the snake spirit's exertions. The snake spirit said that Bei Min shouldn't have transformed, for Bei Min had at least looked like a human before. But now, the snake spirit thought that Bei Min looked like something between a human and a dog. Bei Min told the serpent spirit to shut up and reminded him that the serpent was going to finish him off. With his last words, Bei Min said that the snake spirit was like a tasty big-eyed worm. The serpent spirit was angry, for Bei Min dared to mock his sacred form. The serpent spirit was not going to forgive Bei Min for this and decided to unleash even more power. But each attack was for nothing, and Bei Min dodged without difficulty, adding that for a moment he was hungry. But with a lick, Bei Min told the snake to forget about his words, for this divine power would be a perfect appetizer for Bei Min, after which he began to absorb the serpent's attack. The serpent spirit said it was ridiculous, for the beasts fought in such a vulgar manner. The snake god was confident that his strength would burn Bei Min from the inside out, laughing it off. Soon, the eye dried up, and the serpent spirit understood nothing, for Bei Min remained unharmed after absorbing all of his power. Bei Min had finally finished with the appetizer, and could now begin the main course. Bei Min released an oodles of spirit dogs, and told the snake to look at this ability. The serpent spirit said that there was nothing outstanding about the materialization of demonic powers. A bunch of rabid dogs was no problem for laughing, as he swept them all away with his tail. But after the first attack, another dozen wolves attacked. The snake spirit thought it was unfortunate news that Bei Min had hoped to defeat him with the help of the wolves. The snake spirit couldn't match the pace of the wolves, and they started biting his entire body. Bei Min, however, turned to the serpent spirit and told him that the gods were what his wolves fed on. A large number of wolves attacked the snake spirit and devoured it as Mu Ru Xue Xue watched on. Mu Ru Xue Xue realized that this powerful energy was coming from Bei Min, but this time, it was darker and terrifying. Every time, Mu Ru Xue learned something new and thought about how many secrets Bei Min had in store for Bei Min. Bei Min took the snake spirit by its eye, when as the spirit begged for mercy, because it shouldn't have attacked Bei Min in a fit of rage, it just wanted to take revenge on people, so it didn't need to fight Bei Min. But Bei Min said that the snake spirit shouldn't have apologized. In fact, Bei Min should have thanked the snake spirit as it helped Bei Min find a new purpose and meaning to life. Plucking the serpent's eye from the chairman's body, he said he would reward the serpent spirit for it. For this, the serpent spirit will enjoy eternity in the absorbing Tiangu void. Bei Min raised the snake eye, and it began to be absorbed by Tiangu's forces into the absorbing void. A huge beam of dark energy struck the sky and raised a large wave of dust around it. Mu Ru Xue Xue couldn't understand what had happened, but she assumed that Bei Min had absorbed all the evil spirits in the school. Finally devouring the serpent eye, the chairman asked Bei Min why he didn't kill it. The chairman said that he had done so much evil that he didn't deserve to live on. But Bei Min said that he had no right to determine whether the chairman should live or die. Bei Min threw the photo to the chairman and said that he was an unqualified director and a useless person. But there was one but. The photo that Bei Min threw to the chairman was a photo of him with his daughter. And Bei Min said that maybe he was a good father. The chairman revealed his last wish. He asked him to save his daughter. He failed in his role as a father, leaving her to suffer from the organization. But since Bei Min is strong, he can get her out of there. The chairman begged Bei Min to do so, but during these words, he passed away. Bei Min noticed that the chairman had died and suggested that it was a good end for him. Bei Min wished the chairman to rest in peace, and that he would try for his daughter. Bei Min said that Mu Ru Xue was now safe and asked her to clean up the mess. Mu Ru Xue Xue asked Bei Min where he was going, as walking around like this was dangerous in front of the day hunters. Bei Min started pulling out his chain with Tiangu, who was in pain, and asked for it to stop. With his strength, Bei Min was able to kick Tiangu off his body and change his form back to his previous form. Tiangu asked Bei Min how he dared to team up with his spirit without Tiangu's consent. The already normal Bei Min asked Mu Ruye to take care of Su Yue while Tiangu was angry at Bei Min. But finally finished with the chairman, Bei Min said that it was time for them to go with Tiangu, for as he had said before, his school life had come to an end, so it was worth leaving. Tiangu thought this was wonderful news and congratulated Bei Min. Mu Ru Xue Xue tried to stop Bei Min, but he jumped abruptly, leaving her alone. Mu Ru Xue Xue never had time to take Bei Min's number since he disappeared so quickly. Deep in the night, a lonely girl was on a bench in the middle of a quiet park. The girl was sad that she was treated badly, especially by her manager who was always harassing her. Seeing life as a pain, the girl got very drunk. Two guys approached a girl and asked her if she was bored drinking alone, suggesting that we have some fun together. One of the guys said he shouldn't have, as rumor had it that someone stronger than the night hunters had started hunting demons. But the second rascal wasn't scared, as the brave demons had caught a man, and he had to eat someone. Besides, the guy couldn't hold his temper in front of such a beauty, and it was already dark, so no one would notice them. Hearing some sound, the guy asked who appeared before them and threatened to eat both of them. Bei Min appeared on the post and said he wasn't interested, he just had a question. The cocky guy told Bei Min to back off for he was ruining everything, and the other guy told him to calm down. The guy recognized Bei Min, a devil who had killed hundreds of demons. Bei Min, however, said that the rumors were exaggerated, and it was not worth making him a villain. The daring guy turned into demons with his friend and said that he didn't care who Bei Min was, for no one would stop them from eating the woman in front of them. Even if he was destined to die, he would still enjoy the meal before doing so. The girl got angry that it was too noisy around and she wanted to sleep peacefully, so she turned into a demon with rabbit ears. The girl looked at the demons in front of her, wondering what was going on and who they were talking to. The girl realized that the guys in front of her were also demons who showed their true appearance, and she swept her eyes up in a daring manner. The madly frightened guy asked the girl why, instead of hunting people, she was drinking in the parka, for by doing so she had confused the demon. The second demon was also startled and said they were just kidding, because they didn't mean it that way. The girl watched as in front of her, Bei Min swallowed the two demons whole. Bei Min swept up that these two demons were fools, unable to tell the difference between a human and a demon. The rabbit girl asked Bei Min not to approach her, for she was a demon. But she didn't do anything wrong as she just wanted to live the life of a mortal. Bei Min asked the girl not to worry as he just wanted to ask something. But if the girl lied to Bei Min, then she might not expect any mercy, especially with the fact that Tiangu adored rabbit meat. Later that night, Tiangu remarked that they had found nothing again. Bei Min didn't think so, because they hadn't learned anything about this man, but Bei Min had learned a lot about demons. There were many more living undercover than Bei Min thought, and everyone's goals were different. The demon's disguise was flawless, but when they crossed the line, there was a sign that helped them recognize the demon. Tiangu realized that it was about the smell of blood. Bei Min confirmed that it distinguished humans from demons, and those from lower and higher levels. For example, there was no blood odor on the rabbit. For this reason, Bei Min let her go even though she didn't tell him anything of value. Tiangu said that it wasn't a guarantee that the girl would be able to keep holding on further. One day they wouldn't be able to resist their instinct either. Bei Min said that it was the responsibility of the hunters like Mu Ru Shui Shui, especially since Bei Min's only goal was to find and kill that man. He had no time to do other things. Looking at his phone, Bei Min noticed that he had received messages from Su Yue and Director Dean. Su Yue wrote to Bei Min that the school had already resumed classes, and said that the earthquake was the cause of the destruction of buildings and injuries to people. It was also said that an unknown person had donated 10 million yuan to the school. This generosity helped the school get back into rhythm. Su Yue wanted to know what really happened from Bei Min and thanked him for saving the day. Mr. Dean, on the other hand, wanted to know where Bei Min had been missing for the past few days, since Bei Min wasn't at school. Principal Ding arranged things so that no one in the school knew about his power. Finally, Mr. Dean became a full-fledged principal and apologized for Bei Min for the feud between them. Bei Min remarked that everyone cared about him. Tiangu, on the other hand, asked Bei Min not to mention the money, as they had worked very hard to earn 10 million, and Bei Min had donated it to them. Bei Min said that he didn't need that much money. He needed it more than the victims at school. Other than that, money didn't make Bei Min stronger. Bei Min asked Tiangu if he was so short-sighted that he was worried about 10 million yuan. Tiangu, on the other hand, replied that Bei Min's words sounded too convincing. Bei Min said that everything was just like the director said. He was so weak that he would be easily killed even if he could easily find that person. So while Bei Min was gathering information and their priority became building up their strength, Tiangu thought that this was not a bad idea. After all, Bei Min had matured and had not lost his mind due to his desire for revenge. This meant that it was time for Tiangu to tell what he knew about that guy. Bei Min immediately wanted to know this information, but Tiangu told him to calm down and asked for one promise. The first was a request that when Tiangu said about this person, Bei Min should not take any rash action. Bei Min, on the other hand, said that there was no problem with that. He wasn't going to risk his and Tiangu's life unnecessarily. With the second request, Tiangu wanted a body for himself. After all, even the body of a dog would be suitable for Tiangu's spirit. But Bei Min could be sure, because even when Tiangu had a body, he would still be bound by the spirit chain. The thing was, Tiangu was tired of just watching while Bei Min fought, and Tiangu couldn't do anything about it. Bei Min said that he would never have suspected Tiangu since he was his best friend. Tiangu said that he had no idea about the body back then. Tiangu should have looked for another one, absorbed the demonic power so that it would break the lock. But now Tiangu returned to the topic and said from the description, Bei Min's enemy is a representative of a very strong race. There was only one race that could transform from a demon to a god. Tiangu revealed that the strong race capable of such a miracle was the dragon race. Bei Min was notably surprised by such news, and at first thought that Tiangu was joking with him.